Gather round, the greatest show is about to start.
An amazing performer who attacks with her hair.
Bizarre Circus Skins.
Skins to celebrate Diwali.
New club event, Mega Pin.
6 new hypercharges.
And watch until the end to learn how to get the clown pin. Welcome everyone. Gather round. Prepare yourselves for Danny, the human target.
Marzo, how many times have you done this before?
Twice. But do you know what they say? Third time's the charm. Welcome to Brawl Talk. Happy Brawlowing!
The bizarre circus awaits you.
Meet Charlie, the first brawler of this new area and also the first of her trio.
She grew up on the streets, learned impressive tricks, and was eventually discovered by the local bizarre circus.
And the job pays the rent, so she took it and quickly became the main attraction.
Charlie uses her hair as a yo-yo for her main attack. It moves straight and returns when it hits a target or a wall.
So the closer the target, the faster she can attack.
And her super is called Cocoon, and the name kinda gives it away already.
If Charlie hits an enemy target, she cocoons them. While cocooned, they can't do anything but wait.
The cocoon's health gets depleted by itself, but their allies can help destroy it faster if they attack it.
For her 29 gem skin, Charlie doubles down on her spider senses and becomes the amazing Charlie.
And with Rosie Charlie, she gets deadlier with a super villain look. And that will be available at the last tier of the Brawl Pass.
Charlie is also getting her hypercharge in this update, and aside from stats buffs, her cocoon now creates spiderlings that attack the closest target.
And speaking of hypercharges, we have 5 more releasing in this update.
Jessie's hypercharge upgrades Scrappy to get chunkier with more health and cause more damage.
Rosa gets a short, slow area around her, so it will help her chase her targets while she has her shield on.
Blue insta-freezes all opponents within the area of effect.
Maisie gets her basic attack added to her super.
Colette gets help from her Spirit. Now it hits the enemy twice.
And Charlie's, which was just mentioned before.
Besides that, we have some changes with the hypercharge releases.
They will all be released on the same day, both in the shop and in Star Drops.
We won't have the collector's bundle for coins anymore, but now we will have a huge gem discount when hypercharges are released. And you can still buy it for coins after a 2-week period like before.
On top of that, if you don't care about the cosmetics at all, you can buy only the hypercharge for a discounted gen price as well.
And both the collector's bundle and the hypercharge might eventually come back.
And we are also rerunning the Hypercharge Unleash event only with the new brawlers who got hypercharge.
The special quest is a lot easier now. When you complete it, you get one random hypercharge, and it could be any of the hypercharges available in the game.
The event should start on update day.
And for the next act, we present to you the Bizarre Circus Skins. The Bizarre Circus Skins.
Ringmaster Byron is the host of the show, and he also has some creepy and weird tricks up his sleeves.
Cobra Lola is as charming as her snakes are lethal.
Probably the creepiest of them all, Dark Clown Sam. And we are sorry if you're scared of clowns.
And lastly, Tusked Nita. Her bear becomes a terrifying elephant, and Nita herself also gets a new baddest look.
Tusk Nita is also a 299 gem skin, meaning it comes with a pin set, profile picture, spray, voice lines, and a special effect when you take down brawlers.
And sure, Bizarre Circus skins are perfectly creepy and scary, but we also have 3 Brawlwin skins coming with this update.
White Wolf Leon is the first exclusive skin that's coming back in a completely new design with new effects and new assets. It's also a mythic skin.
And inspired by Witch Shelly, we have Hoot Hoot Shelly. She now has an owl instead of a cat, and everything about her is different and mysterious. She is also a mythic skin.
And shout out to Glowing Shark. Here's the Supercell Make winner skin, Kabocha Fang.
This year we will be celebrating Diwali together with our Indian players and releasing our Warrior's Journey skins. They are
Das is Ground, a multi-headed king.
the Honorable Supreme Bow and his loyal brother Brawl as his skin color variation.
And the super powerful and strong Vanara Frank.
They will all be released close to Diwali.
And if you think we are done with skins, here's some more. Rebel Lola is coming with a new color variation and it's called Lavish Lola.
Boy Scout Gus, after all, whether he's a ghost or not, is still a good kid.
Mecha Edgar gets 2 extra color variations called Mecha Edgar Unit 00 and Mecha Edgar Unit 01.
And Mortis is getting a hockey skin. Why? Well, it'll make sense in this year's World Finals. More on that later.
Enough about skins. Let's talk about the changes happening to clubs.
First of all, Club League and Club Games are being removed together with the Club Coins and the Club Shop. That's a lot of club gone.
If you haven't spent your club coins yet, half of them will be converted to coins and half of them will be converted to power points.
The ratio is exactly as if you would be spending your club coins in the club shop, so you won't lose anything. But if you want to buy the club skins with club coins, you only have a few days left.
After the update, the skins will be available for bling or gems in the shop and the catalog.
Now off to the fun part. A new club event called Mega Pig.
Wait, this isn't fun?
Yes, because it's Mega and it's a pig. Mega Pig.
Anyway, so this Mega Pig event will only happen once a month and will be live for the whole weekend.
In this event, you and every club member will initially get a certain amount of ticket. If you win matches using these tickets, these will fill the Mega Pig that helps unlock rewards for everyone in the club.
The more ticket wins, the more rewards, and they keep getting better as you fill your pig. So if you want mega rewards, you gotta max out your pig.
And being skillful is really important here, but having a full and active club can help make up for it if you lose some games here and there.
After you use all your tickets, you can still help a clubmate in need to win some games, but only their tickets will help towards the club goal.
After the event ends, the Mega Pig explodes and gives every club member coins, power points, blink, and a bunch of star drops.
And also, if you are the top contributor in your club, you also get some extra star drops. Okay, but rewards are cool and such, but how about the gameplay?
Well, it wouldn't be a Mega Pig if it was just for the rewards, right?
It could be, I don't see the connection.
So, the Mega Pig also comes with a fresh take on randomness.
When you play in this event, you get a random game mode, map, and a random new modifier.
And you'll have a picking phase similar to Power League, but you don't need to ban any brawlers and your opponents won't know what you pick. The goal of this phase is for your team to pick a good composition taking into account the map and the modifiers selected.
It's a best of 1, so if you win, you use your tickets toward filling up the Mega Pig.
And the new modifiers are
Super Bushy,
bushes keep growing from other bushes.
Instant Overtime,
All the walls break when the match begins.
Unlimited Power,
You get showdown power cubes in 3v3 matches when defeating brawlers.
or there's also a chance of getting no modifier at all. The first event should happen in mid-November, so make sure you are part of an active and full club by then.
We also made some improvements on how to invite new club members, search for clubs, and also added the ability to share replays in the club chat.
It's finally that time of the year again.
The Brawl Stars World Finals 2023 are gonna happen on November from 24 to 26 at DreamHack Winter in Sweden.
If you wanna watch it in person, there are still some tickets left, including some unique swag for visitors. See the link in the description of this video.
And if you're watching at home, make sure to watch it from event.brawlstars.com so you can win a free hypercharge.
Marzio, a bunch of the Brawl Stars team and the creators will be there, so hopefully we will see you there too.
The Because of the removal of the Club League and the Club Shop, only in this update we are adding a 25-day login calendar to the game, so you can collect a new reward every day.
The Mega Pig event only happens once a month, so the calendar should make up for the rewards you are missing from the Club Shop.
And it will be based on your previous Club League rank. The higher the rank, the more rewards you get.
Present Plunder is back for Brawl League, and it's now called Pumpkin Plunder.
Robomike and Evil Queen Pam get the 299 gem treatment with a takedown effect, pin set, profile picture, and spray.
Duels are coming back and will be rotating with Wipeout.
The PowerPoint cap is finally removed.
All gear, star powers, and gadgets that got nerfed indirectly after the power progression change are now adjusted. Now they are either percentage based or had their values change.
Look for the hashtag Ringmaster Byron to participate in the giveaways held by the Brawl Stars content creators.
And since you've been a good person and waited until the end, here's the clown pin. You can just scan this code on the screen or tap on the link in the description below.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment. Mega Pig!
Bring it on!
Look at the camera.
Welcome to Brawl Talk. Brawl Talk. Brawl Talk. Welcome to Brawl Talk. It was a bit pirate. Gather round, the greatest show is about to start.
An amazing performer who attacks with her hair.
Bizarre Circus Skins.
Skins to celebrate Diwali.
New club event, Mega Pin.
6 new hypercharges.
And watch until the end to learn how to get the clown pin. Welcome everyone. Gather round. Prepare yourselves for Danny, the human target.
Marzio, how many times have you done this before?
Twice. But do you know what they say? Third time's the charm. Welcome to Brawl Talk. Happy Brawlowing.
The bizarre circus awaits you.
Meet Charlie, the first brawler of this new area and also the first of her trio.
She grew up on the streets, learned impressive tricks, and was eventually discovered by the local bizarre circus.
And the job pays the rent, so she took it and quickly became the main attraction.
Charlie uses her hair as a yo-yo for her main attack. It moves straight and returns when it hits a target or a wall.
So the closer the target, the faster she can attack.
And her super is called Cocoon, and the name kinda gives it away already.
If Charlie hits an enemy target, she cocoons them. While cocooned, they can't do anything but wait.
The Cocoon's health gets depleted by itself, but their allies can help destroy it faster if they attack it.
For her 29 gem skin, Charlie doubles down on her spider senses and becomes the amazing Charlie.
And with Rosie Charlie, she gets deadlier with a super villain look. And that will be available at the last tier of the Brawl Pass.
Charlie is also getting her hypercharge in this update, and aside from stats buffs, her cocoon now creates spiderlings that attack the closest target.
And speaking of hypercharges, we have 5 more releasing in this update.
Jessie's hypercharge upgrades Scrappy to get chunkier with more health and cause more damage.
Rosa gets a short, slow area around her, so it will help her chase her targets while she has her shield on.
Blue insta-freezes all opponents within the area of effect.
Maisie gets her basic attack added to her super.
Colette gets help from her Spirit. Now it hits the enemy twice.
And Charlie's, which was just mentioned before.
Besides that, we have some changes with the hypercharge releases.
They will all be released on the same day, both in the shop and in star drops.
We won't have the collector's bundle for coins anymore, but now we will have a huge gem discount when hypercharges are released. And you can still buy it for coins after a 2-week period like before.
On top of that, if you don't care about the cosmetics at all, you can buy only the hypercharge for a discounted gen price as well.
And both the collector's bundle and the hypercharge might eventually come back.
And we are also rerunning the Hypercharge Unleash event only with the new brawlers who got Hypercharge.
The special quest is a lot easier now. When you complete it, you get one random hypercharge, and it could be any of the hypercharges available in the game.
The event should start on update day.
And for the next act, we present to you the Bizarre Circus Skins. The Bizarre Circus Skins.
Ringmaster Byron is the host of the show, and he also has some creepy and weird tricks up his sleeves.
Cobra Lola is as charming as her snakes are lethal.
Probably the creepiest of them all, Dark Clown Sam. And we are sorry if you're scared of clowns.
And lastly, Tusked Nita. Her bear becomes a terrifying elephant, and Nita herself also gets a new badass look.
Tusk Nita is also a 299 gem skin, meaning it comes with a pin set, profile picture, spray, voice lines, and a special effect when you take down brawlers.
And sure, Bizarre Circus skins are perfectly creepy and scary, but we also have 3 Brawlwin skins coming with this update.
White Wolf Leon is the first exclusive skin that's coming back in a completely new design with new effects and new assets. It's also a mythic skin.
And inspired by Witch Shelly, we have Hoot Hoot Shelly. She now has an owl instead of a cat, and everything about her is different and mysterious. She is also a mythic skin.
And shout out to Glowing Shark. Here's the Supercell Make winner skin, Kabocha Fang.
This year we will be celebrating Diwali together with our Indian players and releasing our Warrior's Journey skins. They are
Das is Ground, a multi-headed king.
the Honorable Supreme Bow and his loyal brother Bro as his skin color variation.
And the super powerful and strong Vanara Frank.
They will all be released close to Diwali.
And if you think we are done with skins, here's some more. Rebel Lola is coming with a new color variation and it's called Lavish Lola.
Boy Scout Gus. After all, whether he's a ghost or not, he's still a good kid.
Mecha Edgar gets 2 extra color variations called Mecha Edgar Unit 00 and Mecha Edgar Unit 01.
And Mortis is getting a hockey skin. Why? Well, it'll make sense in this year's World Finals. More on that later.
Enough about skins. Let's talk about the changes happening to clubs.
First of all, Club League and Club Games are being removed together with the Club Coins and the Club Shop. That's a lot of club gone.
If you haven't spent your club coins yet, half of them will be converted to coins and half of them will be converted to power points.
The ratio is exactly as if you would be spending your club coins in the club shop, so you won't lose anything. But if you want to buy the club skins with club coins, you only have a few days left.
After the update, the skins will be available for bling or gems in the shop and the catalog.
Now off to the fun part. A new club event called Mega Pig.
Wait, this isn't fun?
Yes, because it's Mega and it's a pig. Mega Pig.
Anyway, so this Mega Pig event will only happen once a month and will be live for the whole weekend.
In this event, you and every club member will initially get a certain amount of tickets. If you win matches using these tickets, these will fill the Mega Pig that helps unlock rewards for everyone in the club.
The more ticket wins, the more rewards, and they keep getting better as you fill your pig. So if you want mega rewards, you gotta max out your pig.
And being skillful is really important here, but having a full and active club can help make up for it if you lose some games here and there.
After you use all your tickets, you can still help a clubmate in need to win some games, but only their tickets will help towards the club goal.
After the event ends, the Mega Pig explodes and gives every club member coins, power points, blink, and a bunch of star drops.
And also, if you are the top contributor in your club, you also get some extra star drops. Okay, but rewards are cool and such, but how about the gameplay?
Well, it wouldn't be a Mega Pig if it was just for the rewards, right?
It could be, I don't see the connection.
So, the Mega Pig also comes with a fresh take on randomness.
When you play in this event, you get a random game mode, map, and a random new modifier.
And you'll have a picking phase similar to Power League, but you don't need to ban any brawlers and your opponents won't know what you pick. The goal of this phase is for your team to pick a good composition taking into account the map and the modifiers selected.
It's a best of 1, so if you win, you use your tickets toward filling up the Mega Pig.
And the new modifiers are
Super Bushy,
bushes keep growing from other bushes.
Instant Overtime,
All the walls break when the match begins.
Unlimited Power,
You get showdown power cubes in 3v3 matches when defeating brawlers.
or there is also a chance of getting no modifier at all. The first event should happen in mid-November, so make sure you are part of an active and full club by then.
We also made some improvements on how to invite new club members, search for clubs, and also added the ability to share replays in the club chat.
It's finally that time of the year again.
The Brawl Stars World Finals 2023 are gonna happen on November from 24 to 26 at DreamHack Winter in Sweden.
If you wanna watch it in person, there are still some tickets left, including some unique swag for visitors. See the link in the description of this video.
And if you're watching at home, make sure to watch it from event.brawlstars.com so you can win a free Hypercharge.
Marzio, a bunch of the Brawl Stars team and the creators will be there, so hopefully we will see you there too.
Because of the removal of the Club League and the Club Shop, only in this update we are adding a 25-day login calendar to the game, so you can collect a new reward every day.
The Mega Pig event only happens once a month, so the calendar should make up for the rewards you are missing from the Club Shop.
And it will be based on your previous Club League rank. The higher the rank, the more rewards you get.
Present Plunder is back for Brawl League, and it's now called Pumpkin Plunder.
Robo Mike and Evil Queen Pam get the 299 gem treatment with a takedown effect, pin set, profile picture, and spray.
Duos are coming back and will be rotating with Wipeout.
The PowerPoint cap is finally removed.
All gear, star powers, and gadgets that got nerfed indirectly after the power progression change are now adjusted. Now they are either percentage based or had their values change.
Look for the hashtag Ringmaster Byron to participate in the giveaways held by the Brawl Stars content creators.
And since you've been a good person and waited until the end, here's the clown pin. You can just scan this code on the screen or tap on the link in the description below.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment. Mega Pig!
Bring it on!
Look at the camera.
Welcome to Brawl Talk.
teams from around the world have been fighting for the right to prove themselves on this stage at DreamHack Winter and show they are the best Brawl Stars team in the world. And this weekend, 12 teams will be laying everything on the line to take the top prize of $250,000 and the trophy. Welcome everyone to the Brawl Stars World Finals 2023. Sweden, how are we doing? All the Brawl Stars fans in Sweden have been popping in to see us, and I know we're going to be joined by so many more today. But right now I need all their energy and all your energy as well watching online, because we need to bring in the 6 teams who are going to be competing today in groups A and B. Would you like to meet them, Jönköping? I think I need you to be a little bit louder. We've got some nervous players backstage. Should we meet the teams? Fantastic. Well, let's kick off with our Group A teams. From North America, it's Luminosity Gaming. I can hear some fans calling out the player's name in the audience. Come on, Sweden! All the way from China, please give a warm welcome to BC Gaming! And rounding up Group A, from India, we have Revenant Esports! And moving on to Group B. From North America, it's Tribe Gaming! Next up, close rivals of Tribe Gaming, we have Reply Totem! And rounding up Group B, it's Navi! Good luck to all of our teams competing today. We'll have 6 more teams in Group C and D competing tomorrow. But right now, let's talk through the teams we're going to be seeing today with Ark and Trav.
Ребята, всем привет! Я всех рад приветствовать на стриме по чемпионату мира. Честно говоря, очень давно не стримил, и для меня это, не то чтобы в новинку, но, конечно, будет все не так гладко, как было 2 года назад, когда я был прям на пиковой форме. Но это все не важно, потому что сегодня у нас играет Нави, потому что сегодня у нас первый день чемпионата мира, и я думаю, будет очень интересно. Сейчас уже представили все команды, сейчас покажут формат, и параллельно со всеми я вам расскажу о правилах турнира и всего остальному. Что важно? Вы можете смотреть трансляцию либо с моего YouTube-канала, либо с сайта Event Brawl Stars. Ссылка на сайт есть в описании. Давайте об этом я расскажу чуть позже, потому что уже сейчас нам показывают формат. Как вы видите, у нас будет 3 дня чемпионат мира. В каждый день у нас будет играть... Есть 2 группы, точнее есть 4 группы. Каждый день, первый и второй день у нас играют по 2 группы. В первый день получается А и Б, во второй день С и Д. И в третий день это уже будет финал, там остается только 8 команд. Из этих 2 групп, которые мы будем смотреть сегодня, это А и Б, должны отобраться 2 команды. Одна команда вылетает, ее мы не увидим в третий день. И мы, конечно же, все болеем за Нави. Сегодня очень надеемся, что именно она сможет пройти в финал, как это было 2 года назад, когда мы комментировали с Папа Хеллом. Это был прям просто нереальное что-то, столько эмоций в финале против Zeta Division. И, кстати,
It really is. Like, every single group are going to be absolutely incredible. This might be the best 3 days of Brawl we've ever had in the Brawl Stars Championship, and it's really, really exciting, and I cannot wait to get underway.
Let's take a look as well at the schedule and how the day is going to go down. Of course, everyone backstage getting themselves all readied up and ready to go. And, you know, this is what I mean. It comes down to this. Everything has been leading up a whole year's of work. Luminosity Gaming up first versus Revenant Esports. Luminosity Gaming versus BC Gaming after that. And Revenant Esports versus BC Gaming to follow. And then we can move down to Group B. Tribe Gaming take on Navi. And then Reply Totem. Then Navi will have their way with Reply Totem as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be amazing stuff. Let's have a little bit of a look at the prize pool. See what these teams are playing for, because there's a lot of cash on the line. $250,000 for first place. Second place will be taking home $150,000. Third to fourth, $85,000. Fifth to eighth, $30,000. And even if you get knocked out in the group stages throughout those first couple of days, you're still taking home $15,000.
A huge chunk of cash, life-changing sums, and ultimately everyone wants to get that lion's share of it. Let's take as well a little look at the groups and how things were distributed. Trav, you were the one who did the prize draw. I mean, it was struggling to get you out of the arena, weren't we?
Yeah, security had to escort me out because a lot of players were running for me and I was a little bit worried. But we're starting things off today with Group A and B, as we already mentioned, where Luminosity, BC Gaming, Revenant Esports, Tribe Gaming, Reply Totem, and Navi sit. 4 will progress. And then on day 2, Group C and Group D, where Zeta Division, Nouns Esports, STMN, Crazy Raccoon, Foot Esports, SK Gaming will all be playing it out.
Some seriously spicy stuff going on in each of those groups, and it really is going to be a very close ones to call. I mean, in terms of our predictions as well, it was a tough one. It really was to kind of work through, and you know, you're the predictions master, Trav. You know, kind of how were you thinking when it came down to things? Here we go on the screen, what we're all thinking, and we're relatively close amongst the board, really.
I mean, if you look at this, you know, me, you and Uber, all looking the same, but Reddy and Kenny do seem to differ, but just on that last game. And this is what we mean. In that Group B specifically, every single matchup 50-50, and I mean there's a high possibility that we might be seeing some ties in that group.
I mean, for me as well, I don't know whether I was kind of like maybe regretting slightly that last one a little bit here and there. It's a tough 50-50 to call, it really is. Of course, Reply Totem do have that ability just to kind of switch when it comes to land setting, but it's going to be a whirlwind of a day, no doubt about it. Even Group A honestly could have its fair share of upsets.
It could, and I'm glad you're coming around to the fact that I am the predictions master. Now you're kind of warming up to that idea that I am always right, and clear to see, as once again, you seem to have copied me.
Let's not go there, let's not go there.
Even the pin, he's copied the pin as well.
Go back in the vault and every World Finals to date, but my word, it's going to be a fantastic day of nothing less than, again, everyone doing their thing. Charles Pachincino for Luminosity Gaming taking on Revenant Esports Response, Sergeant Clash, and Trishant.
I mean, they really are 2 incredible teams. Luminosity Gaming have been dominating all the way through their region, and the boys on Revenant all incredible as well.
Well, without further ado, the players are ready, so let's head over to the stage for those walkouts with Frankie.
Thank you very much, guys. Feast your eyes on this trophy here, because the teams you're about to see on stage will do everything to lift it on Sunday. So let's meet the first 2 contenders from Group A, kicking off with North America's Luminosity Gaming. Charles, Patchy, and Chino are a trio who are not just a force to be reckoned with for their mechanical skills, but they have a superpower in their in-game chemistry. They're not just teammates, they are mates. And that's going to be the difference maker potentially on this stage at DreamHack. their opponent today, all the way from India, is Revenant Esports. And IGL, Sergeant Clash and Prashant are joined by a literal world champion in response who lifted the trophy all the way back in 2020. Do not underestimate this trio today. All right, DreamHack, give it up for our teams. I said, DreamHack, give it up for your teams. I need that energy, these teams need your energy, and our casters need your energy too. So let's head back over to Trav and Ark.
It's all about to go down, Trav. The first match of the day, and a real juicy one for me. Revenant really did shine at LCQ. Luminosity Gaming have had a phenomenal year. Honestly, the only team they ever really lost to was ST.
Помимо этого у нас есть третья команда.
About the scrims that they've been having with Revenants, a very aggressive team.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Number 1 seed in India versus number 1 seed in NA West. Battle of those top spots. Obviously, India had to go through the LCQ first as well. They seem to absolutely breeze through India this year, but you know, what does that really mean on the world stage? I think that LCQ was the big proving point for them.
The first world finals for India, putting them on the map. It's such an important time for the fan following and, of course, the team. And again, I have had high hopes for Revenant. They really showed a lot of promise in the Snapdragon Pro Series Masters in Japan back in May, and I think that, you know, getting a set against Tribe Gaming, getting a set against Help Me, I mean, those are some really fierce rosters, and I think that can't be understated.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Masters, they looked pretty good. They didn't really come away with many victories. They came away with a few sets and a bit more experience on that international stage. And I think that was a huge thing for them, especially going into the LCQ. They knew at that point in the year they were succeeding time and time again in their region. They needed that international stage to be able to build up their confidence going into the LCQ. And then in the LCQ, they were so convincing. I mean, look at that man, Sergeant. He really he tore through the opposition.
But on the other side of the coin, you know, Luminosity Gaming have been the fiercest of underdogs that no one really saw coming into the competition, and they have just really showing the NA scene how it's been done. But this is the first LAN for, you know, for Charles, rather. Chino and of course Apache were in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 1, and that was their kind of like LAN debut. So being on that stage, it's a very kind of scary prospect, the lights, the glitz, the glamour. So how they keep their cool today is going to be crucial to their success.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, you know, from this region, STMN destroyed in LCQ. They really did. And Luminosity have been beating them all year long. So I'm expecting big things, but it's just really the question of whether or not they're going to settle. 73% of people believe that they will, and only 27 siding with Revenant.
Some fair stats. It's going to come down to a good draft, however. I do want to see a Piper ban on the side of Luminosity Gaming, because we've seen Sergeant with that brawler on this very map absolutely popping off time and time again, and he really is that man that can just kind of have the biggest of backpacks. But I want to see Trishant, I want to see Response come into the mix today and really give that man the biggest amount of support, because they're going to need every trick in the book to overturn the results into their favor, because Luminosity Gaming is where we favored in terms of our predictions.
I mean, that's the thing. Response, he's a world champion. Yeah. But it was online, and that's the difference maker for me, I feel. Response, when he's been in person, he's had a few hiccups here and there. There's a few mistakes slipping through, and I don't think that's something that we should be seeing at the World Final. So he's going to have to iron those out, you know, since LCQ, since previous international competitions, because I feel like Luminosity are a team who are going to exploit those if they're there.
I mentioned back in LCQ as well that, you know, when it comes down to Revenant Esports, you've got to have them all popping off at the same time, and then they really are a scary, scary team. And I think one that's kind of slipped through the cracks a little bit in terms of the scene, and one of those teams that not many people necessarily know too much about and haven't necessarily been following. And I think now is their chance to really shine on the world stage, to prove everyone that they've got what it takes to proceed out of this group and into the next stage of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a big, big thing for both of these teams. Getting this victory is going to put them in a great position to go forward and be able to go and move through these groups, because there's only 3 games. Each team's playing 2. And that means you've got to make every single game, every single set count. Because if it comes to that tiebreaker, if upsets happen, it comes down to sets, it comes down to games, and that is going to be the difference maker.
Все ежемесячные финалы в этом году.
Is where that tiebreaker, that first initial one, is going to come into play after the head-to-head. And you know, there's been some other little changes here and there in terms of the format as well. Now the coaches can actually kind of speak to the team during the game, during real time. And we were saying, you know, backstage as well, like how instrumental that can be to the result. And speaking to Corey as well, the host Hotel, he was saying that's really been a great addition to this year's format.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he specifically said it was a big thing for Tribe Gaming. I don't know if it's going to be the same for some of the other teams, whether they, you know, rely on their coach as much as Tribe Gaming might. That's going to be the thing. But it's a huge thing for these teams to be able to listen to those kind of the cues from their coaches, who are going to be able to spot things that they aren't, watching from a bit of a broader perspective rather than just focusing down on their lane.
I mean, it's definitely like an all-rounded kind of brawler, but certainly not the one that I was expecting from them.
Yeah, I think the same for me as well. I feel like there's a lot more very good mids. You know, 8-Bit hasn't been picked. We haven't even seen Nanny. Those are two mids that you kind of choose over that. I don't know if that's going to be playing down one of those lanes. And Gale as well seems a little bit odd to me. It just doesn't seem right from Revenant so far.
Is it like a bow lane with vision kind of concept? Maybe, but maybe they're holding back on the pipe with the last pick because it is quite a risky one to run into. I mean, brawlers like Tara can have a great amount of ability to overthrow with the shades and the gadgets coming through. Let's see what Luminosity wants to add to this, because I fully agree with you. I think 8-Bit here as a mid is a worthy advocate, which they could definitely consider here. And again, a lot of other options. Spike for the lanes can be quite devastating as well, as that kind of safe pair of hands also. But the long-ranged game is really where it comes down to in the mid, Lou. The hypercharge is the strongest, in my opinion, in the game at present. Would like to have seen maybe even like a bit of a tune down to it, but we didn't. It will stun immediately if combined with hypercharge. And of course, the Lola to finish things off. Squeak coming in for Revenant.
Yeah, I mean, I don't dislike the Squeak. I think it's going to be pretty solid against those support from Beyonds coming in from the Tara. They can do a lot of work if not dealt with, and one shot from the Squeak should be able to do just that. But from my perspective, this draft from Luminosity Gaming seems so much stronger than that of Revenant. They've gone for a Gale, but there's not really that much aggression. There's no tanks coming out of Luminosity, and if they play that slow game, if they play calm and composed, I think they'll be fine.
Well, I know Kenny backstage is over the moon, like yourself. Two of the sort of caster picks coming out in terms of their favorite brawlers. Let's see who is going to get that first game in the pocket. And, you know, I kind of agree with you, Trav. I think the Gale is a bit of an oddball choice. The Tara, I completely get. Those lane sides are going to be very much aggressed by Chino. And already, look how Luminosity Gaming have really pushed themselves into the forefront, just taking control on all lanes.
At the same time, though, Trishant making some moves down the right-hand side, claiming that, but instantly pitched back from Patchy. Going to take some shots, but the ego coming down. Freeze frame was used as well, and a super coming out of Charles, who's going to be assuming his mid-position. Patchy going to move over to that right-hand side and allow Charles, with the more dominant amount of gems, to be sliding into that mid.
It's such an aggressive start. Revenant aren't even in the game yet, and Patch in the right-hand side just going super aggressive onto Trishant and getting a great deal of damage for his time. Chino on the left-hand side dancing with response, low HP on both sides, but it's still Luminosity that stay out in front.
A little gadget coming down now, sticky residue from Trishant, should slow Patchy down, but will they be able to get the kill? Trishant going to auto aim a shot down to that ego there. Super should come in, and that should be able to confirm the kill. A lot of it down there, and that's a huge super coming from Trishant. Gem drops on the right-hand side as well, but Chino, look at his positioning, is going to get pinched back now, but he's going to come back in with that super.
Overly aggressive and punished for it, but I love this from Trishant. He's just brought back the flow of action. Two missed shots, though, could prove costly on that right-hand side as Patchy just trying to juggle between both Sergeant and Trishant. Charles, though, has that hypercharge. Once he goes next, evades it, and he has. It's going to be an instant stun to Trishant, and then left-hand side, the right-hand side now, also cleared up.
Oh, he gets a double stun there as well. Comes down with a massive hypercharge. Cleaned up by Chino with the pull, and now Charles and Chino retreating with their 10 gems. It was getting close, but Revenant stepping out of line has cost him this game.
Love that, a bit of a shield with the Kit star power on the Lola just to ensure that Chino is going to be surviving on into this countdown. Nothing the Revenant can do to stop it. They're going to be safe and sound, and the first game goes the way of Luminosity.
Very close game up until the point where everything started to turn, and that sounds very familiar. Every time a Lu hypercharge comes down, you know something magical is going to be happen, but usually we don't see that double. We saw a cycle, he got it back and then threw it at the gem carrier as well, and there's just no escape for a Gale in that situation.
But I just love this draft from Luminosity. I mean, just the Lola, you know, and just the way the Tara is going to eradicate the Piper. They've really read Revenant Esports like a book in this instance, and we need to see a bit more from Revenant to be able to tie things up in this set. They do not want to be going down at the first available hurdle. Let's see, it's a better start, that's fair to say. And on the right hand side, Chino, low HP, stunned down as well, 70 now above his head, and a chance for a response to seal it.
Much better from Revenant, and 4 gems to start off with. Trishant going to throw this sticky residue down the mid. Great positioning from him.
Beautiful.
Stops Chino from moving over to this mid, and he feels a lot of that heat from the bow. Support from beyond comes down as well, quickly eradicated. Patchy going to fall surely too with a lot more slows, and Revenant back in business.
What a response. I love that twist. A great placement. But Chino is actually going on the right-hand side, and now Sergeant low HP just able to stay alive. 252 above that man's head. But the Joe's still there. Drop now as Patchy comes in. They should be okay for now, but this is really rookie territory.
I mean, it's the same again. They play so well. They do amazing. And then LG just come in. They clean up as soon as Super start to show themselves. Flipped on its head. Gale Super available on the right. Snuck past Charles here. Still a chance. 12 seconds on the clock. Need to bring this back. Or the first set is going straight to Luminosity. Need to make a play now. No bow mines available. Luke Super comes in. Double pull from Chino to save the game. Down they go. Just narrowly surviving. And Luminosity takes set one.
Chino for me. That was, what a set that was for him. But Revenant Esports, they just kind of threw it away. All that hard work to come back under pressure, you know, despite that first game really being all about Luminosity, it was a fantastic start, a night and day difference. And then as quickly as that, Luminosity stole it and they get that first set. Now, going into the second, it's going to be a tough thing to like wipe that slate clean.
I mean, it's close. It's so close. And I mean, Revenant, they had their moments, but I just feel they overstay their welcome at certain points. Gem carriers shouldn't be going down when you're on your half of the map and not really that much pressure there. Some beautiful stuff from Krishan. I think he was really the main man, but as soon as that hypercharge comes through, Charles going to clean up, Chino's going to come in and clean up, and you say he's the main man on that Tara. All it takes is one play and the game's flipped, and there's just too many of those kind of brawls from Luminosity for Revenant to deal with.
Yeah, landing those supers as well on that Tara, because it's very obvious when you don't, and just it's such an instrumental brawler to turning the ties there. That was the gem reset there from Patchy, and then just everyone Chino coming in. Oh, the loose supers perfectly placed by Charles. Everyone really shining on the side of Luminosity so far.
You just can't let that happen though. Sergeant stepped out of line so heavily in the mid there. He knows someone's there and shots are coming his way, and he's still going forwards with such low amount of HP. But I mean, Trishant, we said he was the man on that brawler that was making the moves. Patchy with 5, Charles with 1, Chino with 5 as well, but 2-2-7. Trishant really making his mark, but just not enough for Revenant.
I felt like if they could just hold on to those gems a bit longer, then it may have been a bit different story, but for Revenant Esports, they're going to have to reset the mental going into the second set. Ultimately one that they really do need to secure now. It would be very tough to come back when you're 2 sets down on the world stage. Never an easy thing when you're not, let's be honest. But certainly some mistakes that were made that were costly that they're going to have to be able to rectify going into things, and comes down again to those giraffes, which I just felt like in that first instance, Luminosity did show me a great deal of awareness towards what Revenant were wanting to do.
And Revenant's draft just didn't seem that great in my eyes either. Never mind Luminosity's being amazing. We're going to see that Charlie band out yet again, along with the Jesse and the Lou of Luminosity. Obviously not going to be wanting to see that brawler on this map. Lou is so dangerous on every map, but Hot Zone specifically really makes its mark. Colette going to come in from Revenant as their first pick. Can't blame them for it. Hypercharge is very strong, and sometimes tanks do sneak in here, but they did ban out the Rosa, double ban on the Jesse, and Cordelius is going to be gone too.
You know who's got the coin toss when you see a Luban in Hot Zone. It's just very quite predictable. It's the best brawler for the mode, so I like that from Luminosity and Charlie. I think we're going to see a great deal of that kind of recurring across the 3 days, but Jesse as well. Really was always quite a meta brawler in Dueling Beatles, so I quite like that ban from them. Ultimately as well, that mid is where the battles are going to be able to go down. B going to be there for long-ranged lane side, I think, is where B can really start to thrive, and Poco as well. I was going to mention this, we haven't really seen much of Poco recently, and I don't know why. In the mid, this has got great survivability and very tough to shake, and ultimately the objective is in that mid, so a lot of the games are won and lost by that kind of individual matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to have a very good matchup. Ooh. They're going to be able to take the PAM as well. Obviously, Luminosity are going to want to stay away from it because that Colette has made it. Oh, but Shelly going to come in and, against a B, not something I will have expected, but I don't mind it. They managed to get the PAM because Luminosity don't want it because of the Colette, and I think Revenant have got a much better comp this time.
Maisie, I think we both know how we feel about Maisie, but I think if played correctly, it could be a good one. I want to see how Revenant Esports kind of handle the shell shock. If they open up too much of the map, they're going to be kind of aiding into what Luminosity are wanting to achieve. So I think they're going to be very cautious on the trigger finger and making sure that the aim is going to be where it counts. But I quite like what Luminosity are cooking here. I think Maisie's a bit of an underrated one, can sometimes come home with no goods whatsoever, can sometimes be the very thing that turns the game on its head, and a hypercharge that can charge and recycle really quite effectively for me. It's one of those which is like not necessarily the strongest of hypercharges, but one that you're able to get more frequently than most.
Yeah, will Revenant start to bring us back, or will Luminosity take a step closer to day number 3 of this competition? Patchy playing through the mid against Sergeant. Some shots coming through. Charles going to fall low, and Trishan able to push forwards. Does get the kill there. Nice stuff from him. Patchy left alone, but Screeching Solo out of nowhere, getting a kill, and Chino cleans the left. Gadget coming in from Chino. The Rattle Hive will clean up that turret quite nicely.
Yeah, Pam is definitely going to be a problem here for Luminosity. In my opinion, one of the strongest brawlers in the meta at the moment, which is why I quite like this Poco pick from Luminosity. In all honesty, Gotcha Gadget there from Response, trying to keep in position. He will go down and not find the connection, but Charles will double on the right-hand side. Now Screeching Solo to follow up. A lovely retake from Luminosity.
Hypercharge ready to roll. Going to use the super, not use the hypercharge. Shelly's got hers now as well, so a big turnaround can happen. Response pushing forwards, but not finding the connections with that gotcha that he desires. Not getting the heals that he wants. Super ready now, though. Charles going to get hit onto the Shelly. Going to mean Pam is just out of the way. But now the hypercharge comes in from Sergeant, but he gets the super again, cycles it out. Beautiful from him. And Luminosity walk away with this game.
An absolute masterclass from Charles on that Macy pick. Wonderful from them, and just absolutely destroying anything the Reverend had to throw at it. They're going to have to rethink this set. It's tumbling out of control.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, really not great for them. I don't dislike their draft either. I think
I agree.
things just need to be fixed. Like Luminosity's gaming, the draft isn't screaming to me we're going to win this game. It's screaming to me it's a bit thrown together in my eyes, and I think Revenant can make this work. But they've just got to get rid of possibly some of those nerves.
I mean, we know how difficult it is to take down a Pam healing station with a B, don't we? Let's be honest. And if they can just start to gain back that early sign of control, as we saw in Gem Grab, that's where, for me, Revenant Esports have that chance. Response going in, but stunned out with a lovely time gadget from Charles, punished though by Sergeant, and this is the best opportunity for Revenant to take back control.
I mean, that was gorgeous, but as soon as that happens, everything falls apart for them. Now it's LG back in control, and Revenant Esports back in their spawn. Hypercharge available as well. Spirit should be following in behind Response here, but getting Gotcha Gadget through. Got to have those heals first. Now he goes forward. Going to get some connections on the way back, but not really finding a lot on the way. Clay Pigeon on the left of Sergeant brings a lot of damage in, but not really getting that much. Patchy back up and should re-establish.
36% for Luminosity. Oh, what a connection again from Charles coming in. What a way to demonstrate how to play Macy. Sergeant though popping gadget. The Clay Pigeons will whittle down Patchy to 12 HP. But look at this. All 3 members on the zone gaining their all-important objective and now approaching 60%.
Another super from Charles, and this time it comes along with a hypercharge Response. Dashed away, I think, there. Not really sure what that was about, where he was just trying to avoid some shots. Chino going to get the shot as well. Beautiful from him, LG. Going to really be having a good time here. A lot of hits being connected by Chino. Got to pack a punch with this one, though. Slow comes through. Not going to get much from it, but 76% is a lot to save for.
I love that from Chino. Really did helping hand his team to get all back into the center. Now only 10% needed, and LG look like they are going to be unshakable on this zone. Response might have one last thing to say about it. The hypercharge coming in, but the heals from Patchy, the Screeching Solo still suffices. 5% now, and this is going to be another set. Luminosity Gaming are starting to run away with it.
I mean, Revenant Esports are trying the heart out, but Luminosity just seem on top of the world right now. 2 sets in the back and 1 more to be able to take probably the toughest game of their group that they've got. And this is a very good-looking North American team.
Well, I said I had some reservations coming into this as to how Luminosity Gaming were going to approach it. It's Charles' first LAN. It's a first time really on the world stage for all 3 members of them, but they are thriving under the pressure. This is not just convincing. This is starting to look like a walkover. And honestly now, Revenant Esports are going to have to bring out every trick in the book. They've got to slow the pace of these games and start to bring back control. It was looking a bit better for me than the previous set, which was very one-sided until that second game when we saw a glimmer of hope. But honestly, it's the synergy. It's beautiful to watch on the side of Luminosity.
I mean, that was gorgeous from Charles as well. He stunned Response mid-super and stopped him in his tracks. Kind of put him in a bad position going forward where Chino and Patchy could pinch him down and get that kill. I mean, there was some moves made by Revenant, but just more from LG.
I mean, we've said time and time again, right, kind of how we felt about Macy as a brawler, but I've always said that I'm waiting for that moment where someone can really convince me, and that was the game, honestly, for me. Charles really just look at the damage, 428. That is insane from him. 9 takedowns for Chino, Patchy on 4, but nonetheless doing his bit. Everyone on that squad is really thriving at the moment.
They really are. I mean, the team play that these guys really do bring to the table is just unparalleled by anything that Revan Esports are bringing in. I mean, they need to up the game. 3 sets in a row is what's required for them to be able to win this game now. And with Luminosity's form looking like this, I just don't see it happening.
We're going into Bounty next dry season. A very, very tough map to be able to bring back those all-important stars when you have that lead. Actually, the spawn is kind of like your safest place to be. So having some aggressive ideas to come into the mix. Cordelius here, I feel, is going to have a good time of things. Charlie got to be up there highly in terms of those bans. A kind of opportunity almost to be able to pick that kind of final aggressive brawler. Mortis wouldn't be the craziest of things, and in the hands of a team like Luminosity as well, you kind of got to consider that somewhat.
You really do, and I mean the aggression that these guys are playing with is just really incredible to watch, but it's, you know, it's controlled, it's not over-aggressing, they're not making these kind of mistakes that Revenant Esports were, specifically in Gem Grab with dropping a lot of those gems. Luminosity just seem calm, they seem secure, they seem to have settled into the world stage, and I think that was the biggest hurdle for them.
But already, Piper ban for Luminosity, it had to be there. Revenant can just go to town with it. The Geno, we've seen Revenant bring this out. Normally response, handling that particular brawl. If those pulls hit, this is what we said in LCQ, those final moments where the response really came into his own and landing a lot of those. I've got fond memories of that, but the response is great. The Ruffs kind of really hard counter out what Gene's able to achieve. The Bell as well, going to be that perfect brawler to really kind of have a lot of damage and a lot of value when it comes to those shots ricocheting between players.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the Bell, and I think it's a solid idea to take Ruffs against this Gene too. Tanking out with those sandbags, but now it's up to Revenant Esports. They need to bring something that's going to be able to clean up those sandbags quick, open up the room for Gene to be able to get these pulls. You know, do they just go something really, really aggressive and try gamble it? And that's exactly what they do. Buster comes in, Sergeant selecting that brawler, and I think that can do a lot of work, but you've got to remain aggressive the whole time.
And ultimately, to charge your super, you want to kind of cluster together. Well, that's where a Bell is really going to come into play and get a ton more value. So I kind of like and admire the aggressive approach. It is needed on a map like Dry Season, but it is a bit questionable. Squeak as well to come in to the mix, ultimately shutting down a lot of those lanes. The Residue had a recent nerf, but it is still very, very good. But I just like what Luminosity are cooking here just a little bit better. And with his third and final pick, if it is that kind of aggressive idea that can just go in and come out with some goods, I really feel it will polish off this kind of comp. Squeak is very squidgy. Gene can be there just to kind of heal, but that can sometimes aid something like a Mortis to get more cyclability. Ultimately, for me, Lu wouldn't be the worst shout either. That is still on the cards here. Again, the strongest hypercharge in the game. I mean, do we call it now? Revenant Esports have got a mountain to climb. They're already up against it, and this comp is scary, Trav.
I mean, that Lou really, I feel, has just put the nail in the coffin. Buster's going to have such a hard time. Yes, he's going to be able to get his super from standing around his teammates. As you mentioned, Bell is one of those brawlers that's going to be able to kind of spread that apart, stop them from doing that. But obviously, unbreakable walls are going to be there. They're going to be able to chill and spawn. But whilst they're doing that, you know, there's going to be a pinch forming, and that's where they're going to really struggle.
It's a really tough map, you know, it really is. For Bounty, for me, it's one of my favorites to see, and it can really separate out those teams that are the aggressors and those that are up against the wall. Let's see how things will fare early on. Chino already slowed out. It's actually be Revenant to take the blue star, and that can be enough sometimes just to go back into your spawn and try to then have the onset come from your opposition and let them make the mistake. Let's see how Revenant will fare.
Well, Sergeant just going to be trying to slow this down, get his super along the game, and with this one-star lead, yes, LG are going to have to push into them, which means he should be able to just pep them down, get some shots through. Nice Residue there as well, but actually going to waste a gadget in the mix as well. Wonderful stuff from Trishant, and managed to pick up his super. And look at Sergeant as well, that's the man they're going to be scared of now. Have to wait for the Ruffs to move any further up, or a pull is inbound.
I love this from Revenant. Just value the blue star, sit back, gain your utility, and just let Luminosity make those mistakes 3 stars above Revenant's head. But, you know, it can come down to those final big pushes, and I feel like that's where Luminosity can strike and strike really hard in those final moments. Shant having that super, just trying to wait his time out. Good slow onto Charles as well on that right-hand side, but really just waiting the timer down. If Sergeant lands the ball, and he does it to Chino. Chino's come in right into those back lines, and that's more stars above the heads for Revenant.
Apache in a world of hurt as well, does manage to pick up his super on the way. Charles going forward, though he wants the whole team by the looks of things. Surely not going to find it. Vengeful Spirit going to take him down there as well. Response just trying to fend off the rest of his team. Not allow them to come back, but he's picking up kills along the way. Barrier there as well to shield down some shots, but Chino not going to find anything from it. And 9 stars for Revenant as they look strong.
This is really, really good. What a pull from Sergeant! Bringing in Patchy, gaining more. 13-0. Luminosity Gaming have just not been in this so far.
Well, shots now. Trishant just holding them back. There's still time for them to bring this back. But Sergeant has this pull once again. Chino solo, and it's beautiful once more. Sergeant pulling everybody towards him. Brilliant stuff. Trishant cleaning up the roughs many times. And Revenant Esports, first sign of life. And it's a very big sign.
They just woke up. Revenant just entered the arena. What was that wonderful place from Sergeant? For me, those pulls were really pushing the pixels to land, and they were on point every single time. Fantastic stuff. Luminosity really just were not feeling themselves. They were not in that mentally. And also, when it came down to the thumbs, let's see what the response will be. It just didn't look like the same team for me.
Yeah, pinch there as well. Sergeant gets that, and pull already there for Revenant Esports, and Sergeant specifically now. All they're going to do, sit behind these walls, wait for Patchy, just someone to step out of line and not have those sandbags ready to... Oh, I mean, there's nobody to stop him. Sergeant hit him pull after pull, and Patchy just aggressive. They know they need to make some moves, but he's going to fall again.
Yeah, you've got to be a bit more calculated than this when it comes to going into the spawn aggressively. I think Luminosity just showing that they're a bit flustered in that regard, and they've got to try to be a bit more communicative along the way and time those runs accordingly. Otherwise, the stars are just going to cycle out of control. Sergeant can smell it. Chino is going to be pulled in yet again, and it's 9 stars to 0. Luminosity have got to get a takedown, but they're just trying to go in too aggressive.
I mean, say goodbye to those sandbags. Trishant cleaned them up so well. Charles going to get pulled in. Double slow there, going to stop Sergeant from going back, but a pull straight towards his teammates. Might go down though. Response going to have the barricade, but Patchy going forward gets the kill, and it's down to 5.
Now this could be a bit of a spicy turnaround. 5 stars is all that remains, or 6 rather, between them. Let's see how things will go now as the supply drop comes down for Charles. If Chino can land the mark, Vengeful Spirits there from Sergeant just to keep everyone deterred, but nonetheless, this is going to be quite a crucial moment and potentially a turnaround. Mark slightly missed there from Chino, but I can sense what Luminosity are cooking here.
Sandbags are no more. Trishant's going to go down now. The pinching in. Hypercharge from Charles gets the kill on Sergeant and takes the lead. But the pull is still there. 25 seconds on the clock. Revenant Esports just going to wait, regroup, and come forward as a team, because that is all that's going to be able to win this.
Yeah, Luminosity just timing their retreat in. You've got to with 15 seconds on the clock. Miss pull there. It's crucial. Charles will take down the Sergeant from the left-hand side. The blue star still with Luminosity. Trishant all alone. Charles will fall, but it's still with Luminosity on the left. They will take the game and keep things alive. Moving on then to match point.
Trishant doing all he can, but it just wasn't enough. The rest of his team fell, and Nestek really did do a lot of work there. Stopped the Gene in his tracks and stopped him from getting that influential pull towards the end. Match point to Luminosity, but Revenant Esports definitely have a more than a say in this game.
My word, it was calculated. You know, that was the most important takeaway for me. The Luminosity was starting to look far better when it came down to things and just ironing out that huge mistake, which was going in overly aggressive and doing it more as a team, as a unit. Blue Star was almost with Trishant there, but he actually just went away from it, and this is actually going to be Luminosity now, surely, which will take it for themselves and heal up, go back on those back lines, and a much different outcome to the previous 2 games.
So get ready for a different tempo now. Trishant going to take a few shots to the face, Mark along the way as well. Sergeant just looking to try and get his super, but they're in a great position. You know, sticky residues coming down, pulls being available. It's going to be a very dangerous position for LG to be in. But super is ready for Charles. Can throw it out, but choosing to wait. Now, sticky residue around the right-hand side, looking to deflate this push with a super though. Response low is marked up too, and is skating on that rink. Chino picks up the kill and extends the lead.
This is looking good. Great taps there from Chino, going to get some good value in, but Patchy is looking rather low here. Sure, the HP over time is going to be mounting up as a result of that star power, but 570 whistling down. Patchy will fall, and the blue star handed over. Just one singular takedown, and this will be the lead for Revenant.
I mean, Trishant's position is beautiful, getting this pinch in, pull available from Sergeant as well in response to come in and join them once that happens. Great position for Revenant to bring this back, but more than enough time on the clock to be flipped a couple of times. They're just banding together on the side of LG, waiting for Revenant Esports to come forward and then ready to punish them.
Well, I think Revenant Esports will be careful. There's a lot of HP with border connection from Trishant. Everyone is in that corner. A triple pull, but it's not going to be enough. Trishant is going to be pulling in more. The HP is just not being taken. Patchy, though, falls. That's going to swing things slightly. 1 star still, though, for Revenant is what they need.
Oh, against it.
It's what's going to deliver it.
Beautiful from Sergeant, flipping the script once more. Trishant super down the right-hand side, slowing Patchy in his tracks, but he's still moving forward. 8 seconds on the clock, and Revenant wants to stay alive, but hypercharge there. Response adds another, and the rest of his team clean up. Revenant still alive.
A crucial moment as Revenant dig deep, keeping themselves in this one, and now some valuable team talk surely as they start to feel more like themselves. This is what we wanted, a back and forth, a closer affair. It's not over yet. Luminosity Gaming will probably be kicking themselves slightly, but you gotta hand it to Revenant. It was a beautiful way to push back upon that spawn side, and that squeak pick for me really landed it when it mattered most.
Yeah, I mean, Trishant down that right-hand side, constantly getting shots through. The pinch was beautiful, but the pull from Sergeant all set long was the changing factor, and he played it so beautifully. I mean, look at that. You can just see this little snippet, but a max range pull from Sergeant coming in so clutch in so many of these games.
This is what I wanted from Revenant from those early sets. A chance to show and demonstrate how close I feel like this battle really is, and against the odds as well. You know, when you're up against the wall and things are looking bleak, this is the response that you've got to have on the world stage. You've got to stay composed, you've got to come together and work better as a unit, and that's exactly what they did.
Well, one more needed for Luminosity, two for Revenant to completely flip this game around, and it's gorgeous. Look at that gadget, so nice. Trishant really fails to clean up there, I feel, but Sergeant has his back when it matters. Brilliant pull.
That's what you want to hear, isn't it? Just the team coming to life, and the stats say very much the same story, despite actually Chino having the most DPS across the board. You know, it really was just the way that, you know, Revenant Esports played it better. Everyone doing their thing. Response on 8, Trishant on 8, and Sergeant on 6. I mean, even Sergeant with the lowest on that squad, pretty much more than the majority on the side of Luminosity. It was a much better set. It was like they just found themselves once again, as the previous sets prior to that just did not look like the team that we saw at LCQ.
Yeah, we see a few smiles sneaking onto Revenant's face there. The confidence returns, and now it could be dangerous for Luminosity. We're heading on to Brawl Ball. Pinhole Punt is where we see if this is closed out by LG or brought to a set number 5 by Revenant.
But I do feel like the drafts have genuinely been better on the side of Luminosity for the most part for me. I kind of agreed on Holson. I think that, you know, Revenant had the better one there. I was a bit unsure going into Bounty previously, but Revenant made it work, and that's the scary prospect. As again, a lot of teams have been saying over this weekend that, you know, the meta's been evolving as these teams have been coming together and doing their scrims. Over the couple of days that they've really been hammering it out, everyone's been finding answers to things which they haven't really been necessarily having to face for the majority of the year. Pinhole Punt, of course, that kind of Brawl Ball map where it can turn so ever quickly. You know, those turnaround brawlers, the busters have got to be banned out for me. Charlie has got to be banned for me, and let's see. Lou is available here still though as well. Maisie banned on both sides here. Charlie and the poker for Revenant, Spike and the B for Luminosity.
Well, that's a great start for Luminosity there in Brawl Ball as well. Can cover the goal, can cover defenses. The hypercharge can be so influential and can change so much. But Revenant keeping faith in the Buster. It beat the Lou in the last, but it needs to do it again. Squeak returning once more for Revenant as well. And this is looking very similar to what we've seen in the past.
I was going to say, our Revenant Esports playing the same playbook. They forgot to turn the page here because this is looking very familiar here for me. But I do love that Lou first pick. You know, despite the Buster, despite the Squeak, and the Shelly now to add to it. I mean, that is one scary brawler, which has been made ever scarier with the hypercharge. I know, I can see your face, Trav, and those at home can't, but if they could, it's a picture. Jackie is not that bad. I've got to say, it's scary. It really is scary. Hypercharge has just elevated her for me.
3 hypercharges ready to roll for Luminosity then, and I mean, Revenant Esports looking that in the face cannot feel too confident. This third pick is going to have to be a very influential one for them. I mean, yes, we saw Buster being able to do with Lou at certain points in the last game, but a Shelly and a Jackie to add to that is going to be difficult thing for Revenant to face. Gale as their last pick, bringing it back in once more from that first map, but it's going to need to do a lot of work in this matchup.
See, I know how Kenny feels about the Gale in Brawl, but I'm just not overly convinced. It is a brawler which is having a bit more playtime in terms of the meta, but that Lou is a scary prospect. I mean, if Luminosity can land that with the hypercharge, you know, when you're up against the wall, you're just going to be bare and just ready for the taking there. I think that if they can just time that effectively, it could be all over very quickly here. Revenant have got still that uphill battle, but but coming into this set, surely can be feeling better about it as a result of surviving in the last.
Charles steps out the line early on then, and Revenant looking to punish that. Great pull there. Coming back, Chino has a super, but he's not going to use it. Feels like they've conceded the goal already, and that is exactly what they have done. Sargent starting things off strong with an early goal in Brawl Ball.
Yeah, the earliest of goals really for me is Luminosity just didn't quite sink into things and play it slow and steady. Gadget there from Sargent just for a bit of desperation, I feel, really. On that right-hand side as a response, low HP falters now. Chino, 2 HP for him. Who's going to come out on top there will be Sargent, as you would imagine. But these slows from Trishant and this squeak play that we've seen from him today is starting to really, really struggle Luminosity's mental.
I mean, it's simply brilliant. His squeak is really the driving force for Revenant, I feel. Great stun there, great pushback coming in from Sargent. Wanted an opening down that right-hand side, but Response taking all the fires straight to the face. Stunned out, supered with that shell shock of Chino, and now LG moving forwards.
Oh, if Patchy times this, I mean, you get the hypercharge and the super, great twister, but it's not going to be enough. You can go around the right-hand side here, and it's just going to be Response coming in off the spawn. Beautiful connection and finds the angle, and that is the goal for Luminosity to tie things up.
Evens things out, but as things open, it gets a bit easier for Revenant. Hypercharge galore coming in from Luminosity Gaming, moving forwards. He's trying to get it done. Supers the ball, though, instead of supering the player. Great stuff coming in. Wonderful defense from Revenant. The squeak super hits, and Sargent's going.
It's surely going to be a walk-in, right? He's going to think second of it. Charles coming off the spawn was enough to deter him, but now regrouped, and Luminosity really are on those back lines and up against it now. This could very easily turn into a goal here if Revenant play this right. Patchy going in, fires the connection to Trishant, and most importantly, the takedown there. But the +3 pro of Sargent, can he find the ball, though?
I mean, Response tried to find a gadget there as well. Not going to be able to get all done in the pinch from Patchy and Chino. You can't escape a Jackie and a Shelly in that situation. Everything's going to be needed for Trishant. He needs some help as well. Pullback available from Patchy too, but they play it slow.
I like this, though, from Luminosity, just playing it slow and steady and pushing their way through. Hypercharge from Chino, not going to do much as a result of that play from Response, and that has been enough to slow the advance. 15 seconds on the clock, and overtime now looking inevitable.
Wonderful barricade from Response to fend off that Shelly there. Chino wasn't able to do too much with it, but has the super now. Another barricade available and ready from Response. Sargent looking for a super here, but an early one coming out of Trishant. Now the super comes in from Charles too, evens things out. Creates the ice rink on the map, on the ball. Hypercharge there, slow down Sargent, but he's going to knock him away. Leave him alone, but now he's coming back again. Another super and another slow, but Response holding down the right.
Wonderful there from Patchy, but it's not enough to push through. Revenant still in a good spot. The ball, of course, in the corner.
Great shot.
Luminosity have got to be able to wipe these slates clean. Response pushing forwards with a mountain of HP and finding Chino as well. One pass, and it's going to be over. It's going to be the game going the way of Revenant.
I mean, Squeak is the driving force behind Revenant at the moment. He can't hit the player in mid, so he focuses that right, and that opens up the world for Revenant. Brilliant from them, and now one game away from a set 5.
It's just really great to see that Revenant did not take things lying down. They did not accept defeat, and they're fighting back hard. They've almost tied this one up. One more game, and as you say, it's going to the 5th.
Oh, good shot coming in there, and that's a wonderful one as well from Trishant to get the kill. Super available too. And it seems like he's doing a lot of work at the moment. Blustery blow ready to go from Sargent too, and Squeak super, if he can get a slowdown, if he can get some good damage through, it's going to be very, very big for Revenant. Now it comes down, not going to find any connections, and a super on the left-hand side from Charles is huge. Patchy coming forward though, pull in, but Response trying to make a break for it.
Gadget pop from Response, he will find Patchy for it as well. Charles though is stuck through on the left-hand side, going to pocket the ball though for safety. I think it's the right play to make, just kind of recollect themselves before going on that aggressive. But I'm really liking how Revenant Esports are responding to these situations. Response under scrutiny, going to go down now as well. But LG have got to get this ball out. Stun there onto Sargent, and now the takedown to Trishant. A nice trade in that left, but LG have just got to start to work their way forwards more and play less defensive for me.
0.1 of a second longer of surviving there, and that would have been a goal. Almost got it down and had the super in hand to shoot the ball in as well. Nice super shell shot there, as well as that star power coming through. Patchy going forwards, Hypercharge not making the biggest of impact. Charles throwing a super down, not getting the stun that he wants on Sargent. Not going to be pleased about that, and a great gadget there from Response, but it actually gets his teammate killed.
This game so far has all been Revenant. It really has. Hypercharge again for Chino, finds then the connection onto Response. That ball still in that corner, as LG just really valuing the positioning power, trying to give themselves that early advantage here, and Chino with the takedown there, going to have to heal up now as Patchy goes on the right. This is a great time. If everyone stays on their feet, this could be the time to strike.
Missed pass there from Charles, doesn't manage to get it to Patchy's hands. Pull back there, not going to use it in the goal of the mouth, but good twister coming through. Not enough damage, the knockback was there. Sergeant opted not to use it, and I question that a little bit, especially with only 40 seconds on the clock. They've got to make a move, and they've got to make a move fast.
Revenant have got to go. They've got to go. Try and get Patchy down. The bloodstream blow from Sergeant will force it straight into the hands of Response. This is a fantastic start. The shielding there from Response, forcing back Chino. It's a 1 versus 3, but Trashan is low. They've got to find a way in 20 seconds to get this ball through. And Patchy will say no for Hypercharge, but there, the super forcing him back, and it's still Revenants for the taking.
3v1 here, pushing forwards, barricade up to Charles, looking for the Hypercharge, looking for something, but doesn't find anything. Revenant bring it back, 1-1, 5 seconds on the clock. We're heading to overtime.
A surgical response from Revenant. Really quite calculated, but now Luminosity having the final say potentially here. Chino with the Hypercharge, keeping everyone at bay, but still, Patchy low. Great stun though from Charles. That just might have alleviated some of the advance.
But he does survive it. I mean, a pass of the ball there got Sergeant killed rather than helping him. Patchy looking quite low and some wonderful connecting shots, but Charles gets another slow, another super in the goal mouth as well. Super ready from Chino, but the super to the left, he catches it. Misplaced shot from Patchy, fended off by Revenant.
So yeah, what a shot there, but she the ball, and it's all like Patchy. Is it just in the nick of time? He was going to go down. A wonderful moment for Luminosity. They've been able to keep it alive. Oh my word, what a turnaround.
Squeak Super almost had him down as well, had no ammo, forced the super out, but managed to get the goal as well. Match point once more. Luminosity need to close this out because Revenant seem to be getting stronger and stronger.
You're absolutely right. They really are. And look at this already. Chino falls immediately here. Charles low. Patchy as well, going to be the one to stay on the healthiest amount of HP, but this is already a very aggressive beginning. Great gadget there from Response, sucking Patchy, and yeah, look at this. Revenant really want that early goal.
Charles low, Chino the only one defending now, but it's a 3v1. Gotta try and fend this off. Pass to the mid, might be able to do it, but Patchy has this pull. Gotta bait it, gotta do something. The pass backwards, but Patchy's defending it well. Great damage. Surely gets the kill, but actually goes down before he can get anything done. Knockback still there, barricade up. Stun comes through. Team wipe from Revenant and an early goal.
Ooh, that was convincing. It really was. A couple of mistakes here and there along the way. Would like to see maybe a twister for me to be able to just keep Patchy a bit more at bay, but let's see now how the response is from Luminosity. Is looking pretty good so far. Patchy will find Response, and everyone's still on their feet. It's just Rashawn. Patchy gonna force it through and walk this one in to tie it up. One more goal for Luminosity Gaming, and they'll take it all.
Hypercharge is ready as well, all three of them. Super comes down, but the knockback's there. Slow from Patchy, dominating the left. Everybody's falling, but Patchy's going again. Gets the kills. Trashan survives though. 1v1, Hypercharge there, and the walk-in is there for Chino. Luminosity do it and take the first win of Group A.
Patchy with the backpack at the end. I love that for him. Going to town, and everyone now celebrating as they should. But you are right. They had to shut down Revenant. Revenant were just building so much valuable momentum, and what a way to start the day. And Group A now looking like it's very much closer than many expected coming into this one.
Disappointment for Revenant, but what a start for Luminosity Gaming. They knew this group was going to be harder than it showed on the surface, and I think Revenant have put an excellent point to that as well. Luminosity in a wonderful position, taking down probably their hardest opponent in this group early on, but Revenant put up a heck of a fight.
Yeah, you got to hand it to them. You really do. That, for me, was absolutely a series that could have gone to the fifth and final. And I think that if that had been the case, maybe Revenant would have actually come out on top. They were making so many more opportunities for themselves as we went through the sets. At the beginning, they were very slow to the mark. It turned out to be probably more punishing at the end of the day. But, I mean, to be able to pick yourselves up on the world stage, to brush off the dust and make it as convincing as it was in that final set, whew, Revenant are really cooking something up.
I mean, that's the difference between Hypercharge and not having Hypercharge.
You've said it all year.
You're going to start strong.
Yeah, but
Plus, he predicted that Hypercharge was even going to come out at this point. Ark did. He knows the future. But I mean, that's the thing. You know, like, you start strong if you're Revenant. Early goals in every game. But as soon as 1, 2, or even 3 of those Hypercharges are built up, we get a display like we saw at the end.
I think especially in Brawl Ball, you know, it's that game mode where literally straight off the mark, you can all have it ready to hand and explode onto the scene and get those goals that you need to turn things around. But ultimately, I think I really valued actually how Revenant were playing up against it. I think that squeak for me has to be banned out. Trishant is just having his way time and time again with it. And, you know, they've really been putting in a lot of time when it comes to those drafts and getting away from what we kind of expected to see from Revenant. The Piper has been nowhere to be seen as well. And that's a scary prospect moving forward to the next game.
I mean, if the MVP could be on the losing team, Trishant all day long on that squeak. I mean, he's picked it up, what was it, 3 times? He's picked that Brawl up in a row. And he just shines on it every single time. Yes, few mistakes here and there. Gems were dropped that shouldn't have been. They lost games that they shouldn't have in Brawl Ball. But at the same time, they give me hope.
What a game for Patchy. 15 takedowns, 378 DPS. Really wonderful stuff. Chino as well had a very good game. But on the other side as well, you know, you can look at Revenant's stats because they're really quite convincing. And that gives me a lot of hope going into the next game.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, they're going to have to wait one, I do believe, but they are going to be able to come back. Give themselves a bit of time to recollect, you know, think of some different ideas because they are going to need a win in this next one. 2 losses and you're out, and that is not a position that people want to be in at the World Finals. They've worked all year long, won 5 monthly finals, only lost 1, and that was in the last month, then stormed through LCQ. Going out in these early rounds in the World Finals would be devastating for them.
You come all this way, you've worked so hard all year long, and you really have got to bring your A game when it matters most. And, you know, never an easy thing for some. Some have never been on the world stage, let's be honest. So, you know, bringing out all the everything from the pocket, so crucial. Let's see as well who our MVP was from that match from event.brawlstars.com. Hopefully for you guys at home, your predictions have been going well. If you've been listening to me and Trav, and actually everyone else on the casting desk, we were all united. It's going to be Chino. I mean, it was a fantastic series for him, and I think well deserved.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, the Tara in the first set, and from there, he just played really well. You think he's kind of that stopping force for Luminosity. You know, he's really the glue that holds that team together. Patchy made some flashy plays, especially on that Jackie, but Chino, he's always there.
I think it could have been anyone, honestly, from Luminosity. They all had their moments, didn't they, throughout the sets, and I think it really was quite the showing. I said it before, I had some reservations coming into it as to how they would fare on the world stage, but they did not disappoint. I was really, really excited by what they brought.
Yeah, I'm pleased with what I've seen from Luminosity. There was a lot of questions whether or not they were going to be able to perform here on an international stage in the biggest competition in Brawl Stars. But so far, so good for them, I would say. And nerves didn't really seem like that much of an issue. Yes, they lost a set, but I think that was more Revenant playing well than LG playing bad.
Yeah, I think as well, like the way that Revenant just bounced back, I think that you've got to really give a lot of praise to that. I think their drafts as well were pretty decent. For the majority of the time that I was not too sure as to how they were going to fare, they proved me wrong. And I loved to be proved wrong. I think, you know, the way that Luminosity were able to seal that nail in the coffin, I think that was crucial. They really had to come together, and Patchy was that man to be able to really ignite the team and make sure that it was over when it had to be, because again, Revenant was starting to really look fierce.
It was that set, or in my eyes, maybe even a loss. You know, they've got to do that, or they're going to be able to take a loss against that team of Revenant Esports. The next one, though, Luminosity will remain, but BC Gaming will be their next opponents.
I really am going to be a big fan of this matchup for the mainland China region. It's been a tough journey throughout the years in the World Finals, struggling to even gain a set. And I'd like to see BC Gaming really change that here today. And Luminosity, though, I've got to say, they are looking so scary. I mean, having watched them short from the sidelines, BC Gaming now analysing things, and that's going to be very, very crucial here. The teams are ready, so let's see them join the stage as we head it over to Frankie.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, without further ado, first of all, let's bring out your North Americans, Luminosity Gaming! Charles, Patchy and Chino took the victory in the last match we saw on this stage. Now, can they keep their composure and make it all the way to Sunday's playoffs? Here they come, guys. They didn't hear you making some noise for them. They were waiting backstage. But now they're here. So now, if you please, make some more noise as we welcome our Chinese hopefuls, BC Gaming! Oh, White and Engine have been working so hard on boot camp in Sweden. And now they're here to show what China can do on the Brawl Stars stage. Our two teams are in position, so let's head over to the casting booth and see what Uber's wearing. To be honest, I'm quite interested.
Yeah, thank you, Frankie. You saw it earlier, though, so yeah, I'm kind of pulling the plug on that particular joke. Great to be here, of course, once again, seeing the very best teams in the Brawl world battle it out. And for one of these teams, mainland China, they've never won a set at a World Finals, Trav. And now they're out here in force.
I mean, you know, one set, it's going to be history in the making if China are able to do it. If they take down Luminosity, that's going to be history in the making for, like, every single team. Luminosity looked so strong throughout that previous matchup against an opponent like Revenant Esports. I can't help but thinking that BC Gaming aren't going to be at that same level, but I really hope that we see something special for them.
We heard from BC Gaming, they've been pretty upfront about the fact that, yeah, they maybe don't feel as experienced as the rest of the world. You know, the mainland China qualification process also looks quite different, the way they get here to the World Finals. They do win a monthly final, this team, and then they qualify for an elimination round, which is quite back and forth, and they just squeak through in a 3-2 win. What I've been hearing, though, is that the drafts from this BC Gaming team have drastically improved. That's something, obviously, that's been assisted with the addition of some coaching staff here. They're staffed up. Last time we saw mainland China on the main stage, one player was attending. It was one player versus the world, with the other two having to play from the hotel. It's a different playing field now, and like I said, they are out in force. You can see coach behind them here, getting them ready. And a quick look at Luminosity Gaming, Trav, in that previous set shows that they're not exactly airtight. Couple of issues, obviously, for them there. Brawl Ball was very hotly contested, so that, obviously, this Luminosity Gaming team still picking up that LAN experience as they go too.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You know, Luminosity, there's definitely some cracks in their performance. They didn't look as convincing as many people thought they would against Revenant Esports in that last one. BC Gaming, as you mentioned, bringing in Philip as that coach, that European knowledge of the draft that obviously will have been lacking in that China mainland region. It's going to help them out massively. And, you know, Philip, he puts teams up against the best in the world, and that's exactly what they need here today.
Yeah, I talked to Philip, of course, and he ran with the team up into the LCQ. They weren't able to make it here to the World Finals, but he's still able to bring his expertise to Berlin City Club. And of course, Alec, the mastermind, sat behind Luminosity Gaming through their drafts there and able to shepherd them through. I've got to say, Patchy definitely looks like he's taken a while to warm up here. It's a couple of issues for him, I think, in that first series. But again, that team is frightening, especially when their draft features so many of these hypercharged brawlers that were extremely impactful. It was a full hypercharged team in that last set for them. Obviously, the Jackie being added in there as well looks even more ferocious when that super comes down. And they've been picking Lu pretty consistently. Probably expect to see that continue to be part of this theme here. So we'll be moments away from jumping in. And this BC Gaming team, it's a mix of veterans from that mainland China region, right? OU and White have been around for so long. Engine, a lesser known player, but they mix that all with the new here. And this is their time to really make an impact, put themselves on the map here. It's a tough ask, and it's a tough group. Now we've seen what Revenant are capable of, Trav. BC Gaming going to have to bring some serious game.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Revenant showed their worth at the LCQ. We knew they were ready to fight against some of the best teams in the world. But BC Gaming, they've got a bit of a veil over them. They've got something to prove, and I think this is the game to do it. If they can beat Luminosity, then we know they can beat Revenant.
Absolutely. Straight here into Brawl Ball. Be field goal coming up first, and straight away that Lu is locked up for Luminosity.
Well, Sandy, the return pick coming in from BC Gaming. I like it. It's going to be pretty good against a few of those hypercharged brawlers. Stu coming in behind that as well. Very good at evading these loose shots, stopping him from getting that super, and therefore stopping him from getting the hypercharge as well.
So far looking like a very brawly draft, though, from BC Gaming, and so the Jackie's always going to be a scary prospect when the fighting gets up close and personal. Once more, we see hypercharged brawlers up the wazoo for Luminosity Gaming. They'll round out their draft with the spike.
Yeah, they're onto something with these hypercharges that work for them.
They're cooking, baby.
They are cooking indeed. Spike coming down as well. Not as much as an influential hypercharge as the Jackie, as the Lu, as pretty much any of the other hypercharges, but it's just such a solid brawler anyway. Always there and always present.
How do we make Spike better? Just make his super bigger. Now, that'd be a scary prospect. Maisie locked up here. We've seen that disengage combined with the shockwave be very effective. So this is really an in-your-face composition. And of course, that Sandy gadget is something we want to look out out for. Being able to stop these hypercharged brawlers in their tracks, stun them up, and then obviously roll over the top of them is going to be very, very important. It's very clear to me, Trav, BC Gaming want to get in Luminosity's faces early and often as possible here on Brawl Ball.
I think it's wise to take this aggression to them. As a more inexperienced team, you've got to take these veterans by surprise. And yes, Luminosity might be all three players' first worlds, but they are seasoned veterans of Brawl Stars esports.
Here we go, everybody, straight into Brawl Ball here. White, of course, will be playing through that mid. Chino lurking on that right-hand side, hoping to get to grips here with a composition from BC Gaming that would like to do the same. Speed zone already taken out here. That's been removed. That's the gadget use already. OU pressuring on the left-hand side. Charles can't get there. And what an opener from the underdogs. Straight out the gates.
I mean, what a way to make an impression. LG fall. They're dropping like flies. White coming forwards with some great performances through the mid here as well. And the Stu, that's what I mean. Evading the loose shots, not feeding those supers. He's going to go down. Sandstorm there too. And the Sweet Dreams behind it should close this one out instantly. It's there, and BC Gaming making instant impact.
Luminosity Gaming, they switched the Jackie to the left lane to try and have a little bit more stopping power against that Sandy. But again and again, that Sweet Dreams will ensure a win in the 1 versus 1 and then collapse onto the rest of Luminosity Gaming. What a save in the make rather. And the only person that doesn't look surprised right now is Philip. He masterminded this draft and he knew exactly what the objective was. What a start here, Trav. Already though, serious aggression as OU wants to pressure up. He's flashing already that gadget. So Patchy needs to be wary. In the back, it's going to be Engine getting the better of Chino. Super comes down though. Patchy finally buys some breathing room for Luminosity.
Maisie Super ready to roll. Coming through now. Chino's going to get knocked back. Slowed down. But Engine trying to find the angle around the left. Hypercharge now available and ready to roll. But needs that Super first.
Need to hit 2 with that Maisie Super to get it back instantly. Engine doesn't quite connect there. And there's Chino. Aggressive. OU going to fall. That's now the stun off the map for the time being here. Life plant from Patchy. A stay of execution now as Chino will slot the ball in the top right.
Well, pushing forwards now. OU coming back in and he knows he needs to back off. Great Super coming in from Engine. Uses the hypercharge too. Cycle through. But in comes the Sandstorm. Uses it and the hypercharge gets the kill. But shuts off the ball. Dash through from White though. OU still lays there. So hypercharge slowed down. Grabs the ball. Great defense from Chino.
Chino now surges ahead. Hypercharge obviously still in hand. Patchy now on the left-hand side. OU's taken down with the 2 versus 2. White fancies a little bit of brawling here with Charles. And Engine now returns to the fray. BC Gaming slowing it down just a little bit here. Still a minute 12 to play.
Stu Super is ready to go. Can evade some shots. The Sandstorm is there as well. Stops Chino from healing. Has to back off quite far, but Stu taking a lot of hits to the face. Has to back off too. Hypercharge, Patchy, Charles. Chino should be coming in shortly as well, and that is going to make a big difference.
Luminosity Gaming maybe wanting to lean into the hypercharge. Patchy able to catch OU, the larger Super helping. Shockwave from Engine pushing out towards Chino. Holy moly, doesn't quite find the elimination, but now it's White all alone inside that Super, and eventually he's frozen stiff, but it buys enough time for OU to get back out of those goals. 38 left in the round.
Great dash coming in there from Engine. I mean, the gadget did hit, but OU's going to go down, and now some aggression coming back in from LG. Engine's going to need a Super. He's going to need a hypercharge. Dangerous! Gets the storm, but not enough. Luminosity, 25 seconds on the clock left, and it's 1-0 up.
Slow and steady. Get Chino forward with the ball and walk it in. White wants to push up here now. Real aggressive posture in the middle of the map, but this time Chino gets the better. The Super comes out. OU caught inside. They're sticking around, and now White will be drawn in as well. Luminosity Gaming happy to stand where they are. That 1 goal will be enough to even up the set.
BC still looking good though. In my eyes, the more dominant team throughout that game had control for the most part, but when it mattered, Luminosity really struck with a lot of force.
Luminosity have a chance to reflect here on how that set, or rather that game went. How do you play around that Sandy gadget? Just how do you avoid getting stunned up and knocked out of the game straight away?
I mean, it's a huge thing for them to be able to do. They've got to just, get them down before they get to this goal mouth. And yes, it's difficult when that Sandstorm comes down, and that's why it's such a good combo. But I can't help but feel like White is playing like an absolute demon here, getting around the back lines once again.
Chino's already shrugged off a stun from Engine in that top corner, or rather OU. Engine pushes out. The life plant wasn't enough to keep Patchy standing though. Engine wants to come forward, catches Charles, and there's White, slots it in from long range. Another great opener for BC Gaming.
I mean, these guys are playing out their minds. Sandstorm is there and ready. OU's going to place it down, but they can't find the pathway in. Super is there from Patchy as well, but OU looking for the pinch, should be able to get it alongside White. Does go down. Now the pincher on the right-hand side. Charles the only one left on defense, but White moving forward. Gonna have that engine hypercharge coming in behind them as well. Stun ready, but didn't go for it. Felt too low and wants to reset this push.
Yeah, OU still holds onto that gadget. Backs on up here. Patchy gets caught there by Engine, still dangerous. Position to be in. Here's the Shockwave. Engine wants to surge ahead. And BC Gaming, unbelievable start. Absolutely underrated by everybody. And come in here with a dominant set win on Brawl Ball. They don't look surprised, but I bet you better believe the rest of the world is.
I mean, making China Brawl Stars esports history already. First game and a set on the board against a team like Luminosity is huge for this roster. And as you said, massively underestimated by the whole world. And that has got to feel bad for Luminosity.
About that, like you said, one milestone down. The monkey is off your back. You have now, as a region, finally won a set at a World Finals. Let's have a look back over this. Sandy really leading the charge, of course, that aggressive gadget usage, but like you mentioned, White, a demon in the mid.
He was making so many moves, speed zone in certain spots, but OU with these sweet dreams, making all the plays, finding the goals, and there was just some absolute brilliance from all members of BC Gaming. Engine had his moments, White playing through that mid, but OU, the main man on that Sandy.
And very clear to see Luminosity like we're favouring or hoping for a bit more of a mid-range game. But again, I mean, Maisie is absolutely ferocious. The fact that she can close the gap with that gadget, the hypercharge, of course, on the super just to fire that extra damage off. You see it play out here. In a pinch, you have an incredible amount of burst damage, combined, of course, with the Stu that can be anywhere in a pinch. You have a very, very dominant composition here, and you can see the stats tell the story pretty clearly here. Patchy definitely looks warmed up after that first series here, but Luminosity already under fire from all directions here. And again, this could really throw this group into a very interesting place. If BC Gaming can continue this kind of trend, we'll have a lot of potential 1-1 teams coming out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. This tiebreak is going to be a huge thing if Berlin City manage to get wins. And then Revenant have to do the unthinkable and defeat BC as well if they manage to win it. And I mean, look at these predictions. 87% of the public thought Luminosity were going to take this one. And that is a convincing number. But the 13% of you are going to be feeling good so far.
I mean, I don't blame sort of people for voting in this manner. I mean, information is a little limited about some of these teams out in mainland China. Trying to get a read on them. Remember, they're not playing a monthly final sort of every month. So there's long gaps in between showings from this Berlin City Club roster. Obviously, the addition of Philip now and that bolstering in the coaching role also really changes the complexion of this team. And it's pretty clear to see that Luminosity Gaming not expecting this level of resistance once they hit the stage.
I mean, not only was the draft beautiful, though, that's the thing, Philip bringing that to the table. But even with a good coach, the gameplay has to be perfect to play at this caliber of the World Finals as well. So clearly, the Chinese players making a big, big impact here at the World Finals. 8-Bit's going to start things off for them in safe zone, and it's a great starting hand.
Strong mid, obviously very durable for a technically sharpshooter brawler, and cheat cartridge also allowing you to make quick TPs across the map here. No surprise to Eve, obviously banned out. Colette also taken away. This time, I don't think BC Gaming, they don't want to deal with that Lou, who's just been dominant in general. Another bell pick here for Luminosity Gaming. We saw this one snapped up by them on Bounty previously. Cordelius as well. Some very, very powerful brawlers here. Cordelius, a frightening duelist.
Well, I mean, I like the bell. Obviously going to be able to bounce between 8-Bit and the turret and all the people surrounding that, trying to get the extra damage off that booster as well. So I think it's a pretty solid pick, and especially with how slow Engine's going to be on that 8-Bit, he's going to be able to find a lot of connections, a lot of marks. And usually, we see those extra credits come through, which means the TP away isn't really going to be that influential.
Once you gain map control as well, being able to place nest eggs in enemy territory on a map like Safe Zone, which is features that choke, is scary. Chuck going to be picked up here for BC Gaming. Quite the pick. What are your thoughts here?
I mean, it's brave. It's very brave and very bold from BC Gaming. I mean, I know this is a Philip special right here because this is so solid on these kind of maps, but it either destroys or it gets destroyed. That's the issue.
Feast or famine, baby. That seems to be the theme here for BC Gaming. They're going to round out the composition with the Nani here. Always the potential to swap places with Peep and get yourself a one-on-one date with the enemy safe. One more pick here for Luminosity Gaming now, and you have to think about, okay, how do we play around this Chuck? Again, mobility something that wasn't featured very strongly in this BC Gaming draft after having just picked that 8-bit, but now they've got plenty of it. Brock going to be coming in here. Rocket Fuel, obviously, to open up the map a little bit more. That long-range potential, though, is really why he's such a mainstay on maps like this.
Yeah, I mean, you can try not feed White all you want on that Chuck, but he gets his super anyway. That's the thing, you know, even without hitting shots, even without getting hit, his super is always building up, putting down those checkpoints and chugging towards that safe, and that is where BC Gaming are going to be able to thrive. It's whether or not they're going to be able to survive that long on the safe and get the damage with the Chuck that's the issue. And as I said, you know, you either destroy that safe or you get destroyed yourself.
Understandably a little shell-shocked. Luminosity must be coming into the set, but it's time to recover and reset. See White in the mid there with that Nani. Chino, of course, will have some durability with a positive feedback here, but needs to connect some of those shots, and already those poles being erected by OU. Patchy does know the fight gets taken to him very quickly once Chuck gets rolling. Here it comes, OU in. Patchy, though, straight away. Consummate duelist is Cordelius and handily dispatches that threat.
Beautiful stuff there from White, though, to even things out, get the shots back, but early percentage there for there for Luminosity, sorry. 5% is all that is on the safe. Cordelius going to be able to defend this this Chuck very easily here. Takes him to the Shadow Realm and cleans him up quite nicely. And the nest eggs, as you said, being set up.
OU more than happy, though, to make that kind of push over and over again. If it can put BC Gaming in a dominant position, Patchy will very quickly have to respond. Damage amplifier deployed here by Engine on that right-hand side. Now that 8-bit becomes that much more of a threat for Charles, who does have range, but doesn't want to stand there too long. Great mark. That's going to catch on to OU before he can start to pressure that safe down, and Patchy now takes space in mid.
Yeah, well, no TP there away from Engine. Obviously going to be using the extra credits, but has to get the safe to get use of that. Another wall break coming through. Oh, you're going to move towards Charles, and now towards the safe. Cordelius coming back for him. Might get taken down, though. Nani coming forwards, cleans that up, and we're seeing the setup come through now. More of these poles being put down, and White unsafe. They do take the lead, but it's been all Luminosity so far.
Still, BC Gaming able to stave Luminosity off their safe there, and here comes OU chugging straight forward once more. That safe down to 72 again. Patchy called upon to get rid of the Chuck. But the pressure's been good. Look at this, of course. That extra burn damage coming from the Brock, assisting and bringing BC Gaming safe lower and lower. Here's OU once more, Trav.
Coming through now, gets the shot onto safe, and 8-bit moving forward. TP from White as well, joins him up there. Big damage coming down from BC Gaming. They take the lead once more, but extra credit goes the other way. Shoots it towards the Brock instead of towards the safe, and quickly Chuck shut down again, but it's all a time waste at this point.
That's right, he's drawn into the Shadow Realm, but Luminosity know they need to start to put some pressure down on this safe. We're headed into the last 20 seconds. Engine with another damage amplifier available. If they overextend, OU goes straight past him. He's making a beeline for the safe. This could get close. Luminosity trying to posture now. Some damage coming in from the bell here, but with 9 seconds left here, Patchy and Charles need to set the line of scrimmage forward. Here comes the push. Here's the damage. Now down to 36% of Luminosity Gaming. Snatch it back up in the final moments.
I mean, I think poor decision to use that peep there in the defensive line. You've got to be getting shots. You've either got to get to the safe with the TP or defend yours and stave off that damage. But in the end, everything kind of fell apart for BC Gaming. But at the same time, they still look good.
I mean, that's one of those moments there where, you, like you said, you need to make a decision, but frankly, you need to drive the peep across the map before you can warp blast to it. And obviously being inanimate for the most part means that you cannot help on that defense. BC Gaming here, deep breath. Now to recoup once more. That architecture being set up here by OU to make those constant pushes. Patchy came forward there, took a face load of damage. OU going to be able to bring him down and maybe get a little bit of free safe damage, but instantly he's dispatched.
Even tried establishing that last pole that would have got him directly to the safe, but don't think he got it off. Going to go forwards now with that TP coming in from the Nanny, and that should be some damage from him. But there, the Shadow Realm comes through, and Chuck gets shut down. White still remains, though, getting 4.8k a time. Finds one last connection before he falls, and actually make that another as well.
It's always dangerous when Patchy can just eliminate the player or drag him into that 1 versus 1 arena while they're trying to put some safe pressure down. Luminosity Gaming, though, do take a fair bit of damage to safe in that last push here. Chino trying to make up for it with a couple of shots here and there, and he's marked Engine a dangerous prospect for the 8-bit, but again, OU dives in. Chino somehow able to stay alive, but that Nanny damage is threatening to come around the bollards, and it will catch him out.
Well, Engine just trying to make a move, but constantly marked up by the Bell here. They're handling him really well because he is the main damage dealer on the side of BC Gaming. Now trying to find some ground, but Shadowrun's there. He's going to consume a few mushrooms on the way as well. Going to get burnt down by that damage. Bell joining him on the safe too. They do take the lead once more, but BC always have something to say about it.
I like the aggressive use, though, of that Shadow Realm before OU can even think about going for BC Gaming safe. This time, though, he wants to wrap around Chino. The positive feedback, though, gives him the durability he needs to survive that challenge, and the Rocket Rain will put tons of damage down on the safe. The pressure's on for BC Gaming.
Yeah, well, now Engine needs to establish himself a bit higher up, but OU goes through, gets the kill whilst he's chugging past. Now going to settle that last point on the zone as well. Needs to get Charles here, but he's hiding in the bush, evading well, and gets that set up, though. Engine pushing forward, had some damage, but in the Shadow Realm, not able to do too much. Ooh.
Okay, wins the duel out. Chino, though, is waiting for Engine to emerge, and he takes him down. OU, though, is looking threatening. Charles is going to be caught in the left-hand side of the map now. A lot of pressure being put down. Charles survives, though, in an unlikely scenario, still alive here. We're down to 20 seconds left.
White needs to make the move now. Engine needs to get his super, but Patchy's going to fall. Aggressive position not helping him. Here he goes. Use there for the safe. No Cordelius to defend. Wall blast there too. TP to the safe. Huge from BC. And Chuck's still there too, dealing the damage. Surely a BC game. They finish the safe. And BC back in safe zone.
Once that Chuck gets enough time or has the opportunity to put that last pole down on the enemy safe, you know he is going to be beelining for it off spawn time and time again. Luminosity Gaming here just crumbling for much of the round. They look so solid. They took a lot of map control, but if you give this BC Gaming team an inch, they will take a mile.
Into the deciding game of safe zone then. Engine back round this right-hand side, and Patchy in a great spot early on. But Chuck already got 2 poles ready to roll, but Patchy going to move forward against the Nanny here, get the kill. OU defending nicely, but goes forward instead. Little Nest Egg not going to be put in the best of positions, but actually gets super onto safe, and he's being left too.
It looks like Luminosity were happy enough to take that trade, though, with 2 players in aggressive, safe, threatening positions. But OU spent a lot of time behind enemy lines here, and he did give BC Gaming a brief lead. White, though, a little bit low, marked up, so he knows he'd probably rather respawn if he can. Patchy will dispatch. Shadow Realm now for OU. Very, very difficult for the Chuck to avoid. Impending doom as Patchy bears down upon him. Now we've got 3 players to threaten the safe. White takes a face full of damage as he comes off spawn, and it's another good start for Luminosity.
Big damage, another Shadow Realm once more for OU as well. Patchy going to be able to get out there with the jump also. Brock damage just raining down constantly, and Patchy dominating the Chuck time and time again. White's going to fall too. Brilliance from Patchy.
Oh, it's over.
Brilliance from Luminosity, and that's done. 1-1 now as Luminosity take Heist.
And they look so much better. Luminosity, when they can be aggressive, they can send that Cordelia super forward and go, no, we're not going to use this to defend our safe. We're going to take you down to 2 players, and then we're going to collapse with all 3. Much better looks with Luminosity when they can dictate the pace of the game. And this is what you expect to see from one of the top teams coming out of NA.
Yeah, I mean, bringing it back to 1-1, nobody expected BC Gaming to even get a set, and they're really contending against Luminosity Gaming, even more than Revenant were, and that's saying something. Revenant came off the back of LCQ, flying high, won with flying colours, and at the moment, BC are looking better, and that's got to be worrying for Luminosity.
Looking back over this, again, we like the draft from BC Gaming, right? The 8-bit is always a problem, and OU, a real nuisance here, always finding a way to put pressure down on the safe. But at times, Luminosity said, okay, we'll take the 3 versus 2 while you put a little bit of damage down on our safe to ruin the rest of your team, and then have 3 players in positions to put damage down ourselves here. So, again, a double-edged sword that Chuck seems to be, and you kind of pointed it out in the draft. It is feast or famine. We got a little bit of both here from BC Gaming, but not enough for a 3-course meal.
Yeah, well, it all pretty much needs to be... This next set is such an influential one, that's the thing. BC win it. They put themselves in a dream position to be able to take this first game against one of the favourites. And look at those kills. Patchy, 21, 348 DPS. Got to be the MVP through this one. I know he might not get kills, he might not get DPS, but he was the main man getting the damage on the safe. And I mean, you've got to be with Chuck, yes, but still, he was doing his job.
Yeah, look, I think if you can occupy that Cordelius and force him to play defensively, that's a way to open up a lot of opportunities for the rest of your team, especially when you have an 8-bit that can set up behind a damage amp, and obviously the extra credits makes it extra nasty to try and face him down in the 1 versus 1. So generally, it's a B+ from me for BC Gaming on that map. They don't come away with the win, but you see what the plan is, the idea played out in one of those rounds. Now they need to tighten things up a little bit more. Honestly, you could say the same about Luminosity here as we head into knockout. It'll be Gold Arm Gulch for our third set.
Well, knockout, surely got to be favouring the team who's going to be able to control more. And at the moment, I feel like Luminosity are a very aggressive team. North America always say the rest of the world plays knockout so slow. And that's either going to be a punishment for them playing it fast, or they're going to adapt, play it slow, and see what BC Gaming
I'm sure they were talking about mainland China when they used that example.
Hey, the rest of the world's the rest of the world, you know?
Because so far, I mean, you think back to Brawl Ball, right? Mainland China, like, we want an in-your-face, we want like a very close-range, aggressive style. Perhaps, a little less so on Heist, even though the Chuck created some of those scenarios. Let's dive headfirst now into the draft. Our bands, of course, here we have Tick. Charlie, no surprise to see a band away here. Piper, locked in straight away for BC Gaming, and why not? Nice sight lines here, a long-range map, great for those sharpshooters.
I still think it's a bit of a bold move, though. Luminosity, notorious for their aggression. And this is something that, Piper struggles against so heavily. Yes, you can get the breaks a bit later on in the game, but the rest of the composition is going to have to kind of all loop into this Piper idea, get the walls broken down. And even if they do, a Brawl like RT, someone who can go aggressive at times, someone who can play defensive, play that sharpshooter, is a great answer to it.
Of course, being able to continue to pressure down that single brawler, so important for that RT. And again, putting pressure down on that Piper, closing the gap, especially if she is without that super. That's where things get pretty dangerous. And then, great point. I think BC Gaming locking the Piper is a green light for Luminosity to draft a composition that will close the gap consistently. Sprout here as well to control much of the map. Going to be a constant nuisance for BC Gaming.
Yeah, what BC break down, Sprout will rebuild. So Luminosity Gaming definitely have a bit of an answer now to that Piper, and especially in this late game, if the wall comes down, blocks people out of the way, then it's perfect for them. And if not, RT's going to be there to stomp down and get those kills at close range.
And how easily can you cut those Piper sight lines off with one Sprout super?
I mean, it really is so simple. White not going to be able to get the amount done that he does desire. And obviously 3 shots is all it takes for a Sprout. But BC Gaming, pivot, going to go for the Buster, don't want to go all out sharpshooters, don't want to go all out long range, so they're going to bring some big close range damage to the table.
For Luminosity pick Jackie into Buster on Brawl Ball, so maybe don't expect to see it here, but they definitely have the tech to sort of answer that. They're very durable, very tanky brawler. How do you round out this kind of composition? Perhaps something mid-range? Yeah, still have a couple of sharpshooters available here. No, the Grom, a thrower to round things out.
Definitely changes things up a bit. Has a decent matchup against that Sprout. One-on-one, yes, the Grom will probably win that. But with the help of the wall, with the help of the gas pinching them in, forcing Grom into unfortunate positions, the Sprout is going to be able to exploit that. Grom Bomb, a lot of work to be done at the end with that super. If they're all grouped up, then BC are going to dominate. But at the same time, RT's always going to be there, dropping those legs and stomping down.
Darryl, yep, that green light flashing for an in-your-face aggressive composition. And Patchy says, I'd love nothing more than to close the gap. And that Darryl roll will absolutely do the job. Combined with RT, you have, after super, of course, a real in-your-face setup here. Philip here overseeing things. This is Alec on the other side. Both of these teams really flashing their signature styles, or we assume at least, for Berlin City Club through this draft, and maybe don't expect these rounds to drag out too long. I feel like first order of the day will be to deal with that Piper.
I mean, it's got to be. If the break comes down, Darryl's going to struggle, Sprout's going to struggle. It's something that, BC are going to be wanting to strive for, and it's something that Luminosity are going to want to clean up quick. Even if it's not just a Piper, they want to finish every round fast.
Charles here looking to set up on the diagonal. Chino threatening enough to force White off that initial powerful sightline for Piper. So we will have some poke going down, of course, as Patchy isn't equipped to close the gap until that super's available. Obviously, Engine gets his just from being close to his teammates, so that montage is online.
Yeah, Patchy the same for him, though. He just gets it off B on the map, and that's a huge thing for him. Chino picks up this wall early on, though. First one to secure the super through getting the shots in. Wall going to be placed down. Not that much of an influential one, considering Grom can throw over that anyway, and it's not helping out that much. But I guess it kind of stops Engine and White from pinching on OU, from helping out with the pinch on OU. But at the same time, these walls just don't seem that influential, and they're cutting out as many ideas as they're making.
Yeah, maybe benefiting Grom as much as the rest of Luminosity. A couple of these hedges. Might be first blood there as Engine finally took a hit. Chance wants to close the gap. Here comes Patchy. Darryl comes on in immediately, even with the montage up. It's not enough. And straight into the gas walks White. He knows he's chalked. Luminosity Gaming just waiting for those supers to come online. And they push BC Gaming off.
Well, a great position for them now as 3 supers in hand. Yes, OU's got his, but it's not that influential in the face of 3. Another wall coming down and stopping White from doing really that much. Now Chino needs to take advantage, but at the same time, OU just cutting off all possibilities of that.
Patchy really exploited the unidirectionality of Montage with getting behind Engine there. So she cannot change direction while that super is active. Speaking of which, all 3 up here for Luminosity Gaming, so a lot to work with now. White trying to posture from a slightly more central position as Luminosity play from the periphery.
Got to be cautious of this roll now, but the wall cutting that possibility off once more. Engine going to be Patchy's main target. Get him out of the way for this late game, because the more the glass closes in, the less value the roll's going to have. If you overshoot it, you're going to be putting yourself in a tough position. But just playing it slow. BC Gaming have all 3 supers, don't want to feed anymore. And once Chino runs out of gadgets, that's it for him.
See, the hedge is important for that map control here. Allows Patchy to play from a bit of a more scary position. We're going to have a fight in just a second here. Patchy going to be rolling on in, and the shield is almost enough to get the job done. But the damage in that fight so consistent from White's Piper.
I mean, BC Gaming did not look like they were going to come out on top of that one, but a lot of shots from Piper, a lot of shots from OU, helping out Engine and allowing him to survive. Good early connections there from White as well. Still has this jump, but hasn't broken the map so far.
LG now. Put on notice there from BC Gaming. When backed into a corner, they will bite. Patchy here as well, staying towards the edges now. Doesn't really want to reveal himself and give White any free damage here. Same can be said of Grom. If they could start a fight before Grom Bomb is available, that might be an option. So Poppin is up. Montage also available here for BC Gaming. We'll play it safe probably until that gas starts to creep in.
Yeah, well, I mean, even at the same time, he has that shield up. Sprout can still shoot over him. Patchy can roll through it. It's just really stopping Charles from getting the damage in, and that should help them out quite a lot in this matchup at the moment. OU still looking for this Grom Bomb now, gets it, and that is going to be huge in the late seconds. What a homemade recipe from White, sneaks its way through, right in between those 2 brawls. In comes Patchy, says no from Engine though. 2v1, Charles could drop his legs with the jump away. They're not going to be able to do too much. They clean up and take the game. Chose not to drop his legs. Seemed a little bit weird for me in that circumstances. If you don't, it's a loss, and if you do, you have a chance.
Man, force-fed that homemade recipe to find the first pick on the perfect target, the least durable target on the side of Luminosity Gaming, and just a little thing, that slow-mo replay usage there from Buster to drag Daryl out of a position to threaten those squishier brawlers. Great response there from BC Gaming and a very well-earned map win. They're going to go hard early here. It's just going to be Charles left in a 1 versus 2 here. Engine, though, taken off the map, but you can't feel good as RT in a 1v2 here.
I mean, can he win this? Grom shooting over the walls. Piper got the range advantage on him. It's so difficult for Charles to do anything at all in this position. Maybe just doesn't really want to feed, trying to evade the shots until the gas comes in. But still, OU finding some shots.
Doesn't it really feel like a viable strategy? It's the only one that Charles has available to him right now. While having the Sprout there to regain any kind of map control. No Daryl to threaten the engage. And I'll give it to you straight, ladies and gentlemen. This one is a very tough one for Charles to win out.
Yeah, I'm just waiting now for this gas to come in. Heading down to the bottom to try and evade these shots, stop the supers from coming in, and straight into that gas. BC Gaming know it. They know they've won this round, and one more will take the set.
Charles there as well, knowing better to just walk away and not feed any potential supercharge. No reason to try and take a lopsided 1 versus 2. Into the second round now. Montage popped early. Patchy going to go on in here with the Daryl roll, but doesn't win out the duel. It'll still be a trade. Now the 2 versus 2 is Chino straight into the middle of the map, pressuring OU down. Goes so low, but White always seems to be a threat. Charles not really a factor in that last little engagement. This will buy some time though. Oh my goodness, it's White. Another homemade recipe connects. And now it's Chino in a 1v2.
I mean, White out of nowhere, Chino can win this, but how influential this game is going to be this round is whether or not Luminosity go down once again and BC Gaming take this set. Shots now coming through. Chino, nowhere to hide, nowhere to go. Chooses to make it a 1v1 between him and the Grom. Has to do that. White has the break though, but he's still got these gadgets to recycle a super.
Yeah, being able to transplant that bush is key, but White goes over the top. It's an aggressive pop and straight into the face of Chino. And White's no stranger to a little bit of argy-bargy. And BC Gaming find themselves 2 sets to 1 up.
Nobody would have predicted this. Nobody would have predicted BC getting a set, never mind being 2-1 up after 3. Beautiful from them. The aggression, the patience, the team play. It's all lining up for BC Gaming.
Again, both teams' compositions had such clear win conditions. A BC Gaming, I mean, the Piper play, you said it's exploitable, right? It definitely exposes a weakness if your opponents can shut you down, and we saw the Sprout picked up for that, that exact reason. But man, when there was an opening for a good homemade recipe, White did not think twice.
I mean, we saw him use the super twice. One to evade a down roll, one to get a jump on someone. It's not what we expected whatsoever. We expect these walls to come down and Pipe to be able to thrive. But with the Grom, with the Buster, they had to pivot. They had to change the game plan, and I think they played it perfectly.
I just love, bringing in that Buster gadget to intervene when Patchy is trying to engage on this Daryl. When you make it very, very hard for Luminosity to get their ducks in a row, or at least to start off a fight the way they want to, you really put pressure on them. I mean, White, I think it was that second round, he hits like 3 huge taps in that overtime, within the space of as many seconds, and really locks things up for his team. Yeah, no surprise to see Charles in that position. I mean, we are having longer, more drawn-out rounds, but he never really had a chance to survive that first engagement. He barely can trade his life for that Buster in some cases.
Well, BC are ahead. A long road for Luminosity to go on now. They have won their first game. They're still in a good position, even if a loss does occur. But all it takes is Revenant beating BC, and we've got a big tiebreaker to go through.
Spicy one.
BC Gaming then, on to this decisive set. Do they beat Luminosity Gaming in a 3-1, or do we go to a set 5?
Having to do it on split as well. Quite a unique map, to be sure. Heading into Hot Zone here, we obviously saw Dueling Beetles earlier on today. This one plays out very, very differently, owing largely, of course, to all of that terrain in the middle part of the map that separates these points, makes those throwers a much more viable option. We've seen Lou picked up constantly on this particular map. I wonder if we see that to be the case once more, all banned out, as we saw from BC Gaming. They did not want to deal with it on that previous map. Let's jump now into the draft.
You've got to expect a ban on that Lou. Surely nobody has. I mean, it's a lot less influential than on the other Hot Zone maps. 2 zones means he can't cover the entire thing, can't dominate that one singular zone and get a lot of percentage. It's more split up, so I can see why Lou might slip through, but should still be picked up along the way. Stu returning once more for BC Gaming, and that just alone makes me scared for Luminosity.
And that speed zone can be really hard to remove on this map. That Stu can make things much easier for his teams if they want to go for that 2-1 split and make it very, very hard for your opponents to connect with those projectiles. Obviously, Charlie still being banned out here. Both teams getting rid of the Gal. They don't want to deal with that Twister to lock them off of any of these zones. And of course, getting knocked into a wall by that Super is not where you want to be. Luminosity here, this draft has to be absolutely pristine. The roughs will be picked up.
Well, I do like the roughs. Gives them a bit of bouncing around the sides. Colette, hypercharge is so strong, but at the same time, they're going to be heavily reliant on these roughs wall breaks coming down, opening up the map and allowing her to really thrive. Otherwise, there's just no angles for her to peek round. Maisie coming back once more. And, they're just picking up these brawlers that they've tried, they've tested, and that have worked. Barley going to join the mix as well. Good in the early game, but if Luminosity do what they need to do, break up the walls, have Colette do some damage, then Barley's not going to have that much to hide from.
Mortis! Okay. Well, I think the cat's out of the bag here from Luminosity Gaming. Again, when you're dealing with throwers, even White to some degree, who has some mobility via the gadget, and Shockwave is a scary prospect. But once you get a Mortis in there, you start to cut a bloody swathe through them. This is a bit of a gamble. Safe to say, Mortis always, as we mentioned earlier on this series, can offer that feast or famine theme to your gameplay. Luminosity now are well and truly on the back foot here. To be 1-1 in their group, all of a sudden throws what was a certain placing, a certain advancement to that top 8 into serious question.
Mortis. Definitely make or break on that Brawl. Apache not going to have the best of times. With a little rotation from Chino, it should all be fine. OU should be running this sticky syrup mix of constant rotations from both BC and Luminosity to try get these desired matchups.
Chino maybe wanted to try and rotate into the 2 versus 1. But here, going to try and deal with White. Very, very hard for the Stu to sort of deal with this now, but See the plan there for OU trying to play defensively. White, though, gets the better of the Mortis. Not a great start for that double-edged sword pick. Now we'll split the map as Chino comes back off that respawn, but OU will be constantly zoning on that Barley.
Long dash as well, not even using this Gasser heal.
Yeah.
Zero drag coming in from White, and that's going to be able to get him away from Chino quite quickly, but not give him the desired heals whilst in there. 51 to 50 now as 1% did come through from White. Going to break down that wall. Not going to be the best for the Barley, but at the same time, some good work against the Mortis. Wall break now starting to happen more and more. Whether it's the stew, whether it's the... I mean, Chino's being cleaned up. He's not doing a lot, but it's still pretty much even.
Chino was on a clock, though. He had to go in and find a kill before the respawn of White came through. Now Chino on that left-hand side. Engine, though, not having as much luck. Patchy can get a lot of damage indirectly off those walls. The sandbags thrown down as well, maybe just to push BC Gaming back. Luminosity know they have the edge if they can just hold this left point now. That's all they need to do.
And three of them are going to go over there, but a super surely should be available from OU soon, and that's going to clean him out. There it is now. Throws it over. Chino going to go in.
So close.
He's hitting the walls, but still getting the kills. It's even, but actually
BC are ahead.
1% in it. Chino going forward. Doesn't get his super in time, but he throws it left instead of on himself, and now LG are ahead.
Okay, Engine, though, going to be able to force Patchy off that point, but here comes Chino once more. Now Super throwing out that extra durability. The heal is clutch, and OU can only look on as Luminosity lock up this first round.
But boy, was that close. BC almost had the Mortis down on that right and were ahead. So close for them, but just not enough. Luminosity coming out on top. Once Chino got started, it worked, but it took him a long time to get going.
And again, you see the game plan here for both teams. It's pretty standard. You trade those hot zones to start the map, and then you look for a way to get that Mortis behind enemy lines. Again, it's a little bit hard for Mortis to push into a Maisie if she's holding onto that super, if she has some mobility. But it paid off for Luminosity. A close one, though. This has been such a back-and-forth series.
Well, BC starting on the left in a more dominant fashion this time. White going to get a connection, rotating over. Wall break comes in. Maybe a little bit too ambitious there. Sandbags down for Patchy. Not going to be cleaned up by OU just yet, but a nice defensive play from Engine to keep OU in the mix.
Forcing the super to a degree here. Engine able to back up now as Patchy does succumb on that left-hand side. Chino, though, will be able to pick up the supply drop and then dash away. Charles, time to collect thrown in, but White's able to definitely avoid it here. Charles got to be stuck on that last call. There is no escape for the less mobile Colette without that super. Chino, though, again will want to close the gap. White looking to dash away to kite away the Mortis, and he's successful. Charles now has to make something happen on this right-hand side. It's Patchy who intervenes from the left, though. Sandbags, not enough to save the Ruffs.
OU playing this out of his mind here. Throws down that last call as well. Should get a lot of damage on Chino. Along the way, White coming forward to get the damage in. Huge from BC Gaming to get this done here. Engine going to go forward. Hypercharge use gets the kill, but Charles back in. Wall break along the way as well, but BC running away.
Here we go. Charles in. What another dash from White here, but he can't escape from Chino. Luminosity Gaming now need to play defensive as well. Such a big lead here from BC Gaming. They are stacking on that right-hand side and finally have it locked up. But they cannot let BC Gaming get free time on here. Here comes a Mortis, but White's going to be able to take Chino down. The shockwave came out and Charles explodes. It's all BC Gaming now. They will even up the set here. This time, White, absolutely untouchable.
Match point for BC Gaming from the China region. Everybody underestimated them. The world did. Luminosity did. And they're now about to be punished for it unless they bring something, anything, out of somewhere.
This group has gone from one of the most clear-cut to now one of the most compelling, not to mention the storylines included in it. BC Gaming out of absolutely nowhere threatened to end the series here. Chino does not want to have to be an onlooker, though. Straight behind enemy lines he goes.
Yeah, well, a little bit of super there from White. I think maybe he missed his gadget button, choosing to not use that break just yet. Should be cleaned up by OU, but a good dash from Chino keeps him away. Actually, the burn down damage from the stew coming in clutch, getting him down, and now makes it a White versus Charles 1v1, and that's one that White should win.
White goes straight in. Charles popping the gadget here. Gonna need that extra damage if he's gonna find a solo kill, but doesn't fancy taking it. Chino on the left-hand side collapses though on Engine here. White still wants to play forward, but Patchy is clutch there with the sandbags, and OU now needs to play properly aggressive to get rid of the Ruffs.
Well, power-up is on Chino now. Engine taking some heavy fire from Charles. Not going to be the desired outcome. OU going to get some shots in. Chino going aggressive, but should fall to White. He's going to assume that position on the right-hand side, but over the left, LG dominates.
That opening from the Mortis, though, does give Luminosity a little bit of a buffer. It's 2 to 3% at most here. Last call will force Patchy off the point on the left, but BC can't really capitalize. It's Mortis again. He does connect the super onto White here, but White definitely steps away. Chino's going to burn down again. White looking to dominate that matchup once more, but into the backline goes Charles. Time to collect indeed, and it will be a lockup on the left for Luminosity. Now all eyes turn to the right, but they are so far ahead. They are going to look to take this one all the way, and BC Gaming can't do a thing about it.
Luminosity make it happen. Set number 5 coming up next. Couldn't close it out, and that is a match point that they might regret come this next set. Luminosity looking good towards the end. Risky draft, risky plays, but the bet paid off.
And what more could you ask for? The Revelation team coming out of North America, Luminosity Gaming up against the relative unknowns, the dark horses, the yet to win a set on LAN, BC Gaming. We have this second series of the day going all the way to 5 sets.
Nobody expected it to be this exciting, and a set number 5 definitely not. But LG coming into this one with the momentum, looking good after that last set. But you can never count BC out at this point. They had moments. White played it perfectly, playing the Mortis matchup just incredibly. And I mean, yes, Chino had his moments, but he was handled pretty well for the rest of it. And honestly, Charles played it perfectly, handled Engine when he needed to, played different aspects of the game. And I think, you know, he's one of the main reasons why Luminosity didn't fall out of this game.
Really, do you want to be forced into any 1v1s or solo situations as Colette? Because of that % health damage, you really, without the gadget, need some help. But he really stood his ground in a big way here. Again, you saw when the Brawl really broke down, Engine's able to find some value here, but this is Charles going super aggressive right there. Time to collect that really opened the map up. In a very similar vein as we saw at the start of the series. Once Luminosity Gaming can really go aggressive, can really push over the top of BC Gaming, that's when they get big leads, and that's how they're able to comfortably, in the end, close out that hot zone map. White, I mean, I'm not surprised. 389 DPS, hitting so many of those shots, and avoiding many of those Mortis supers. Really, that's what you need to do to win in that 1 versus 1.
Yeah, don't want to be feeding those, because the chains and the heals that he gets off them are just incredible. Puts him in a position of dreams. Hard Rock Mine on Gem Grab will be the decider between these two teams. Will Luminosity head to day number 3? Or will BC Gaming show them what they've got once more and take this one in a surprise upset?
We get an absolute classic here to round out the series. I mean, if you're not familiar with this particular map, get on in there. This one goes back quite a long way, and it's a map that both of these teams will be incredibly well versed on. It's also one that offers such a diversity here in draft strategy, and that's where I'm thinking next. I want to see what else Philip's been cooking here. Can the coach, can this BC Gaming squad get over this last hurdle and throw this Group A into utter pandemonium?
I mean, that's the thing. They're kind of throwing Revenant a bit of a lifeline in there as well. So,
surely.
You know, Revenant might be cheering for Luminosity to just get them out and want to do the work themselves. Or they might feel pretty confident against BC Gaming. Bans coming in for Hard Rock Mine then. The Shelly, the Lou. No surprise. Stu going to be banned out as well, and White on that Brawler. I'm not surprised. But Sandy coming in for Luminosity this time instead of the BC Gaming we saw before.
What a menace Sandy was on that Brawl Ball set. Constantly multi-stuns, turning the tables of Luminosity Gaming, immediately putting them on the back foot in that series. Charlie here, of course, banned out Rosa. Also taken away. Such an issue if she can get into those bushes, into your back line. And a big sigh there on stage for BC Gaming. This is not the time to let the jitters get the best of you. Pave the way to greatness here with a great draft, and it will be once more Buster leaned on by BC Gaming.
Bold from BC Gaming. Tank as a first pick on a map like this leaves so many options open for them to be able to get counted out.
To exploit it.
Rosa banned out, and I mean, Buster, the next logical pick, I would imagine. Shelly and Lou banned out by Luminosity. To be fair, those are a couple of counters out of the way, and then they're going to take a spike, which would have been another.
Yeah, look, really serviceable side laner on this particular map. Can also be a pretty safe play to mid that life plant to give you a bit of a window, especially up against a Sandy composition that will look to close the gap. It's a strong prospect indeed. This BC Gaming squad, like we mentioned at the start of the show, a mix of veterans from this mainland China region, and Engine, who's really turned up in a big way now, showing that young blood might have been just what this team needed. Second pick here now, really being deliberated on by Luminosity Gaming. It'll be Maisie brought into the fold.
I mean, Maisie has gone from a position where nobody wanted to touch her to now a position where everybody wants to get their hands on her, because there's pick's been coming through time and time again. We've seen it all the way throughout these first couple of matchups. And Luminosity have this last pick. Clearly, it's a very solid pick against that Buster. Against Spike, though, it might struggle at that mid-range.
Yeah, Apache obviously will look to operate through the middle of the map. And once again, it's the answer to Buster that we saw out from Luminosity Gaming. The Jackie getting locked in. The Jackie, though, definitely struggled at times on that Brawl Ball set to really put pressure down or get past that Buster. But once you do, once you ignore that montage, once you can get to the soft underbelly of a composition protected by that tank, that's when you find your best value.
The presence of a designated mid just seems to be missing from Luminosity Gaming, though.
Yeah.
Yes, you know, Maisie has that mid-range. Yes, Sandy has a bit of range, but I feel like they're just depending so heavily on those lanes destroying what's down there to be able to play through this mid in their opponent's bush, behind their opponent's walls. BC Gaming, on the other hand, have the DPS, have the range, and have a designated mid.
How do you feel about Lola now getting locked in last here for BC Gaming?
I don't mind it. It brings the DPS that's needed to be able to deal with the tanks, but also has a decent amount of range, has something to be able to tank some shots if some Maisie shots come forward, and I think it's a pretty solid pick.
Yeah, freeze frame can be really crucial in a pinch there. Having a life plant-esque effect of being able to block some of those projectiles makes it really hard for Maisie to secure those kills, even though she does feature that longer range. Hard Rock Mine, everybody. It's a decider set here in our second game of our World Finals, and BC Gaming come from nowhere into a position to threaten the favourite from Group A.
Well, LG starting as they should, in their opponent's bush, behind their opponent's walls, as I said, and now getting pinched down. Engine's going to be able to get that kill, not without Charles, getting a few gems along the way, and Patchy getting some control of the right. Not the position you want to be in as a Buster, playing against this Sandy. You're going to be feeding so much, and the Sweet Dreams can do so much.
Patchy, though, forced back. There's the stun, but Patchy not utilising it for that extra damage, and eventually Engine's going to win out there. Again, that young, untested player turning up in a key matchup. And now that Jackie, Chino created a lot of space, enough for Charles to get 3 gems. But now once more, there needs to be a re-clear of mid by Luminosity. So far, not so great in that regard.
Yeah, BC starting strong, but it's the bursts from Luminosity that are going to be the issue. The Sandstorm coming down is going to give them a lot of control, but a huge gadget from Engine brings both Chino and Patchy in, takes Patchy down, brings Chino low, should be able to get some control back, but whilst that's happening, Charles picks up another couple of gems and almost evens it out.
Yeah, but that Megalomania, though, very scary from OU. That's a light plant thrown down. Chino knows that is the end of the line. Patchy also struggling to get to grips, and Charles, as the gem carrier, could not get involved.
8 is the count now for OU, and a slow down. Huge!
Oh,
Chino's gonna fall. Pinched by OU. Engine going aggressive. Waste Charles is super in there, to be fair. Another couple of gems are there on the floor from BC, and surely a match point's looming.
14 seconds left, and Charles now headed behind enemy lines. We're running into the worst target possible. Montage pop, but the shockwave's going to be there to win it out. Here comes the hypercharge, but Charles is low. Pressure needs to be on OU. But Charles will be brought down at the front door, and here it is, a match point for your mainland China representative, BC Gaming, on the precipice of making history.
Not only have they won their first set, they can now win their first game in a World Finals, and against an opponent like Luminosity, if you can beat them, you can beat Revenant. You can go in as top seed out of Group A into day 3 and put yourself in a position to do well there too.
Just maybe you could beat anyone after that. At least you might feel like it. Again, we'll send Chino behind enemy lines. He will be revealed, of course, as he pops out of the bushes, and instantly those heads turn his way. Engine stunned up, but again, Patchy not able to capitalize on that gadget.
Same as last time now. Charles found by OU, and a nice gadget coming in from Engine there. Pinch should be onto Patchy, but not enough. Shots coming through now, not without feeding him along the way though. But they do have control once more. OU taking a few shots to the face now, and Charles playing it slow.
Again, Luminosity give themselves a staging ground by getting those early 3 gems, but they feed the Jackie to the beast time and time again in order to do this. But once more, Jackie's able to draw BC Gaming back. Charles maybe able to scoop up this gem here, but Patchy's already used 2 of those stun gadgets.
maybe in my mind a little bit early on that Sandstorm from Patchy, not getting the most value, but White is going to go down. Life Plank can't tank that. Chino going aggressive, dragging Engine back, but might be pinched down in the end. Now, maybe overstaying his welcome, and Engine's going to clean him up with the help of OU and White back in that spawn. 5-5, and a super thrown down by OU. Nice stuff to scout out Patchy, not without feeding another Sandstorm though.
Look how aggressive this Sandstorm is though. Luminosity want to play on BC's side of the map. Here comes the hypercharge from Chino when it gets the kill on Engine. OU not able to hold on, and that is a key kill. Chino though will be brought down. Gems safely dropped in BC Gaming territory, but 9 on the board for Luminosity.
Hypercharge ready to roll down the bottom, and I think Spike might have just popped it, throws it out, but no slows in there. Cycles it though. Charles not going to land in it either, and he's missed a couple there. Feel like it's a wasted use of that super and the Hypercharge. But slowed. Not going to be enough though. Chino dragging Engine back in, but he gets the double pull from the slow-mo. OU picking up a couple more gems, but round the back is Chino, and a Hypercharge from Charles will be big for them.
One more gem for Charles, and he knows it, playing towards the middle of the map, and he gets it. They're going to dash out. Chino going to fall within enemy territory here. Charles cannot leave the map open. There's a chance for BC Gaming to continue to snap up the gems. OU's forced to drop them for now. Engine as the tank has to carry them, not where you want to be, and BC Gaming will be left out to dry here. No chance to get those gems back. And we are even in our final set of the series.
Close. So close, but BC Gaming still need one. Luminosity join them on match point as the winner of this game. Luminosity will go straight to day number 3, or BC Gaming will throw a spanner in the works.
For Luminosity's first LAN appearance, they were maybe hoping just to ease into things a little bit, but instead it's been a baptism of fire. The very best from Asia and APAC has been thrown at them so far, and they are barely holding on. Again, less aggressive start here for Chino.
A lot less aggressive, and that's surprising as well. Ego already found by OU, and Chino moving forward, not going to get the most out of it. Taking damage does charge his super though. Patchy moving up, but White dominating the left.
Yeah, it looks like it's Jackie's health pool's being traded for real estate here. Luminosity don't get to keep it. Okay, nice little turnaround there by Patchy on the White. Again, stun used, but getting rid of the spike seems to be the key here for allowing them to collapse onto OU.
Found well there by Engine. Scouts out Chino on that right-hand side, allowing White to know where he is. But Engine moving forward, nice gadget from him, not without feeding that super of the Sandy though. And OU gets pulled.
Jackie,
Chino gets 2! Huge from him. 9 to the count of LG now, and Engine left watching.
Engine stunned up again. Patchy more than happy to keep the Buster busy now. Just one more gem. Sandstorm thrown down for a time. That will allow Luminosity to regroup now. They are one step away from setting this countdown in motion.
Hypercharge ready for Chino as well, but White getting some shots through. Chino trying to get Engine out of here. Super comes from Charles, but Life Plant will tank and waste out that slow value. Engine in a great spot, and a super there, but a stun taken out though. Chino now moving forward, wants to not get pulled in, can't when he's in this form, but OU slowed down. 1 gem needed, but Charles too low to go for it.
Luminosity trying to open up the game here. Patchy, he's flagging, he's going for it, he gets the stun, and Engine is off the map. That is 10 gems now, and BC Gaming have to go for it, but Charles comes in with a shockwave and catches OU. All the gems spilt over the ground, and BC Gaming comes so close, but not close enough. Luminosity Gaming snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. They don't come out of this group unscathed, make no mistake, but they come out of it either way.
Seed number 1 of Group A heading into day 3. Luminosity Gaming played that so well towards the end, but in my eyes, the biggest thing to come out of that game is BC Gaming are here, and they're here to fight.
What a blockbuster! This is a team that had no expectations, and I spoke to their coaching staff earlier and they said, that's exactly how we'd like it. But the news is out. The story is out. BC Gaming are the real deal. And now Revenant have to look on and go, wait a minute. Our odds of getting out of this group are far from certain. I wouldn't want to be in that position, I'll be honest with you, because we have another team here in BC Gaming who loves to play aggressive, has the mechanical skill to back up that in-your-face play style. What a frightening prospect.
I mean, that's the thing. You look at this, you look at the results against Luminosity. They beat Revenant 3-1, and they go double match point against BC Gaming. Logic says that BC Gaming come out on top, but I love a little transitive. I'm sure Revenant will be able to put up a fight here, as I know pretty much all of us predicted them.
Yeah, absolutely. We really thought this group was, as I said earlier, quite cut and dry. Looking across at some of the other groups here at the World Finals, we were like, wow, some of these are really treacherous, really challenging. We thought, wow, Luminosity, okay, pretty soft group to come out of here. Maybe warm up, like we said. No, they are black and blue, and they stumble into our top 8. Have a look here. So much Buster reliance here from BC Gaming. They get so much value out of him, especially that gadget play. But it seemed like if they could exploit White, get that spike off the map, that's where their opportunities started to open up.
I mean, they were on match point. They needed 1 out of 2, but Chino getting those gems dropped, buying Charles some time to get these gems in the mid, huge for them, and a dash away from Charles there, keeping him out of harm's way of the Buster.
Beautiful last moments here. I mean, this was big. I mean, again, go for Engine first, stun him up. Sandstorm, of course, really just makes things, exacerbates the problem. And Charles there sees an opportunity to use that hypercharge. He's the primary gem carrier there, but he says, no, I actually see an opportunity here to take more map control, potentially get a kill. And that's what sets this Luminosity team apart in the very end. But the damage numbers, I mean, oh boy. Yeah, this BC Gaming squad, they be tapping.
Which genuinely surprises me too, because, you know, Luminosity were the ones playing into a Buster. You expect Buster to be taking all that damage, but I suppose Jackie was on the other side as well, and White, OU, and Engine did such a good job of shutting that down. But in the end, when that hypercharge comes through, extra speed, extra mobility, there's just not a lot you can do to defend it.
And it's been, we've heard whispers of this on the internet and the discussion about the field here at the Brawl Stars World Finals in 2023, and everyone said this is the strongest we've ever had at the World Finals. And now we've seen our theoretically bottom team, or the team that maybe no one expected to show up, take Luminosity to the very edge. All of a sudden, the gap amongst these teams closes up so much more, and it promises for an incredibly competitive rest of this tournament. I mean, we look at the schedule today, we're like, oh yeah, a couple maybe chill matches to start the day, and then some bangers. No, mate, we start to finish. We are wall-to-wall bangers here, my guy.
I mean, that's the thing. Now Luminosity have taken down both of these. Yes, both very narrowly. This next matchup decides who goes to day 2, and that is a huge thing for both of these teams. I think it's a bit difficult to call at this point, as both of the games were just so close, and I feel like it's going to be an absolute banger up next.
Let's talk about our MVP from this match, and there are a plethora of options to choose from, Trav. I think it's safe to say it's going to be your boy Chino here. What a series from him. Again, really put in some very compromising positions on a lot of these maps, sometimes having to play in 1 versus 2 scenarios and just hold his ground here. All of Luminosity, though, really showed that individual skill. We knew they had that. Biggest question was, how does this team look at their first LAN? They've been put to the test, and they come out on top.
2 for 2 for Chino as well there on the MVPs, both Revenant and BC Gaming's biggest issue, clearly. And I think he did play very well. But all members of Luminosity have their moments. It's not like they're all kind of just like, all playing well, all playing calm, all playing composed. Each one of them has those moments where they just go aggressive, but also at the same time, each one of them has the moments where they make the mistakes. And I feel like that's what BC Gaming exploited a bit more than Revenant.
How big is this for Luminosity now? You win a couple of really tough games, you test yourself, and then now you have a chance to sit back and watch the rest of the games, right? You have the rest of today off, you have tomorrow off to see how the other 2 groups perform. You've got to be feeling good about some breathing room now.
Yeah, it's nice to get it wrapped up, and it's nice to know that you've got a lot more time than of quite a lot of these teams to get the scrims through, get the practice in. But then again, they don't know who they're playing, and that's the thing. They're going to be watching on till tomorrow, watching the rest of today, looking, scouting their opposition. And I think that's a big thing for them. It's a huge help.
Let's again take a look at where we're at in the grand scheme of this tournament and give you guys an idea of what lies ahead. So here is your Group A, and it has essentially been finalized that Luminosity Gaming at least will be advancing. But every game in this group has had serious implications going forward. And now BC Gaming, who now we realize are the real deal, will go at it with Revenant Esports, and only one more of these teams can advance the top 8. And I'm hard pressed to make a prediction here. That is a very difficult thing to calculate. You tried the transitive property on me.
I was going to say mine already locked in, but also I kind of want BC now. You know, after that performance, I kind of want to switch it, but it's locked in. I'll stand by Revenant. I think they've still got a lot to show.
None of us predicted BC Gaming, to be clear, to come out of this group here. Revenant, though, we have a lot more to see from them there. I feel like Sergeant Clash was really powerful, especially a lot of that Gene gameplay, something we didn't really see featured at all through this series between Luminosity Gaming and BC Gaming. That can be exploitable, that aggressive style we saw from Berlin City Gaming. That's something I'm sure Revenant are keeping their eyes on here. But this is great. We are starting on the front foot here at our Brawl Stars World Finals for 2023. This is just Group A. And now we have two overlooked regions fighting to have a chance to show what they're capable of on day 3.
I mean, it really is so interesting. I feel like Revenant just took too long to get started in their game against Luminosity. At the end, I feel like they look very comparable to that BC Gaming roster in terms of skill, mechanics, how good they're looking in the draft overall as well. Revenant just need to bring what they brought at the end of their Luminosity game to the start of BC, and it's going to be a bang.
But again, they've had to step off the stage here. They've had to sort of maybe lose some of that game time energy, whereas, you know, Berlin City Gaming are already warmed up here. And you've got to be feeling confident, right? You just measured yourself against one of the best teams in the whole tournament, and you have got to feel pretty good about that comparison. This will be our upcoming game, of course. Response, Sergeant Clash, and Trishant will be taking on the now tour de force of Engine, White, and OU. And it almost hurts to say that only one of these teams can advance to our finals day, but that means that we have an absolute banger of a game in store. And to get us headed on a crash course with this matchup, let's head over to Frankie.
Thank you very much. Our first team just sat the last match out, but they've proved they've got what it takes to fight from the playoffs. And if you have seen them in the last chance qualifier, you will know exactly what I mean. Bring on Revenant Esports! Our Indian representatives returning to the stage. Just one game standing between them and the playoffs. And their ambition is not just to make the playoffs, it's to make the grand finals. And their opponents, you've just seen them take it right down to the wire against Luminosity Gaming. BC Gaming! This is Engine's first international LAN. But OU and White have performed on the world stage before, but they have never made it out of the groups. There is magic in the air here. Both these teams are going to be giving it everything they've got to make history for their regions. But who will be taking it? Well, let's head over to Ready and Uber to call the action.
Thank you very much, Frankie. What a way to give us a prelude to a matchup that decides our second team advancing from Group A. Obviously, I'm here now, joined by Ready Set. Great to have you here, man. You have got to be chomping at the bit to jump in because we saw two incredible games to start off Group A.
It's been crazy. I mean, I should have listened to the players more. They're saying that this is anybody's game here at Worlds, and I thought it was going to be kind of chalked here in the very first group, but already anyone who had that sort of line of thinking can chuck that right in the garbage because it is anyone's game.
Yeah, it can be hard to distinguish players sort of playing things down and being modest from, you know, what the actual situation is, but what we're hearing is that through these scrims, many of these teams have taken the measure of Revenant, of BC Gaming, and have said, no, seriously, these guys are not messing about. I think it was like OG tweeted, he's like, this is the most wide open a World Finals has ever been. It makes for great TV and great games of Brawl Stars here. Let's throw back a little bit to what we saw from Revenant, right? We saw a lot of squeak. They really brought a squeak in. A decent amount of Gene now as well, and we saw that Sergeant Clash was really dominant in that position. How's that going to play out here against a team like BC Gaming, do you feel?
It's kind of interesting. I mean, we saw some really aggro brawlers here from BC, and some that we haven't really gotten a taste of quite yet, and competitive Chuck is one of those that I'm really looking out for. Does he make the break outside of Heist? It's a big question mark coming up in our match. I don't know if we saw anything concealed versus Luminosity, considering that Luminosity, I think a lot of people consider to be the objectively...
they're going to leave it all out there, for sure.
Yeah, it's all going to be left on stage because it all comes down to this one match.
We did see a little bit of that Chuck ride. Ring of Fire will be our first map, so we're not going to see Heist until we get to our set 4. But yeah, the Chuck seemed like it really it attracted a lot of attention. It drew players out of position, and obviously with that threat of being able to jump on the safe, it was something that had to be answered pretty much straight away. Ring of Fire, though, just as well Trav's not here, because if Meg makes an appearance, God help us all, he won't be best pleased at all. But this Revenant Esports team is such an interesting project. It combines the very best players from India, the very best players from APAC, players that have, you know, stood on the world stage before, now coming together. We're talking about a team here who some of their players didn't get their visas until, like, 8 hours before they had to get on a plane to LCQ. And there is a world where they're not even here, this Revenant team. So we've got to thank our lucky stars that they've been able to make it here and make Group A incredibly competitive. Would you change your prediction for this last game if you had the opportunity? Which you don't, but I'm just asking, hypothetically.
Honestly, like literally right now, I would change it. I would change it to BC, considering what we saw versus Luminosity. We saw Revenant, I think, a lot quieter when they faced Luminosity.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. They did have a flash of life, of course, on that bounty map. Might have had a lot to do, though, with that strong comp, Gene, Buster, and Squeak we saw from them. Remember, everybody, event.brawlstars.com. That's where you want to be to interact, of course, make your predictions, and win yourself some great in-game swag. That's what we're going to be. That's where I put my predictions in earlier on, and you'll all, of course, be able to watch all the action from that platform as well. We are almost done with our Group A matches here, but this next game is anything but inconsequential. Whatever two teams end up coming out of this group, Ready, Set, I think they are going to be frightening for any of our other group's delegates to face down. They're playing for much more than just that cup on the stage, especially for a team like BC Gaming, who last time at Worlds only had one player standing on stage against the literal world. It's a different story this year. Still, though, predictions heavily favored this Revenant squad.
I think this shouldn't really be shocking, but the results have gone up from what we saw versus Luminosity when we talk BC specifically.
Stonks, baby, stonks.
Yeah, we see major bear market, or no, bull market. That's the opposite.
Bull market. All right, we need to have a chat about your investing strategy, okay? Hot Zone will be coming up first here. Remember, of course, it's that map features a large capture zone with those bushes off towards the sides here. Great map for strong side laners that can look to collapse. Blue is always a fixture on this map, or any sort of brawlers that have those wide area of effect supers. We've seen a spike also brought in as that hypercharge only makes that super that much deadlier.
Yeah, I think we'll see mainly fixed on the ban phase, though, when it comes to Lou. I mean, even before the hypercharge was introduced, he was just such a strong brawler. It's like, okay, I take the brawler whose super is the exact same size as a hot zone, and I put it in the hot zone. It's just like, you know, if I fits, I sits.
Like when a Venn diagram is just a circle. That's what you want to create, right? Again, and with star power's like super cool, and also that gadget, it was fairly easy to freeze players up inside your super already. You did have to probably hit them once, though. Now it's just like, no, you get hit by that, baby, it's lights out. And being able to cycle those supers within that hypercharge window, that's, if you're able to do that, there's basically nothing your opponents can do to come back. Something we saw from Luminosity, actually, stacking their draft with hypercharge brawlers, and on some maps, they just won purely by popping them all at the same time here. Just lean into your opponents, and the stat boost is something that we don't talk about a lot, but they're whopping 20% to so many of those stats is a big difference maker. My friend, let us jump into the draft here for our third match of Group A. Colette snapped up instantly by BC.
All right, we see a taste of purple already on the side of BC here with Colette, but now the response from Revenant Esports. So with Colette over here on BC Gaming, probably Revenant wanting to stay away from too much of the tanky stuff, and this could also be BC affording themselves some of those tanky options too. Pam, usually a fixture here on Ring of Fire. Just get good control, some good healing for your team. Stu, the response from Revenant Esports as well. I think this is very appropriate. Note also Lou banned out. Just all the really good brawlers you're going to see. Charlie mainly staying on that ban phase too.
Speed zone's really important if you want to spend some time on that capture point to apply pressure. Being able to dodge oncoming projectiles really important. Also, that speed boost against potential, Colette supers can be a difference maker, especially if hypercharge is going to be involved. Like you mentioned, of course, Lou banned out already. Buster, no surprise. Charlie almost an insta-ban in so many cases. And the Squeak. So BC Gaming, Revenant have loved leaning on that Squeak here. You're a bit of a Griff aficionado, aren't you?
I do enjoy the Griff from time to time. I mean, he's got that really, really big super, so he can clear things out. Usually get people to back away, especially if they're just at the edge of that super. And that's kind of where you want to be sticking on Hot Zone. Stay just on the edge. Here comes a Poco, though, and now we're starting to see sort of the beefy composition coming out from BC. There's the Pam.
Okay.
This is full-on healing Revenant Esports. They got to find a way to counter out the tanks even more. I honestly really, really do favor BC Gaming over here.
Okay.
Almost no matter what Revenant picked for their last one.
Right, you feel like not only did BC Gaming snap up the premier anti-tank option, they then stack the rest of their roster with the tank, and of course those crazy heals from Poco can be very hard to cut through. So now you scratch your head if you're Revenant Esports. They're definitely having some discussion there with Prime, of course, stood behind them on stage. How do we round our comp up? B, apparently, will be the answer.
And this is something that I sort of started to think about, because B is just always going to be good into Poco. Challenge is that, I mean, your DPS, you have to be matching that up, especially with Pam also on the other side. You can withstand a good amount of those projectiles, and even if you're hitting them back to back to back, you can still out-heal some of that damage. So major concern, have to be hitting those shots. Everyone has to be contributing, right? B is not the single solution.
Yeah, you cannot just try and double tap everybody and have your team come out. But again, we talked about the amount of damage available to you, and of course, pick a card, a very powerful super super. Griff can deal a ridiculous amount of damage as well if he can line people up here. And here we go, everybody. Revenant Esports versus BC Gaming in our last match of Group A. Winner will advance to our top 8.
It all comes down to this. Revenant Esports now making some major advances around the left side. Response, he has a tough lane over here where he's going to be shooting versus enemy he can't really see. Some early wall break from Trishant around the right side too. Affords him a lot more area to move around. They've already stuffed BC Gaming all the way into their backlines in these bushes.
I like this position from Trishant, already generating a lot of threat here. Rattled Hive going to get popped. Sergeant just getting out of range of White. He was looking dangerous. Response trying to dodge around that damage, but Scrapsucker's always a scary prospect to walk into. And now Engine can play that much more aggressively here. Rattled Hive and Engine, he shrugs it off, not bothered at all.
It was just an illusion, really. BC Gaming, they withdrew from the point, but it was all to heal up. Here it's on the right side. Elimination for OU. And he gets to penetrate these bushes. And Revenant's backline is going to be a serious issue. It's going to take a 1v2 to eliminate OU. Response on the right side still is stirring up some trouble. Little super there for OU. And a gotcha gadget pops. Trishant gets the elim. Sergeant's trying to counter out White as well. And here come the heals just in time. Revenant Esports, for now, they will eclipse BC Gaming, who now need to ready up for the next push.
Healing station finally removed. Ready, looked like it was a real problem for Revenant Esports to get through, but just as one disappears, another one is re-erected. Trishant, though, was ready. He takes it down straight away, and Engine falls on the left.
BC Gaming still now only too strong with the Engine returning to the battle. Big kill onto White, and Trishant tries to stuff back this right lane. Big kill onto mid as well, and Revenant Esports look to bring this one home as they cross that 80% threshold.
Sergeant here, now starting to get those double taps in. Engine pops the gadget, but it's not really enough to put BC Gaming in a position to put pressure down themselves. 96% and counting, and that elimination surely is going to seal the deal as Revenant start on the front foot.
Great stuff for Revenant here. BC Gaming, I did really like some of those moves from them where they healed up, they moved in, but they simply stayed off the point too long. You can get the win in terms of kills and things by having that sort of resilience, but you have to stay on the objective.
How do you do that, though? If you lose your healing station and then the PAM is not close enough to get enough damage to generate another one.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen, really, is a problem. I mean, you can stay on the defensive and farm up a super that way, but you're not playing the objective. That's a real problem here. BC Gaming have to find a way to stay on this point just barely, well, avoiding giving any supers to Revenant Esports.
Trishant here will want to move up, take down those bowling pins, of course, with that gadget, and then be able to threaten, have an angle on that healing station, because that's the only thing protecting it right now.
And they're not even bothering putting it behind this obstacle on the right side. They know Trishant's going to blow it up, and OU deals with him handily. Now Response and Sergeant sort of have to back up. They also have to keep OU from getting
Rattled Hive.
Bushes. That's where they're going to be really troublesome. No contact on the Rattled Hive, and BC Gaming are still withdrawn from this point.
Remember, the further that travels, the more damage it does. It would have been enough to clean up White there. Response, got to be careful. This time Trishant wins that battle out on the right.
Trishant still advancing forward. More moves onto White. There's the kill.
There's the wall break.
Tries to push in solo. Response now backing away. Another kill for him, and BC Gaming all quiet.
All of a sudden, you don't have a safe place to put that healing station anymore. Trishant will continue to lean in on that left-hand side. OU flashing that hypercharge here, but it's 63 already for Revenant.
Serious issue. OU now in with a purple, taken down by Trishant. Engine on low health, and White much of the same. His Response tries to stuff him back. An aggressive super that will quickly fall to Trishant's projectiles, and BC Gaming and now storm the point.
And again, how do you have staying power here? Engine popping the gadget to try and give enough healing, but it's not enough. The onslaught is severe. Revenant now return to start getting that capture percentage. Speed zone pop there, but instantly taken down. Trishant still pressuring that off angle, but OU takes him out.
White now trying to move in. He's on such low health. Sergeant's looking for the kills on just a fraction of HP, and OU now looks to circle from behind. Trishant's going to try and deal with this. BC Gaming have to get these guys off the point, though. Response, he's dodging like he's in the Matrix, and Trishant has to bring this home. They're just a few percentage points away from victory. 8%. BC Gaming trying their best 95. To push him off, and aggro super in from White, but it's no good. Revenant Esports take the set.
As soon as that Griff can get in position on the right-hand side, close enough to throw the piggyback down and get 2 instances of that wall break, there's no safe place to set up your healing station. And as soon as the PAM threw it down, the Griff gobbled it up.
It was wonderful. I mean, seeing what Revenant Esports were able to pull out there, despite the constant onslaught of enemies, they just held their ground. They knew when to sort of step back and get off that point as well. It was wonderful seeing them.
And you talked about, the B on her own, not enough to take down this incredible healing. Of course, every attack from Poco heals, plus that healing station. and you said everyone else needs to chip in. And my God, they did just that. Even with Poco Gadget, the Capo heals, plus the healing station, BC Gaming were forced off the point time and time again. Again, OU knew he had to 1 versus 1 against this grip as early as possible, but that's not the best assignment for a Colette, really.
Not necessarily. I mean, though we still saw him make some moves here, Trishan on the right side. You usually see this right lane win, and then everything else collapses. It's so hard to push in on the left. At mid, everyone can double up. And Trishan, he understood the assignment and pushed through, got the wall break just when it needed to be happening. And BC Gaming, despite their best efforts, I mean, we saw some really good stuff from the Colette as well. We saw good use of the hypercharge, some serious damage in from there. But wow, yeah, the scoreline tells a bit of a different story.
Well, and this is what we're talking about, right? If you are not doing damage, you are not getting your PAM supers, you are not giving your team staying power. So much hinges on that. And like you said, they've done their homework, right? Because there's a really clear protocol in place for Revenant to deal with PAM on Hot Zone. They maybe even expected to see it come out here after the Colette was sort of snapped away. I think we see some familiar faces there in the front. Tom, I hope he's busy following me on Twitter.
Well, now would be the time. Now better than any time at all.
And again, they are waiting, of course, for the Tribe Nation to turn up in force later on here. Those last 3 games are going to be ridiculous. Much to play for here. And if you just joined us, we're dealing with, yes, the 2 teams in this Group A that are 0 and 1, but both of them really took it to that Luminosity Gaming squad. And now they have to go through one another to qualify. It's going to be Gem Grab, Double Swoosh comes up here after Revenant snatch up that first set.
Double Swoosh. We like to see some aggro brawlers on that left lane, and then on the right lane, you gotta have something that can scout out those bushes effectively. Plenty of brawlers are up to that task, ideally ones with a larger shot with the vision gear equipped, of course, to notify your teammates of where exactly the enemies are.
Information is the name of the game here on a map like Double Swoosh. Oh, you can just deforestate the entire place. I'm going to trademark that as a word, put it into Merriam-Webster. And again, that's probably a large amount of the discussion here. How do we make sure that we can exploit the lack of vision caused by these bushes or take them out of the game entirely? Again, I think we've been really happy with the drafts we've seen all day, actually. There have definitely been some matches, especially through the BSC this year, that have really been decided by the drafts, and that's been a kryptonite for some teams. Like we kind of discussed, BC Gaming can bring in a coach now, and Philip really has done a lot of work in Europe, understanding how to succeed through the draft here. Buster comes out for Revenant Esports, though, to start things off.
We expect to see this one move up the left lane, probably, but there's still room for innovation. Could see it move somewhere else, maybe even at mid to make a big push. BC Gaming have to find a response to the Buster, and this is a bit of a tough one because he's going to be immune to stuns when he has the super active.
Right,
he has a lot of
vest, man.
Yeah, always going to be an issue, though. There are plenty of brawlers up to the task, and, well, we don't see Colette banned out, so that'd be a fair option.
Shelly, how do you feel about that one?
Wonderful. I think this is a great response. You can play it defensively versus the Buster. You can even flex it onto the aggro lane, so from our perspective would be on the right lane and sneak up on some people with the speed gear active, and now that she has fast speed, she's had it for several months, can be a serious issue.
And again, the hypercharge, the effect that has on her super, maybe not as impactful as for other brawlers, will widen that cone, but it's the raw stat bonus that she gets that makes her even more terrifying to try and take one-on-one. Tara picked up here. Again, having some catch potential via gravity is pretty important. Also help from beyond in a pinch can help to stave off damage coming in your direction. So yeah, maybe nothing that is purely anti-tank here, but I mean, Sergeant Clash does not want to be close to engine without montage, and if the Shelly has super up.
Well, Revenant Esports have another one to go with. Now, we've talked about brawlers that they've picked frequently. They've gone for the Buster. The Squeak has also been a frequent offender. There's the Jessie. Now you're giving me a look right now, but yeah. Jessie's actually a very good brawler here. You put her turret behind one of the indestructible walls. You also use that gadget to slow things down, and she's a very, very good tank counter here. You can also basically prevent an enemy from pushing into mid until it's been dealt with. There's the Amber. So okay. you said deforestate. I say incinerate. Right? Oh. Burn up the bushes. Get rid of that right lane and diminish a lot of the value that Tara usually offers when she's in those bushes.
Yeah, I mean, being able to see a short to mid-range brawler coming from a longer distance is obviously going to be pretty important. We know that Tara is perfect if you're going into a situation with less vision, of course, with that particular gadget. And hey, let's not forget, again, maybe not the most impactful, hypercharge here, but Scrappy 2.0 is a pretty scary prospect to deal with once Jessie pops that. Great. Going to get locked in here for OU.
This is Yeah, an interesting one. I mean, because all these brawlers are going to be taking like quite a few hits to take down. That's really the main downside of Gray, is his DPS. It's sort of lacking. Can sometimes be hard to hit those shots because they're fairly slow and they're very small. But I think really we're going to see a lot of that value coming from the teleport. You can teleport in and out of mid. That's going to be their gem carry, and it's also going to be breaking open walls that we'll usually see enemies hiding behind. So both teams have capabilities for breaking down bushes and breaking down walls.
Yeah, the walking cane, obviously, to knock out some of those bushes. And like you mentioned, a very safe mid option here. Trishart will be in mid on that Jesse now. Already going to be able to snap up a couple of those gyms here. Response happy to take the 1 versus 2 for a time, and here we go. Pressure really getting put down now, and those bushes getting cleared out, denying White the opportunity to sneak up.
Ooh, interesting gadget choice here from White, because we thought support from Beyond was going to be the choice here, but it's actually Psychic Enhancer. Big moves on the left side. Engine manages to punch through that shield just on the cusp of it. And another Psychic Enhancer to find enemies. Trishant ideally would get hooked by OU here. There it is. He's popped out of position, but there's no follow through, and those gems stay rightly positioned over his head.
That's what you mentioned about the DPS a little lacking sometimes on Gray there. You had the hook, the walking cane, managed to catch out. I think maybe White's trying to get value out of that gadget before all the bushes are gone. I'm not really sure, but that was the third use of that one being popped now. Gravity available for the Tara.
Ideally would be popped over here onto Trishant. Gonna try and push through. Response is determined to shut this down. OU with the teleport backwards, which might look unintentional, but that's so that White can teleport in and get massive value onto Trishant. And this forces Trishant all the way away from those gems. None of those are gonna be free anymore. Usually when it spawns on your side, you get to get it absolutely for free. You have a hypercharged Shelly just waiting for someone, an unlucky victim, to appear next here. Engine now around the left side. Trishant tries to take advantage.
Watch out!
He's got the super ready. Response is the only one with any sort of retaliation, and OU picks up all of those gems. 8 over his head for BC Gaming.
Sergeant fortunately able to get back to snap up some of them, because Response was very quickly at risk of getting taken down, and the dimensional doors didn't even have to be used to set up that dive on in. For some reason, Trishant thought that he had the match, or Sergeant rather, thought he had the matchup against Engine there. That was not the case, but now some revenge gained by the Buster. This takes Revenant up to 8 gems now, and some more pressure in the mid is needed, but OU's able to get in there and take it to 10.
The double teleport, man, it is so much movement, but it's not over quite yet. Revenant can still push in. Big moves on the White. Engine's got the cleanup. Response looks for anything he can, but it's got to be all over with OU safe and sound. Scrappy still on his tail, but Revenant Esports, they bring it back for a tie and a countdown of their own.
Okay, OU thought he was home free here, but the control of the map belongs to Revenant right now. BC need to find a way to get in. It's going to be Engine leading the charge. The Spearhead Shelly goes low, but Engine able to stay alive and has that hypercharge available. And that was BC Gaming evening it up. Once more, Revenant step in now, 12 to 11. Restart the countdown.
White's lurking on the right side. Here comes a super. There's the pull onto Trishant, and OU teleports in to pick it all up. Engine with the kill, and another teleport back. Response is the last hope with these seconds counting down. He's got the super. He's got some.
It's over
here, but that's all they've got. Hidden in the back right corner, and a sort of diminished effort as well in from Revenant Esports to bring it back. It's a BC Gaming win secured.
Oh man, that one could have gone either way. Revenant able to get back in at that 12 to 11. But those dimensional doors, now we realize it's the utility that Gray is really adding, along with the safety of being able to get out of dodge. Sometimes hurling your Shelly with hypercharge into the enemy team is a great way to win a round.
Yeah, I mean, used to be, okay, let's bring the enemy to us. We get the Shelly and we get the Gene combination, and now it's, I'll send the Shelly straight to your front doorstep. A special delivery of sorts. BC Gaming once more trying to fend off this early push in from Response, and actually a quite strong take from Response on the right lane. Good wall break as well around the mid.
Response doesn't want to leave those bushes in the mid there for OU to be able to play more aggressively from. Okay. Sergeant wins out there against Engine. Only just OU that wants to trade, but Sergeant is hiding. Oh, not long enough. Sergeant gets caught there. No gems dropped, though. It is a 5-1 lead for BC Gaming.
Response burning open even more of those bushes. It's going to make it quite difficult for White to push through. Response not hooked. That was just a near miss from White, who now has a super at his disposal. Revenant Esports, they're actually quite extended here. BC Gaming could take advantage of that. If they had a teleport in, that would be the most massive value they could get. A hook to break open the walls, and another super in, but Sergeant's immune. Response continues to hammer in from the right side, and it's a full-on spawn trap.
So oppressive. Sergeant walks in there with a montage, makes it impossible for BC Gaming to put any pressure down. Those gems are dropped, but they're dropped in BC Gaming territory. But the control allows Revenant to return to the middle of the map and reclaim the gems that had spawned in their absence.
Sergeant's still holding the majority of these gems, and OU has that super. Gotta be making some good use of these gadgets, which he's already out of. White has got to be the last hope for any sort of CC. Engine's gonna give it a shot. Teleport in. He's going for it, but Sergeant remains alive. And a hypercharge pop Scrappy 2.0, trying to put in the work, camping the exit of the dimensional doors. And BC Gaming almost out of hope. They got one last push in here, but it's only gray. And there's the elimination and a countdown interruption, but it's gotta be short-lived.
It has got to be Engine here to make the play. The young gun takes the dimensional door in. This could be dangerous. Shelly finds one. Sergeant not able to stand his ground now. Back towards Small with 12 gems in hand. Scan seconds left. White trying to close the gap as well, but there's not enough help for BC Gaming. And this set is evened up by Revenant.
Wonderful here from Revenant, and a great bit of resilience there towards the end too. You could really see BC Gaming throwing all they got at this defense to no avail.
It seemed like they pushed with Buster midway through the round. That causes the gems to drop in BC Gaming's territory. The Revenant don't push up to try and take them, but they know behind them, because of that map control, there's like 3 or 4 that have spawned, enough to give them a lead there. They step back and they really don't let go. Let's jump in now to a decider. Sergeant able to take OU down on the middle part of the map, and Engine though fancies some alone time with Trishant.
It's going to be troublesome. Maybe opt to break open some of those walls on the left side, even some of the bushes, so that Engine doesn't get free reign over this entire area. Psychic Enhancer popped. Big vision onto Sergeant with some of the walls broken open too, and perfect positioning of the dimensional doors from OU directly into the enemy bushes where their mid is going to be lurking most often.
Getting 2 free gems with that hook on Sergeant could have been huge, but he does escape relatively unscathed. Engine controls that left side of the map on virtue of that super being available, and Trishant, well, being Jesse.
Response now on the right. He's getting pushed back quite a bit. He's got to look for this next super, which he's struggling to do. Has a gadget to do so, but he could be conserving it for the end game, where he gets a bit of extra speed from popping it. Another teleport in. White's got the Sergeant big takedown as Sergeant's completely clobbered, and Engine looks to bring it home. Trishant tanking with the Jesse turret, but it's to no avail. BC Gaming run back with countdown.
Oh, gems though. Revenant Esports need to surge across the map now and make the play, but they don't have the engage tools that BC Gaming have. White might be able to use a dimensional door here to get out of trouble. He's going to pressure on in with that gravity. Response already down, but Sergeant turns around on him. This could be dangerous, but OU able to avoid elimination. And so, Berlin City Club even it up.
The series continues. It's not chalked on either side. Both teams got to show their efforts in the previous matches, and it gets that much closer here. Could we go to a set 5?
Oh man, give me another one. 4 sets, 5 sets, then 5 in our first 3 games. I'm here for it. These teams are leaving it all out there. And why not in a game like this? An elimination match already between Revenant Esports and Berlin City Esports. My goodness. They've given their all so far here, and evening up the series has been fun to see the Grey really the linchpin of that setup here for BC Gaming. Love the use of those dimensional doors. The Shelly is the blunt object to ensure that retribution was swiftly brought. Fun to watch as well.
I love to see some of these comps as well that were like created in the lab. Some of these synergies that were not created on the spot. They've been drafted previously, and we're just waiting for their moment to shine. And neither team was quite expecting them to be prevailing on opposite sides. Now BC Gaming have to come up with some more strategies to take down Revenant Esports, some more crafty stuff that they've labbed up.
So in the end, looking back now, hindsight being what it is, how do you feel about the Jesse pick into this comp from BC Gaming?
I mean, we did see a moment where it spawn camped the end of the teleport, which was pretty cool, but I mean, okay, look, you're talking a hypercharged brawler. Jesse's just one of those brawlers of yesteryear, where it's good into a kind of tank, but that's going to be all it is. If the tank decides not to play that lane, then you're out of luck.
Lacking mobility, lacking burst damage in many of these cases as well, means that when Trishant has someone up in his face, he rarely has any options. And that's kind of his, that's it. You are matching up against a Shelly lane that can often, use dimensional doors to close the gap or end up in your face, and also just sit in the bushes the whole time. Your composition is not designed to give you vision, it's designed to take the bushes out. But if you can't gain control of the bushes and your Amber's on the other side of the map, it's very hard for Jesse to succeed. Knockout going to be our next game type. It'll be out in the open for set 3.
Now, one of the last times that we saw a more long-range, more slow-paced match played by Revenant Esports, they managed to get the momentum breaker, sort of, versus Luminosity.
Right.
They completely shifted the tides of things, bringing it down to the final seconds, and then going for the victory. Do we see them once again get that blue star and then sort of start to withdraw, farm up the super with Gene, and then get their victory from there? It's a big question mark that will be answered in ban phase, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm excited to see Bounty come up here. Knockout is what we saw, obviously, a BC Gaming team go for the Piper-based composition with the Buster, interrupting those engagements from the Dowrel, right? Making a half a Dowrel to get up close to the target that he wanted to sort of dive on here. So, again, out in the open really is the kind of map, though, that gives you the space to play these sharpshooters, and Nani instantly snapped up.
Like the Nanny selection here from BC Gaming, and note that they banned the Gene. He's like fairly good here. He's one of those brawlers that you pick first, but I think also this is fairly targeted Revenant Esports because you know they're going to be trying to get that Gene once again. Though the bans, I think, tell a bit of a different story. You don't see them banning much of that stuff that is just super, super good for countering Gene.
Sure.
And I think this is a larger symptom of just the way that the meta is right now. You have some brawlers that you absolutely have to ban when your enemy has first pick, and one of those is Charlie. It's a ban that you just have completely locked off all the time.
I mean, Revenant Esports, I think they tried to ban out BC Gaming's comp from the last time they saw them play Knockout. Both the Piper and the Buster get taken away here. Still, BC Gaming say, no, we are adamant. We want to include a sharpshooter here. We've seen RT, of course, that was attempted by Luminosity with really limited impact. And Trav's favourite brawler here, Eve, getting locked up straight away. Again, having that mobility, the ability to sort of traverse anywhere on the map here is really valuable.
And we could see some plays with it. BC Gaming, they have to diversify this composition coming in just a few seconds. They need to find out how exactly they're going to be disrupting a lot of this.
No, more sharpshooters. Give me more snipers.
Well, we'll see Brock make some waves here too. And I like Brock here because he gets you a really easy foray into mid. You'll use that gadget to break open the walls. I don't really see it going another way, but you could get sort of flex strategy if you decide to run the opposite gadget. If something gets in close range, Revenant Esports, they absolutely have this avenue should they decide to pick something aggro for their last pick. Then yeah, okay, now we go for the stun and the jump away. BC Gaming, though, once more, could be a sharpshooter decision for them here. Pearl, we haven't seen too much selection of. She does have a hypercharge, though, so by default, she just gets way more value.
You feel like that's kind of the pull here for involving Pearl?
I mean, her super's not that great. You can break open some walls. You can disrupt things in close range, which serves to counter out anything aggro that Revenant Esports could go for should they decide to run it down. But it's the purple. That's really what it is. It's the additional movement speed. The damage is cool, but the movement speed is number one.
Again, of course, you may be expecting the Pearl to take less pot shots across the map, build up that heat, and sort of be in a position to constantly sort of doing max damage from those shots. So you can actually start to put a little bit of pressure down, but here we are. Revenant, Berlin City Club going at it here. And it's been a fantastic series so far. One apiece here. These two teams have been throwing haymakers. You see Philip here just deliberating now on that right-hand side of the stage. BC Gaming have picked really long-range setup, a composition that's more than happy to play late into the round as that gas starts to encroach a little more. Whereas Revenant getting the Lou here. Can't believe that got through the bans. That's a scary one to deal with.
This is, though, one that you don't really expect to have that many moves towards the end. I mean, it makes sense to leave that Lou open. You expect a more sharpshooter match. But Revenant Esports, they think that they can make it work. The big question is whether they can get that super charged up. That's the number one thing with Lou. He's a little bit lacking in the range in this matchup, and also can be tough to hit those shots, especially when there's so many opportunities to peek around walls. He fires a barrage of snow cones. There's no way to peek that around a wall.
And those incendiary fields left there by White, or limit those opportunities for Trishan to poke even further, because it's such a small choke that he actually has to peek through or walk into to be within range of White or any of those other brawlers in the middle of the map. Response here again is able to have a bit more freedom, but still, you're fighting in a 90 lane. That doesn't feel good. That was a return to sender there as Response gets slapped back with some of that damage, and Trishard gets picked off by White now. This is going from bad to worse for Revenant.
The only thing left for Sargent to earn is a super, and he doesn't even get close. You farm that up quite quickly as Lou as well, especially because you have to be running the supercharge gear here, especially when hypercharge is your target to synergize with your super. Problem is, though, that he's just not able to hit these shots at long range. White's going to get the range advantage on him. Engine, similar deal. He's trying his best, but it's such a scrappy matchup, and Response on the left side is getting diff pretty hard here, too, by the range matchup.
Oh, there it is. Okay, response gets picked up. OU finds connection with the peep. And now Trishant and Sargent, the two Indian nationals, have to make something happen here. BC Gaming more than happy to give a little bit of ground, maybe bait Revenant into a compromising position. OU does need to respect here as Trishant is starting to take some real estate.
They have a winning hand. The really big thing is they cannot afford to let Sargent get the super. Completely denied by Engine. Not a single super this entire round. Trishant giving it his all. But BC Gaming, they shut out this set without giving a single super to Lou.
Yeah, that is scary. To try and face up here. This set already off to a great start for BC Gaming. And your options are pretty healthy, right? The peep is huge. We see it on Bounty way back in the day, right? Just be able to secure those kills, especially against an Eve who can be forced off that sight line pretty well. Yeah, she can go over water. That's great. But she's a weaker lane assignment up against a Nani who really can just pressure from very far back here. Response has to find a way to collapse more on towards White. And Engine, of course, with that super, the close range damage and things get hairy. That's a great start here, but it's traded as Sargent falls.
Wow, Revenant Esports, what a finish here, especially from Trishant, making massive, massive plays. We saw a lane switch up. Sargent's now going to be taking mid, and we'll see Trishant shift onto that right lane. Has that super if anyone gets a little bit too close, which is unlikely to happen. But BC Gaming need to be looking for some kind of unique angle. Really, for now, though, they're mostly set on denying the super to Sargent. Response also is relatively far back, and Revenant Esports concede a lot of territory here at mid.
White there, copying a licking. Sargent looks to retake some of that, but doesn't seem to be in a hurry to get into the face here of BC Gaming. Just a standard super here from Sargent, a zoning one at that, as White is forced to play respectfully from the periphery. And here comes Sargent again. Nice damage here onto White. It's a defensive rocket rain drawn out of the Brocket already. BC Gaming down 2 players. Revenant now have come to play.
Engine still going to give it his all. Ends up just feeding more hypercharge to Sargent, who's just getting his second as well. But it's all done and dusted. A game victory.
I have whiplash, I'll be honest. Both of these games so far have been extremely one-sided from either team. But now we start to see the proof of concept here with Revenant's composition, right? We see how it can be so deadly once the Lou is happy just to throw out a super without trying to catch anyone in it. It means I can step forward, and Brock does not do well when he's forced off those nice long sightlines.
Once they've gotten this range matchup out of the way, now they can start to close in. That's really the big thing that's hurting them here, is that they don't have the range to deal with some of these brawlers, and Nani being one of the big ones. We still need to see Response get a super over here to block out these single target brawlers, mostly OU and of course White. We'll see Engine also sort of shift over to mid, looking for a kind of pinch on the right lane, which just does not seem to be coming. Response has to retreat from the left side, though. Sargent's going to feel a lot of that pain too. 2 shots connecting and an attempt at a finishing move there from White that comes up empty-handed.
But this is so big. Look at the map control now. His Response is in a position where he can barely play the game. OU has that peep ready as well. If Response backs away after taking a large amount of damage from this Nani, that'll be curds for him. And so in response, Sargent and Trishant try and play forward on the map here. But yeah, that's a tough matchup to win. Response again goes down to the 1 versus 1.
Sargent, all he can win here now is a little bit of supercharge, but he still comes up with nothing. BC Gaming take the very first round. Now they gotta get that easy foray into mid. OU's gonna opt to actually send in the peep for a bit of extra damage, making sure to circle a lot so that autofocus gets even more damage. Looking for Response, he can jump away. There it is, right into that. You had to be expecting that, but at least he gets a gadget out of Response that prevents him from avoiding a finishing move.
Now back into that same 1 versus 1 matchup. Look at White. This is what he's able to do now when he can step forward. Those incendiary feel so darn annoying for Revenant. They have to respect them though. Taking free damage and feeding rocket rain to this Brock can't be advisable. Return to sender there. Response has to use that gadget chance once more to get away, and again OU steps forward to collapse onto the right.
Sargent feeling a lot of this heat on the right side, quite literally as the incendiary begins to fade. Trishant going for the instant damage to keep Brock back a little bit longer. Now they're at the enemy's throats, keeping them also pressed up against the poison. Engine's on low health. Sargent looks in for the kill. White's got to be shut down. Has the last shot into Sargent, dodging the shot from Trishant, but it's still all over, going all down to a round 3.
Okay, I'm here for this. Revenant and BC Gaming going to go for one more to decide this third set. Engine really exploited there towards the end of the round. Just kind of popped a super in frustration, or maybe hoping someone would run at him, but that's not what this Revenant composition does.
And a miss a nanny super there does sort of hurt for OU. He's out of gadget, so he doesn't have that return to sender available anymore. Trishant still fighting for this on the right side. A very timid, actually, response from Revan and Esports. Sargent has that super, though. That's really the big thing. If they can get this to be closed in with the poison, then Sargent can make some serious impact.
Right, again, denying access for Sargent to get close enough to confirm a super connection. Trishant here as well. Can't do too much, but just poke. Big damage taken by Sargent, though. Again, that is the pressure being put on them. And once more, response falls in a weak lane assignment. At some point, he needs help ready, and it never came.
Sargent dodging. Still getting hit, though. Trishant up towards the top side. Taken down, and BC Gaming take the set.
While it wasn't convincing, in the end, BC Gaming really make their mark on that map. I do think their composition was better. I'm going to say the Pearl was definitely an interesting choice here, but getting to really exploit that Nani versus Eve left lane, that put them in a position to quite frequently have a player advantage where it mattered on the map.
I think this is just a classic comp, what we saw from BC Gaming. This is just all of the good stuff. Nothing too inventive, really. Just the classic brawlers that you expect to do well here. And Revenant Esports, they sort of fell for the meta trap, going for that Lu, the hypercharge, which we didn't even see once because it was so frequently denied by BC Gaming. They had to diff those matchups in order for the hypercharge Lu to work. And usually that's where you expect the Lu to be putting in all the legwork. He's just a really good brawler. That hypercharge is super, super strong. Now when you put yourself at a disadvantage where you have to earn that super, you've kind of defeated the point of picking him to begin with.
Yeah, and you know, we have the Eve and the RT, which are very decent, very reasonable brawlers. They're very, multi-purpose or good in general situations here. But you're dealing with a very focused composition for BC Gaming that says, we know you banned our Piper, we are still going to play this long-range style. We're still going to force you to figure out how to approach us without taking a face full of damage. And Revenant never managed to come up with the answer.
And take a look at these stats too. I mean, it just looks all around better here for BC Gaming. It's about what you expect. We still see Sargent moving through here with a couple of kills on the Lu, but all he got to show for it was maybe 2-3 supers for the entire set.
This is by far not the first time that we have seen Eve struggle. I think a lot of maybe some players are really enticed into including her because you are more flexible on maps like this. It makes perfect sense. Being able to cross water like that is great. But the super is not particularly powerful. Can apply some broad pressure on the map. Your primary fire also is, well, it's not none level good. So it's opting into a losing lane matchup for what? We don't really know. Kaboom Canyon up next though. A bit of heist action for you here in our fourth set.
Gotta win these bushes. That's really the name of the game here on Kaboom Canyon. And Crow used to be one of the best brawlers here, and I think he could be making an entrance here today, even if it is in the ban phase, but this is a new meta compared to what a lot of people are used to pre-hypercharge. So expect to see some of those hypercharges. You gotta see Colette banned out. If she's not banned, she's gotta be the insta-pick. I mean, she does so much damage with it active.
I mean, that's messed up, because already Colette was good for what? A free 11% damage on the save? Now how much with the hypercharge boost to your stats, and of course that super being empowered? How much are you doing now?
I do know the number for if you have it banned or if you have it combined with the 8-bit boost, which is like 43%. I think is the number.
Oh my god, that's not reasonable at all. All right, well, ban that away. Let's not think about that too much in the bans. Colette was instantly removed by BC Gaming. I respect it. I do. That kind of power should not be held by any one mortal.
And we see Chuck also banned by Revenant Esports. BC Gaming, they proved that they were not shying away from picking the Choo-Choo dude as well. So that was in the previous game. Now it's completely eliminated. BC Gaming, do they have to go back to the drawing board after this one? I say no, but here's the first pick from Revenant Esports, which is raising some question marks for me. The Gale insta-pick. Now, he's a good defensive brawler, but he's not ever going to be touching that safe, I don't think.
Do you take the jump pack gadget?
I think so. I think that's exactly what... I don't see any value here for the Twister unless your enemy is going to go Carl. But
there are some...
This is a preemptive pick as well. So that's what's got me wondering the most.
Cordelius taking it for BC Gaming. And we've seen how effective it is. It's something that they tried to exploit as much as possible or abuse as much as possible against Luminosity constantly. Cordelius was very, very important, used by Luminosity, to take the Chuck out of the fight here. So defensively and offensively, it's such a great pick. The Colt here, though, for White.
I do like the Colt. Once that connects with the safe, you're going to be getting tons of damage. It's also a hypercharged brawler. And this is going to be a common theme where, and it has a hypercharge is really the big deal. So he gets a larger super, so it's much easier to hit.
Does this make the bullet storm wider?
Yeah, it makes it physically larger. It's a common theme throughout all the hypercharges, right, Shelly? Colt, okay, larger super here. Lola, though, now the selection from Revenant Esports. So I like this pick. This is a just good old-fashioned classic pick here. But in the hypercharge age, you have to be thinking of which hypercharges you're going to be bringing to the battle.
All right. Revenant Esports here need to think about how they round out this composition. Perhaps some more utility. As again, I can see the value proposition for Gale, but on a map like this, maybe that super not potentially as impactful as on more close-quartered situations. Bell comes out here. And I have to wonder, is this in response to seeing that Colt Cordelius picked up? You maybe want something that can dominate some of these longer sight lines and make it harder for Colt to get that free damage? Because that silver bullet's just going to knock out those destructible boxes in the middle of the map and give him an easy shot at the safe.
I think really this is just a reaction to anything tanky that BC Gaming could be bringing to the table, because you see that everything here from Revenant Esports is something that's going to be good into tanks, and BC Gaming is the exact same theme. So if BC Gaming are pretty gutsy, they could still get a tanky option in here. Piper is going to be quite the opposite of that. So really now the largest challenge is getting that mid early and also breaking open the walls, because Revenant and BC Gaming are both going to profit in the lack of bushes, with the exception of perhaps Engine, who needs closer range matchups. He does have the benefit of being very fast, so he can sort of zoom, bob, weave, juke out those shots, but now it just becomes a skill cap thing, right? This is not just a draft anymore. You have to be able to execute on the brawler.
Honestly, being able to jump over those boxes for the Cordelius can be very helpful if you really want to get yourself a nice matchup against one of these brawlers to drag them down to your level in the Shadow Realm. This is, again, a match point series for BC Gaming. Revenant need to try and take this one all the way to 5, and instantly we have bloodshed in the middle part of the map here. It's going to be White winning out, though, as we have brawlers traded.
Early tank here for Revenant Esports. BC Gaming doing their best to defend Engine, feeling a lot of this pinch. He has that super, though, and very predictive onto response. Takes him out of the game for now. Looking to find himself positioned on top of Trishant for the easy kill. Little jump up to the sky.
Oh, Lord, he's coming.
He was immediately onto the nest egg as soon as he popped out of the Shadow Realm.
The piping there just got marked. That's a scary prospect for a long-range brawler. You're going to be wearing that until the end of the round, or when you get picked off, whichever happens first. And as a result of this strong control in mid, Revenant have themselves that 6% safe lead.
It's really tough for BC Gaming to win this back. They have to see a big move from Cordelius. Response going to be playing defensively. And another elimination onto White. OU's the last remaining bastion of defense, but Revenant Esports rain in fire upon this safe. 21%
Another
already
mark.
knocked off. Another one onto Piper. It's just going to be constant as long as Trishant can keep lining these up.
Engine, oh goodness, that's not good at all. Looks like the composition here for Revenant just a little bit too hard to deal with, and with a Piper that can't play remotely aggressively. How do BC Gaming fight their way out of this chokehold?
If they find one shot onto Response, who's now healing up, it could happen. That's really the main brawler to eliminate here. Revenant Esports, now that they've won mid, don't seem to be moving at all for the remainder of this round, but here's Cordelius. He's going to take Trishant out of the equation and run away. Heal up a little bit, try and find himself on top of Sargent, or really just anyone. He's going to go for it, blocked up by that ego, and an elimination onto Engine looks fantastic as Revenant Esports, without a single scratch on their safe, continue to pummel BC Gaming.
It's death by 1,000 cuts here, slow and steady as Revenant refuse to give up those bushes in the middle of the map and then just take pot shots at the safe. Finally, there's a chance here for Engine to get aggressive, almost loses out of the Shadow Realm against Response, but OU now gets to tuck himself up in this corner and hope to find a way to get those Colt shots on target, but Revenant Esports' safe is untouched.
Wonderful move here from Gale. It's all going to come down to Engine, but that's an unmatchable amount of DPS. Now getting down to the countdown with 15 seconds remaining. It's got to be the damage in from Bell. It's not possible. We're going to see Colt move in, but the defense from Revenant Esports is just too strong. With the final few seconds left, Revenant Esports get to take a bit of a victory lap as they've already secured this game.
Slow and steady wins the race here for Revenant, and that's a round that they build up brick by brick. It's the constant bell marks onto the Piper. It's the Cordelius being shut down every time he tries to go for a Shadow Realm. Every time you're using Cordelius to use that super defensively, you're feeling good. And much of that time, Lola has the ego out and is pummeling that safe, or turning her attention on a brawler like Colt, who is getting completely outmatched.
Have to wonder where this could have gone better for BC Gaming, though. They will go for that easy take of mid. Engine just on a hair of health left, and now OU gets to rein in on this safe. 20% in counting, already taken off, and another kill onto Drashan on the right side. It's looking fantastic for BC Gaming, but an elimination on the left side starts to threaten that Engine. Now pushing back Response. It's just 1 versus 2 at mid. Revenant Esports look to take it back. A nice lineup here and a jump forward as they continue to keep the aggression on the safe.
Beautiful shot though from Response there, just as the Piper went over the wall. Engine might still be a problem as he is well entrenched behind Revenant's line. Sergeant now looking to try and go aggressive himself here. But in a 2 versus 1, it's a big ask. Still just hammering OU down. Yep, there it is. Lola wins out, and now she and the Ego converge upon the safe. We're going to have damage exchanged here now. As Gale Force using that bottom corner. Engine still refuses to leave.
He's going to stay down here as long as he can because he does get good damage on the safe, and he forces a member of Revenant Esports out of the action. Response almost closes in on that kill. Good stuff onto BC.
Oh, here we go.
Safe to Trishant. He's trying to keep the defense as well as the offense at the same time, looking in 2 different directions and having a lot of issues closing in the gap between these 2 save percentages.
Revenant are winning out here now in these 2v1s. These 1v1s at the top of the map. Engine is actually not putting any damage down on the safe here. Response has been tanking some of the shots. Engine wants to go forward here. Shadow Realm available with some safe damage, and now drags Response in. But there's no one else to take advantage of the fact that Response can't defend the safe from other brawlers. It's just Engine and Response, and that damage keeps coming on towards the safe for BC Gaming. This is getting closer and closer. Hypercharge for OU. Sergeant needs to be careful. Turns his attention towards the safe, but Revenant might struggle here. White has now joined the party at the bottom of the map, and that will be a round win for BC.
Getting down to match point now for BC. It could be the end of Revenant's hopes as long as BC keep that momentum going. And it looked fantastic. Just had to keep the Cordelius on offense the entire time. And I think this is part of what the Gale idea was supposed to answer. We have someone who can be dedicated on defense because we don't see Gale doing anything on that enemy safe, even in game number 1, which Revenant did take. Though it offers a lot of value as long as you can get yourself on the forward part of that jump pad when it comes to getting that early mid victory. And that's exactly what we'll see. We'll see Engine still try and make that same move as he did in game number 2 into mid, but it all falls flat on its face. Revenant Esports still remain in control mid.
Not sure what Engine hopes to achieve there when, freeze frame obviously is available and Response was building up that Gale Force. Really hard for Cordelius to get to grips there with Revenant. He's as low as Sergeant did go. Now, though, this is looking much like that first round ready set.
Certainly is giving me some flashbacks. BC Gaming, though, need to change the future. Sergeant still holding on to this left side, but we see a lot of the bushes have been broken open. Going to diminish the value that Response can offer here, but the same goes for Engine. If they can get a read on where Response is, and Engine can go for it. There's the contact, and now he gets to move forward. Ideally, right on top of Sergeant, who doesn't have an ego to tank, though it comes in just in the nick of time. He's going to try and position it between himself and Engine, who's now going for the safe, tries to stay alive, and he'll make it back to the corner where Response is now on Engine babysitting duty.
Here we go, once more. Response at the bottom of the map here with Engine. Sergeant and Trishant hope to put pressure down on BC Gaming's safety. It's a very close game so far. Engine just wants to take Gale out of the picture, apparently. But in the meantime, that safe is taking hits. Sergeant, though, wants to save many of those shots for the Colt to potentially burst forward. But Response takes care of the Piper, who again tried to super over the fence.
Biggest thing here is for OU to push through this left lane. It's going to be the primary source of DPS for BC Gaming. If you can't make it to that safe, then they might as well wave goodbye. But Revenant Esports still are struggling a lot with Engine
White's marked.
Back lines. Here it comes. White, once again, it's the common theme throughout this entire set, is that Trishant is laning one super after the next onto White, who becomes 2-shot as soon as that happens. Engine now looking for the kill on Response on the home turf for Revenant Esports. Meanwhile, BC Gaming is taking a beating. Once again, he's just going to find himself in the corner.
Revenant trying to hold on here, trying to stay alive in the Brawl Stars World Finals. Sergeant Clash falls at the top of the map here, but it's a lead for Revenant Esports on that safe. Engine won't lead, but he has no choice. He's a victor from the bottom side of the map. Here comes the cold hypercharge for OU, but no chance to get the damage down. We're down to 18 seconds left. White has to head for the heals.
15 seconds remain, the countdown active on the screen, and White has got to keep up the defense. It's a very small differential between the two teams, just 6%. OU has to push through. Engine with no gadgets in sight, 5 seconds remaining, and Revenant Esports have all the defense in the world, raining down on BC and denying the match point.
Set 5, baby, another one to go all the way. Revenant find their feet against a very frustrating Cordelius, constantly trying to walk it down. And there's definitely some deep discussion going on because instantly Sargent's like, right, what's next? Let's talk about this next set now. Let's get ahead of it and come out with a dominant draft.
Yeah, well, and also let's keep that Gale in our minds because that was a great way to keep that Cordelius at bay a lot of the time. They did sort of succumb to the temptation of trying to commit to that Cordelius early on, but in game number 3, I think they really did nail that 2v2 interaction at mid. They kept that mid control. Now that the jump pad was down, they were able to get easy passage in, and they just held control by diffing pretty much.
Yeah, the jump pad was fun. You can circumvent those 2 chokes and very quickly throw yourself back into the fray. For BC Gaming, though, that's got to be frustrating. You are so close. You are so close to getting out of these groups. A team no one thought would have any impact here at the World Finals. But by the same token, now you're so close to being eliminated. It's binary. You're in or you're out. This last set will decide it all. Cordelius Pick here can see the idea, right? Bringing someone else into the Shadow Realm, but using that to creep up on a player that is outside of it so you can try and jump on them, finish them off there. The Lola, though, very, very powerful. Sargent, very, very hard to topple. He's the kind of safe hands you want to put an important centerpiece brawler like her in.
Yeah, and also, I think we saw a fantastic way of dealing with that Cordelius because we see the comms. It's got to be comms to stand right on top of an enemy brawler once you exit the Shadow Realm. But reliably, Lola was getting that ego back just before Cordelius responded to the normal realm and was able to tank a lot of that damage and win just about every time.
You see here, obviously, Engine and Response having less DPS because they were having their own little battle there at the bottom side of the map here. And Response really had to stay focused because as soon as you let that Cordelius catch you off guard, or maybe you ignore him, or somehow he's able to win out in that shadow, like you saw constantly, the Cordelius was trying to sneak up, pop it super, try and close the gap on that Gale, and if that Gale dies there, it's over because Cordelius just starts to wail on your safe. And so it ends here. Super Beach will be our final battlefield in this elimination match. Brawl Ball on deck for set 5.
And the ultimate test of Draft 2, because going back before the meta, which is all over the place at the time being, this is the map with the reputation for being the most difficult to draft. It can be really anything. And this is also where we start to see some less common brawlers, some less frequent ones like Barley making waves on those side lanes. So I think with some of the more demanding brawlers being banned out, we could see those brawlers now sort of make their foray into the lanes.
The discussion here on stage for Revenant. This is not where you want to make a mistake in that draft. Like you pointed out, it's one of the harder maps to draft for, but also one that allows for a greater diversity of picks and brawlers coming out of the woodwork here. And hey, Coach Phillip already rattling off some ideas here with that book. I wonder how much it'll cost to get that out of his hands. A lot of apocryphal secrets inscribed in those pages. And here we go straight into Super Beach. Jackie banned out. B, Cordelius, Rosa, Charlie, and Stu all taken away.
Makes sense here. You got to get some of those brawlers out of the way when your enemy has first pick. There's Maisie from Revenant Esports, a very frequent brawler when it comes to Brawl Ball these days, and also just a good one all around when it comes to facing into tanks. When your enemy has that last pick, you have to be going with the anti-tank idea.
Okay. Or at least leave it open to you here, so take it away first. BC Gaming, we know what they've tried to go for on some of these maps in the past. They favored some of the longer range stuff. You can see Revenant here feared, something like Jackie getting thrown at them. The hypercharge is pretty ridiculous. The fact that the seismic event slowing people down while you're in that super is pretty crazy. So Spike locked up here, which is a really common pick for Brawl Ball.
Yeah, I mean, Spike is just a good all-around brawler, and now that Spike has a hypercharge, it's even that much better. You can't really go wrong with the Spike. Very, very versatile. And also with the hypercharge, it's a much larger super. You get a greater area of slowing, especially if you combine that with the epic gear that gives you even more speed reduction. Now with the Sandy in, this is a brawler that's going to profit a lot off of more tanky options on the side of Revenant Esports. With a anti-tank option that they have already, this is made more available, and it's actually a pretty good idea for them, but it's going to be a struggle into Sandy that has that stun and also gets a lot of invisibility once he hits 6 shots.
Yeah, we know just how punishing that sandstorm can be, especially when it means you can't heal and you're constantly revealed. Nita getting locked up here for Revenant. We'd love to see that.
I think this is actually a fairly good option, Sandy, too. You're able to peek walls, I think, even better than Sandy, and you're also going to be great into enemies. They're good for basically the same reason, because into a beefy enemy that relies on their health to get in range or to push the objective, they're going to end up feeding your super, and so with the bear constantly, I mean, it's going to have the same amount of health as Nita every single time that you spawn it, soaks up a lot more damage. Combine that with the Shelly is actually a phenomenal idea. Nita's one of the #1 counters for Shelly, so really this is more of the method for Shelly to be played than anything.
And also, yeah, just a really robust brawler on her own now, even more so, of course, with the introduction of that hypercharge. Here, you just have a really very solid composition, right? You talked about how hard it can be to craft a draft on this kind of map here. So instead, go for really robust brawlers that are generally very effective in a number of different situations. Safe to say, BC have taken a very similar approach here. Willow getting locked in now.
This is very exciting because Willow is one of those high skill cap brawlers where not only is it a thrower, okay, so we talked about Barley here. The throwers are going to be quite good on the lanes, and throwers are fantastic into Nita. So with that said, we can expect to see, once we get closer to the goal, a method for putting that ball in the goal in Willow. The struggle is that she doesn't have much health, and she has to have direct line of sight to hit that super. So that's the main deal with Willow.
But if that comes in and connects, that Hex being under the control of the Willow, in some senses, right, taking a brawler out of the equation like Cordelia's can, but actually being able to control them literally, well, that's something else entirely. Sergeant wants to move up here and be more aggressive. White getting hammered, but able to find a shot on Trishard there on that left.
This has been a great lane matchup as well for Revenant Esports. Though White does manage to prevail versus the Nita. It's all starting to close in. White has the stun. That's got to be a goal. Trishard, he still had the bubble shield active, though. He was completely immune to all of those effects, and now that the ball is cornered, Revenant Esports still have a chance to defend, but OU has totally cycled back that super off of the last push in. They just have to maintain this position.
2 of those dive charges already used, though, by Engine. Great, of course, to avoid that oncoming damage, but they're not unlimited use. White there, another stun. Sergeant shrugs it off, though, and finds the elimination. Trishard hasn't been able to get out of that corner so far, but eventually he looks to move up.
Sergeant still playing defensively. White has a super in on top of response, and Sergeant denying any healing as well. With the Nita Bear chasing down Engine on the right side, he's had to retreat quite a bit. Trishard still is able to stay on this lane. It's not the ideal matchup, but there's not enough time for them to switch things up and play musical lanes. Hypercharge in from OU. It's time to move, but Engine is still lagging behind. White's trying to do his best to keep Sergeant back and also farm up that super.
Last
stun in, and I think actually a bit ambitious there because he wasn't able to get any value off of it. Revenant Esports, they've completely cornered the ball. They're going to try and ride this one out till overtime, it looks like, and that's where they'll have even better value versus Willow.
Trishard ultimately not able to get to grips there with Engine. That thrower of Willow constantly able to pressure the short-range brawler of Nita down, despite her larger health pool. Again, Sergeant knows if there's any opportunity to accost White, who does not have his gadget available, you can see that. This is a great opportunity here to really exploit the Sandy. No goals just yet. Down into 30 seconds. Trishard again gets caught midway towards OU. Here it is. White waiting for Sergeant to come his way, but again the Sandy, the Shelly's going to be able to win that out. Life plant used there by OU preemptively, fearing a super from the Shelly.
A near miss moments ago to take down OU too. Trishard on the right side is trying to keep back Engine. This could be the ideal scenario for Revenant Esports, as Engine is now about to lose all of his walls, but he does have that control. If BC Gaming managed to push up, this is the win condition. This ball is completely out of reach for BC. If they're able to defend this push, they can absolutely bring this back with the counter push and get a goal.
Overtime now, Response pops that hypercharge. The gadget would get him within striking distance of BC Gaming, and then a super on top of that would have been devastating, but it expires. No chance for Response to get value from it here, but again favors the poke potential at long range. Here comes Sergeant. There's going to be a sandstorm, throw down Engine, and White, but the ball goes through, and Response makes it count. One giant step towards advancement out of the group stage there from Revenant, going up 1-0 here in set 5.
Moments ago, BC Gaming was just 1 game away from making history for their home region. Mainland China, they have not been able to make it out of a single match at Worlds yet. They already made history by taking a single set and now taking several, but they could make it onto the next stage. It's only gotten more difficult, though. They need to win 2 games in a row to make it happen.
Sergeant here getting 1v2'd for a time as OU sought to assist Engine. A lane swap here for BC Gaming now. They've sent the Sandy over to the right.
Is more ideal for Trishant than anything. Engine's still going to be able to keep Sergeant back. It's going to be more difficult once Sergeant gets his first super and can break open the valuable walls for Engine. Response continues to encroach on OU's territory, though. No one wants to make the first move. Both teams are trying to bait the other into playing more aggressively. You see a very similar range matchup versus Trishant and White on the right lane. Just no one willing to commit for that first move.
And White, the mechanics are pretty impressive. He just outranging Trishant's shots here. And definitely winning out there. And I guess the threat, of course, of that Sweet Dreams, enough to keep Trishant at bay for now. Sergeant still has not built that first super up. Gadget, though, going to be popped and dive instantly used. Oh, that's a gross amount of damage. That's right. Oh, you're kidding. Response with 3 players up on BC Gaming. Sends that one through.
One goal away now for Revenant Esports to make it on to day 3 and send BC Gaming back home. Trishant's going to go for the instant aggression. Sergeant has the method. A pass up from Response, but OU is here to answer. And with the invisibility, Response still scouts out that right lane. This could be it.
The range of Shockwave, man.
It's massive. And Revenant Esports have fully used it to their advantage. Now also with a hypercharge in hand. Response is looking monstrous, especially for a defense, which is all they need at this point. The ball's pocketed in the back left. They just got to ride out the next 40 crucial seconds for BC Gaming to tie it up.
Literally, well not literally, but the ball is in the court of BC Gaming. In the corner of Revenant Esports now, they will have to step up and take destiny into their own hands if they want to make it to Sunday. Trishant taken down there, the stun gadget used by White. Follow-up damage from OU was good too. The Response, dangerous as always. Gadget dash forward but falls. It's just Sergeant for now as Trishant comes off spawn.
Hypercharges popped. We see the Sandstorm in. They're still missing a player. Trishant now pushing forward. It's 3 versus 1, but no time left. Revenant Esports, they've completely defended it. BC Gaming all out of gas, and they're going home with Revenant Esports going on to day 3.
Safe to say that expectations were well and truly exceeded by BC Gaming. But we heard from Revenant coming into this tournament. They said, for us, it's minimum top 2 at Worlds or bust.
What a prediction as well. What expectations they have. This is not just their goal. This is not just their desire. This is the expectation that Revenant Esports have of themselves. They've marched one step closer, advancing on to day 3 with BC Gaming falling in their wake.
A tough loss to take for BC Gaming, but again, I want to reiterate, you've got to take solace at how you put your region back on the map, I think, in a big way here. Coming from a really, unexposed part of the Brawl world to turn up here at the World Finals on day 1, and yes, you are eliminated here, but you take Luminosity all the way. You take Revenant all the way to that 5 maps, and unfortunately not able to succeed here. Worth talking about this Revenant squad though. Shaky start for them. We were a little bit dubious, and I think Trav attempted to use the transitive property to indicate that they should be less favoured in this matchup, having won less maps against Luminosity. That wasn't the case. We really started to see them come alive here, I think, and on Brawl Ball, they really found these key moments to gain player advantages to slot the ball in. I don't even know how some of those goals were scored. They came out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look back at Brawl Ball as well, but a comparison between the two, we saw great stuff from BC Gaming in particular, so we see great skills across the board. I think this is just as much of a story for the teams that are advancing on as it is for the ones that fall in their path, because this is the furthest that mainland China has gone in history. And even going to Koalano, their team manager, he said, no, this is not the strongest team to ever represent the China region. And if that's really the expectation going forward, it's got me super hyped for what we see going forward.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the future is looking bright for that region when it comes to Brawl Stars, but for the remainder of these World Finals, they will be sitting on the sideline, and they will be watching the rest of the teams compete as we have our Group A basically finalized now with Luminosity Gaming and Revenant advancing. Great opportunity here, of course, to probably highlight some of our key players, or maybe one of our key player in this particular series, because I think there are quite a few candidates who really looked incredibly good over the course of those 5 intense sets. I love to see Revenant here again say at LCQ these guys kind of suck. We dominated. We got underrated by everyone. Now they come back with like a fire in their belly here. And so I think it's important that we can now see them measure up against the rest of the top 8 teams.
Yeah, and that they're not all talk, right? They are doing well versus everyone. And this is once more just affirmation of the expectation that anyone really can make it here.
Let's talk about MVP in this matchup. Like I said, a ton of options here. Only one play, though, can receive that particular honor. And this time around, it's going to be your boy, Sergeant Clash.
Everyone had high expectations for Sargent coming into this. We saw him at LCQ absolutely pop off, but this time we also saw his teammates rise to that role as well. Trishant going crazy, but Sergeant Classy's always going to be the main fixture of this team.
I mean, he's always barking at the team, down the line, making sure everybody's on the same page. His calling is really frenetic. Other players have sort of mentioned that, like, oh, wow, we heard this guy while we were scrimming. He's very, very loud, and he was very, very important for morale for this team. Response scoring a couple goals that shouldn't have happened, right? Even like there were 3 players up in BC Gaming. They still conceded a goal when they were playing at half field. That is crazy stuff. It's time to look back over Group A and see how our very first group here at the World Finals is now tidied up. Luminosity Gaming advance at 2-0, but make no mistake, they were far from one-sided games. Revenant Esports will get that one win they needed, but again, they have to throw everything out there in order to achieve it. And yes, everybody, BC Gaming do get eliminated here at 0-2, but they have given a better account of themselves than any team from their region ever. Great way to make history here, and the road ahead only looks bright.
Look, things went the way that we expected, but they also didn't, because things were so much closer than we expected, but our predictions are still looking strong.
Okay, it's true. Yeah. I'm taking a chance to be a little self-indulgent here. Our Preds for Group A, spot on. Hopefully yours are over at event.brawlstars.com. That's your way to interact with the show, earn yourself some in-game goodies, and make your predictions, and also watch us as we step through the rest here of the Brawl Stars World Finals. On the other side of this break, we are diving into an incredible group. It is stacked from bottom to top. It's Group B kicking off right after the break.
Oh, I got Shelly.
I've got Cordelius.
Mine is definitely easier.
Okay. I have Poco.
I'm doing the same color for everything.
I don't know when the last time I drew with chalk is. Already an artist.
I already messed up. Oh my god, what am I doing?
I feel like I'm drawing like a Pac-Man ghost.
I don't know what I'm drawing.
I don't really know what to do here.
I don't know what I'm doing.
And then I'm gonna get this light color.
You might beat me. Okay. Wait, that arm's gonna go up. Okay.
Cordelius has legs, right?
I don't know. We'll get a mushroom.
Mushroom legs. I'm just gonna give him some some goofy feet.
And then I got
he doesn't have a smile.
I got a bandana.
I think he's got like a yellow outline or something. That's a work of art.
That's, oh my god.
Really?
That's pretty good.
I'm really just relying on the mushrooms.
Look at mine.
Oh my, that's from a horror movie.
Well,
no, this is.
Dude, chalk is impossible.
Supercell needs to call me. We'll add a couple more mushrooms in here. I think I'm done.
I feel like I can fix the hair quite a bit.
Yeah, that looks very nice. Oh, time's out. Perfect timing for me. Cordelius.
Shelly. Kind of.
That is not Shelly.
It kind of is.
Okay, it kind of is.
Like, it's got the blaster, the bandana.
I don't really know
what happened to his body, but...
Yeah, I kind of just drew his face. Which is the only thing I saw.
It's still way better than mine, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're both equally bad.
I agree.
I use more colors, yeah. I don't think anyone can guess. It looks like Rosa.
So it's basically like it's all in Star Park, and like this morning, Dynamite put a gem inside of an arcade machine and like became 8-bit, and then like Spike was just a cactus that Colt shot some bullets in, and like those are the eye holes of Spike. Yeah.
That's some chaotic stuff. I can't believe they leaked footage of that. That's kind of a little ridiculous if you ask me, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Star Park CCTV. Star Park CCTV? Yeah, you gotta look into that, man.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an interesting thing to... And we're back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Brawl Stars World Finals. We are about to kick off Group B. It is going to be some insane competition. I'm Kenny, joined with me, none other than Ready Set. It's going to be an awesome day of performances. We've already kicked off very well, and it's going to be awesome to see these teams revealed here in a moment. It's going to be a fantastic group.
Things went the way that we expected in Group A. I don't think we can say the same for Group B. Now we have a lot more question marks. We think that Group A, it looked pretty chalked, but now when we move into Group B, this is when we start to have disagreements on how things are going to go. We saw the caster predictions earlier on in the day, and I think, we'll consider your predictions at home as well on how this one's going to turn out. Tribe Gaming versus Navi. This is a contentious matchup. This has some history going back to last year, too.
Yeah, opening round, Tribe Gaming played against Navi, and we'll have to see if anything changes here today. But for now, we're going to throw it over to Frankie to kick us off.
Thank you very much, boys. I can't wait to kick off Group B, so let's do it in style with these two teams. The first being North America's Tribe Gaming. These boys belong to one of the most iconic names in Brawl Stars esports, and they're here to put on a masterclass. Captain Zula might have faced some doubts about his performance from the community earlier this year, but he's here to lead Eslevy and Tyrant in style. And their opponents. This is a team that put on a show at the Last Chance qualifier. It's Navi! Cube, MMA, and Angel Boy, our hometown heroes. Angel Boy doing it for Ukraine today, and I know people are going to be cheering them on around the world, but can they replicate that incredible Last Chance qualifier performance? Now, as our fantastic caster said, it's anyone's guess who is going to be topping Group B. So let's kick off the action. Back over with Reddy and Kenny.
It's going to be insane. I mean, honestly, the fact that we get such a star-studded group and it's only day number one, this could go either way. Both of these teams have had their ups and downs throughout the year already. We had Navi, who have been hit or miss for some of these monthly finals, pop off at LCQ. Tribe, on the other hand, second at Mobile Masters. That's about as good of an achievement as you can get, but they only won 2 monthly finals.
That is really the big story, is that we saw them take 1 win in a monthly final in the first half of the year. The second half of the year, they also took just 1 win. It was a very tough region for them, actually. And when it comes to Mobile Masters, yes, they did get second, with Reply Totem taking first place. So another match that we'll get to revisit once we advance in this group. But Navi, they've had a lot of struggles recently when it comes to the challenge for Snapdragon Season 4. When it comes to LCQ, they looked fantastic. So let's hope that they can repeat the success when it comes to LCQ.
Yeah, maybe something about the LAN environment just wakes them up. It's going to be really interesting to see how this goes down. Obviously, Tribe Gaming win this matchup last year in the opening round of the World Finals, but it's a new year, and a lot has changed for sure. I think around the world, everybody is powering up. The competition has been stronger and stronger, and despite Tribe Gaming's kind of up and down throughout the year, they've had some challenging opponents in NA West, or excuse me, NA East, of course. It's been a toughie for everybody, right? Navi not even making some of these monthly finals. I mean, consistency has been hard to come by this year, but today is the day they're going to need it, and it's about as even as it gets in the predictions.
53 to 47. Yeah, it doesn't get that much closer than that. And starting off on Shooting Star, too. Now, when it comes to the relative strengths of these teams, we see Tribe, they usually draw their strengths from Control. This is like the old Tribe, going back all the way. This is their playstyle, but they've been forced to adapt just by how the meta has shifted, and it's lent itself to a lot of the struggles that they've had as a team, is that they are mostly Control players, but we've seen things like Zulon picking up more of those aggro brawlers, picking up the tanks. Tyrant, he's always going to be apt to go aggressive and win a lane solo. When it comes to Navi, though, they're always trying to run it down.
Yeah, Na'Vi are a very unique composition in terms of what they end up running. In scrims, they've been a team that haven't been as likely to play Charlie, so I'm curious to see if they change things up. It's going to be a really fun one to watch. Two different teams with two abilities to pop off. We're going to hit our ban phase here, and no surprises at all. Charlie going to be banned for Tribe Gaming, which immediately, I'm going to assume, based on that clock, it's going to be Na'Vi with the first pick, of course.
There it is, Piper, a really strong selection here, especially when a brawler like a Nanny has been banned out. Tribe Gaming, they're going with really the classic stuff that you would ban when your enemy has first pick. For Na'Vi, they've also gotten rid of Mandy, Belle, Lola, just pretty good brawlers here when it comes to shooting stars. So Tribe Gaming, they're actually going to have to reach pretty far to find out some sort of long-range brawler to compete toe-to-toe with Piper, and they might even have to reach so far as to go for some kind of counter to this brawler, which means that they will have to go close range.
It's going to be interesting for sure. RT going to come out here, a brawler that has certainly been more powerful in the meta. Another one that I'm going to keep my eye out for, especially for this Tribe Gaming side, is 8-Bit. 8-Bit historically a good brawler into Piper, and especially recently, 8-Bit's been showing up a lot. North America as a whole have good comments on 8-Bit, the high DPS, the long range, the teleportability, but nothing wrong with a good old tick. They're going to go with a thrower here to try and counter out the sharpshooter in Piper.
And there's also throwers available to Na'Vi if they want to go for something like a Sprout. That's totally available. But they got to be cautious because Tribe Gaming, I mean, this is when the Mortis starts to come out. You see the Piper, you see the Sprout. This is when the close range, high movement brawlers prevail.
Yeah, I think Eve, certainly a possibility in the mix if they wanted to get some spawners on the map for Piper, but of course Na'Vi are going to have two opportunities here to beat Tribe to the punch if they so choose. Mandy, another one in this ban stage as well, as somebody I'm definitely looking out for on this map all weekend. Instead, though, we're going to get the aggression that we expect from Na'Vi, a little pop-up brawler and thing.
Yeah, and this is sort of the thing that we wanted to see Tribe Gaming run as their final selection, one that can compete at long range, but also can get in close range when it matters most. So now with Na'Vi sort of stealing this from Tribe's playbook, it's going to be very challenging for them to find something in the end.
Yeah, so now they're going to have to deal with two different types of things, right? If they wanted to go something like a spawner, something like Eve for the side of Tribe Gaming, it's kind of a little more questionable now that you bring Fang into the mix, because Fang is just going to have so many health points, can be able to get up close and personal against these brawlers. Something like RT can manage that a little bit better, but our boy Tick, very squishy, doesn't have a lot of health points, and of course that's where somebody like Fang can shine. I like this well-rounded composition from Na'Vi as well. Tribe Gaming definitely has something to think over.
I think it's a well-rounded comp that also can play to their strengths because you can play aggro with every single one of these brawlers. No one's locked into a playstyle. With Tribe Gaming, though, they really are. I mean, you can play the aggro tick, but you're not really going to be getting kills. You're just going to be farming up the supers. There's the 8-Bit that you were talking about, and I think that's going to be a great option into the Piper, like you mentioned before. Now, we will see that probably synergize with the RT to get some even more damage. With the tick, also can get great stuff there. I do see that tick super not having too much value here, though. I think Na'Vi have all the tools necessary to dispel it when it appears.
Two very versatile comps here, and it's going to be awesome to see it all unfold. This group is going to be something special. I can already feel it. It's something that's been hyped up all year long. Na'Vi and Tribe, little rematch here. They got Coach Corey on the sidelines as well to help out too. I think that's going to be a big difference in terms of the comms. It makes a huge difference. And here we go, kicking off Group B.
Tyrant's going to be taking that mid as soon as he can. He wants that blue star, but Na'Vi are just waiting to pounce on him. There it comes, and Tribe Gaming already have that early game control. If they sit back and relax, and they can hold on to this all game long, it does put them at a very small differential, but it also offers them an opportunity to have Na'Vi play right into their hand. Cube, though, goes for that auto-aimer. It's not going to make contact with his Livy, and it would have just kept him back for a little bit longer. Na'Vi, they're being very patient. They need to find some angle in, but nothing has arisen just yet.
Nobody willing to make the first big move yet. Tribe in control of the blue star. They're starting to lose positioning, though, and now they're going to open up this right-hand side as well. I believe as Livy even popping a gadget there, too. No kills going down, but again, timing is everything in Bounty. Tribe Gaming not willing to get aggressive. They have the lead, so they're going to leave it to Na'Vi to try and beat them at the end here.
A lot of this also comes down to as Livy not really having any bushes to work with. Big push in from Angel Boy. Contact onto Tyrant, and a theft of the blue star going over to Na'Vi. It's Tribe's turn to play aggressive, but they have fewer plays to do so. Tyrant being really the big thing that's holding them back as he's on this tick. Angel Boy's looking to close in from around that left side, but it's just a bait to give Zulon a bit of damage onto Angel Boy. Nothing just yet, just a slow and steady game of Bounty.
Ammo being wasted there too, something the spawner's going to bring to the table immediately. Tickhead goes down, you mentioned in the pregame show as well, and Angel Boy already flashing that super as well. It's Na'Vi on the back foot. Tribe Gaming trying to pursue this, and they need to find some final kills here in order to get this back.
It's coming up on that 20-second mark. It's really time for Tribe Gaming to close in. If they can retreat now, they can make it away with all of these stars, but Angel Boy is playing the clock. He's just hanging on to that blue star, looking for the perfect opportunity, and as Livy denial on arrival, and Navi try to win it back. They need one more kill, but it's just not going to come as the clock ticks down. Another one on the board for Tribe Gaming, and that's the first game of the match.
Impressive stuff from both sides. I mean, it really came down to the final moments. I think both teams truly understanding the importance of that pacing, not giving up unnecessary kills. And towards the end, it got a little scrappy, of course, but we saw them be very patient. Nobody willing to over-aggress. So I'm going to continue to look out for the Fang versus Tick matchup. It's something that gave Angel Boy and his team a lead here early, and I think it's going to be a pivotal part of Navi trying to get a win here.
Fang versus RT is actually a big thing that I was paying attention to in the previous one because we saw his Livy on just 2,000 health, fend off Angel Boy before he even made contact with his super. And Angel Boy was even prudent about it because he sat on that super and he might be able to position himself on top of this blue star. He gets a bit more health. Tyrant still keeping him out of range as Livy doing the same cubes on low health, and the blue star is going to go over to the side of Tribe Gaming. Navi still look for the push in. They've actually gotten some good positioning here. If they run out of health, though, they're going to have to fall back and concede that mid-control to Tribe Gaming once again.
Going to be a toughie here. Tribe forcing their back heels, and Cube nails the shot there. It's going to be a one-star lead now for Navi, even flexing the spray a little bit. Nice little touchdown dance there.
Love to see the pins coming out, but we got to see the win from Tribe Gaming to close out this set. Navi still on the back foot, just retreating, and Tyrant's looking for that initial damage in on Cube. He gets a lot of damage here because he does outrange Piper. Here's a jump back 2 and destruction of those walls. It offers a lot of opportunities for aggression. Angel Boy completely avoided 2 by Zulon with the gadget over to his turret. Angel Boy still on the defensive. Navi, they're all the way backed up against the wall, though. A kill over for Tribe Gaming, and the pace of the match has completely changed hands.
Zulon with a very good body block there as well. All of a sudden, the tide's turning here. Angel Boy holding on to a super cube, trying to move up the map. MMA, another one with some long range as well. Angel Boy flashing the super, dives in now. The roundhouse kick, not enough into the tanky arcade machine. And Tyrant with the follow-through shot gives Tribe an even bigger lead.
There's still enough time for Fang to make a reappearance, especially with all these hatchlings filtering in. A lot of shots now gotten out of Tribe. Angel Boy has to get a super here. He's got to be one shot off. There it is. He has it available as Livy is a far suboptimal target, but he's going to have to commit sometime or another. Out of the way, MMA, no kills, no nothing. And Tribe Gaming close out set number 2 with a sweep.
Great stuff coming in from Tribe to kick things off. Set number 1 is going to be a tone setter here, right? This is match 1 of the group stage, especially Tribe Gaming, who played twice in a row here. Starting off a win keeps a lot of pressure off them. Navi are a fierce opponent, but it's definitely something that we don't know what we're going to get today. At least not 100% right. At LCQ, they were phenomenal, but more towards this later stage in the year, they try some new roster stuff, and it doesn't necessarily work out, so they're going to have to work out the kinks here, but they were definitely still competitive. I can feel this one going to be very intense the whole way through.
No, actually, for Navi, I liked this comp a lot when it was early on in game number 1, but Tribe Gaming managed to bring it back, and then come game number 2, it's like they downloaded their opponent. They knew exactly what to do, and that's where that preliminary RT pick found the majority of its value. They knew that Fang was going to be a really, really good pick here, and they preemptively countered it.
You can see Zulon getting energetic there as well. A few claps, not over celebrating, but getting the job there. It's going to be another day in the office for all of these fellers. They've been training all year long for the big stage, the big moments. They've all worked so hard to get here. And it's wild that between these 3 teams that we're going to have to pick one. And I love it. I love the enthusiasm from Zulon.
The energy, I mean, really, once Tribe get on a roll, they seem unstoppable. And Bounty is one of these slower modes as well, so we don't get to see that momentum shift that can usually result from these, long range, let's sit back, let's run out of the clock type of modes like Bounty or Knockout. They've already gotten this one out of the way, and it only begins to pick up momentum from here.
It's wild, too, when you see the kill difference in a mode where that's literally all that matters.
Yeah.
2 in the favor of Tribe. It made the difference in 2 games. Pretty crazy stuff. Obviously, the blue star plays a factor in that, but nonetheless, Tribe Gaming were only ahead 2 kills in total for an entire set. I think that really reflects how intense this is truly going to be.
Well, I mean, we saw Navi get that early game momentum. and we might see once again on double swoosh. It's going to come down to comp choice once again. Do we see a fairly strong mid here? And also just which side you spawn on. Where does that gem go when it exchanges hands? But this is where I think we can see Navi really start to play to their strengths. They love this close range stuff, the super aggressive things, and we can see a gem grab map change hands in the blink of an eye. So this is where they will probably find their strengths most.
Gem Grab is one of my favorite modes for that reason. Sometimes you can play a game so much better than your opponent, but one kill gets away from you, and the other team can rob you of your gems and walk the other way. And like you said, Navi love those aggressive boom-type moments. They're going to be looking up in people's faces. You know, there's brawlers like Rosa, you know, Buster. I've seen Bull practiced a ton on this map this week, which means in return, we're going to see things like Colette, maybe Cordelius get in the mix as well. It's a chess match out here in the draft stage. It really is so hard for these teams to make perfect decisions.
Yeah, I mean, you have over 70 brawlers in the game now, and some of them are going to be banned out reliably every single match. We might see some of them rear their ugly heads here. Yeah, I see you, Charlie, on the side of Tribe Gaming. Anita first selection from Navi is one that I like to see. It's a pretty good first pick, but a lot of it relies on what your enemy chooses. So Tribe Gaming, they had that last pick. This is when you see the aggro brawlers, the ones that play into Nita's hand the most, start to make some plays. But once those bushes are broken open, if that's the strategy that Tribe Gaming decide to go with, then I think that she will lose a lot of that value. That said, something like Amber can be countered quite easily by Navi, so it's got to be a very careful decision.
And my boy Gale is going to show up as the resident mastery of Gale at this desk. I don't know how to feel about it, truthfully. I do not mind it on this map as much. The vision is so helpful, the slowdown so helpful. But even as a Gale master myself, I don't think this is the easiest brawler. I don't think it's necessarily the best brawler. But it seems like Tribe Gaming are going to value those assets that Gale can bring to the table.
So you're a Gale master, so which gadget are we bringing to the party today?
I think my favorite is, as I coined it, the Gale NATO, of course. I do love seeing it on the field. The Spring Ejector, I just don't know how much they're really going to get out of it here, but they're going to actually pair this with Rosa, which I think is a very strong brawler historically on this map, but also now we have some hypercharges in the mix too, so I think Rosa might have some pop-off potential here.
I think Tribe Gaming really have good options for either of the lanes when it comes down to Nita. I mean, you have Gale who can reliably rotate over to that Nita. It's going to be tough to play the Rosa into the Nita, which is what Navi are going to be going for as much as they can. Here's the Gray making an appearance once again, and we saw how valuable this can be as, oh my god. No way we see the Gray Jackie here. It seems like we waved goodbye to this one a long time ago, but now with Hypercharged Jackie in the game, I mean, you got to find a delivery mechanism for that close range brawler.
This is a treat. I mean, I never would have thought in World Finals 2023 that we would see old reliable Gray and Jackie step up to the plate, and now Jackie is a hypercharge too. This might be better than it was back then. It's so funny to see this. I think this is something that, at least in my watching of practices and scrims, I feel like this is something kept under the radar, and I completely respect it, to be honest with you.
Well, okay, Colette, final selection here from Tribe Gaming. Colette can take a lot of damage in close range versus Jackie, so you have to keep that at range. And Colette also isn't going to be great for scouting out the bushes, so I think this is almost enforced a lot of how this match is going to play out for Tribe Gaming. Not effective for scouting bushes. This is exactly where Jackie wants to be as well. So if the bushes are broken down, then that's where they're going to find the value. Unfortunately, a lot of that comes down to where Gray ends up using the walking cane.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a very important aspect of how this unfolds. You know, shaping up the map, crafting it the way you want it to be. Because there's some brawlers out here that really want this grass up. We have ones like Rosa that want to punch you in the face. We have Jackie, as they all actually are going to travel down this right-hand side, get the walking cane, and it's an immediate connection there too. But by doing this, Tyrant taking to the left-hand side, but they're just going to group up together. They're really playing this classic Gray Jackie strat just like the good old days.
Oh my gosh, it's the death ball. They're really just all traveling as one cohesive unit. And so far, it's worked relatively well, but as Livy gets a good bit of hypercharge off of it too, they've lost only one of their ranks. Cube lurks in the bushes, armed with a super as well, trying to keep his Livy at bay. Could see that bear arriving in just a moment here. We'll find a little bit of solace hiding behind it. Teleport in from MMA, big value, and a dash backwards from Zulon to get the elimination. Navi still are on the back foot. They have 3 gems remaining, but Tribe Gaming are in the lead.
And now they have complete map control as well. Zulon stepping up as well. A teleport down the left hand in, and now Tyrant dueling with MMA. It's going to be a Tyrant win. 2v2. He's popping off now, but the pull goes down. Nita with a bear. Not enough there, so Zulon forced to back away for now.
They're missing so many of their bushes on their home turf, but it's okay. They can set up residence inside of Tribe Gaming's, but only insofar as Tribe Gaming allow it to be. Tyrant gets a nice kill as well in close range. Cube picks up a kill onto his Livy on the right. Angel Boy has that super. He could have gone for the long pull. In comes the teleport though from Angel Boy, and it's complete theft. We haven't even moved on to Heist yet, and still it's a total steal from Navi, running back with 12 gems.
And MMA can just simply play defense. Cube, a pin, a walk away, a little pin as well in the mix, and with 4 seconds to go, nobody within striking distance. Highway robbery here as Angel Boy collects 12.
What a theft here, and what high mobility from some brawlers that need that the most. Jackie, she's going to find the majority of her value by closing in on those targets. You combine her with Gray, it's a fantastic thing. Now you don't have that instant teleport with Gray anymore, but when you put it around the point of interest, I mean, there's only one gem mine on the map, then you get to completely run the show. And with those walls not being broken open, neither of the bushes being broken open too, Jackie's going to be an absolute menace.
And the mind games have already begun too. Navi completely mixing things up. They're going to go the more normal left, right, center as MMA trades side as Livy goes down. The Gale NATO, not enough here. Angel Boy now taking over. It's still, once again, last game it was interesting too. Navi were the ones that struck first. They got the early kill, but it was still a gym count for Tribe, and they're only down 1, all things considered.
So far, so good. Cube moves in as Livy. Denial. But Tyrant's lurking behind them. He's trying to fully encircle them. He has that super at his disposal. A bit of a boxing match between him and MMA. Who comes out on top? Well, Tyrant's going to be running for the hills, just barely alive. But MMA and Angel Boy, they've actually abandoned the whole idea of moving as a unit now. It didn't earn them a victory in game number 1, so you got to mix up that strategy and see what can get you a victory. Here comes the hypercharge and the super in from Tyrant. MMA went for the stun, but it didn't get him anywhere. And Zulon now also populates these bushes on the side of Navi with 4 gems in hand. Now counting up to 5, they're only tied.
And essentially a stalemate on the left, but a big takedown in the mid. Tyrant helping out as Libby as well. The Walking Cane goes down, and Angel Boy going to survive. Does have a teleport available as well. 1 gem on their side. It's going to be 6-6 overall. Tie ball game here.
Pretty close call for Zulon here. Angel Boy has the Walking Cane ready to use, and he has that super to combine it for a really long pull. MMA still going to commit. It's time for Zulon to start moving in too. Angel Boy goes for it, the long pull, but it's no good. He only gets pulled a little bit of distance. Cube pushed back. Tyrant still keeping MMA at bay. It's an opportunity for Zulon to move in for gem number 8, and Tyrant gets the kill. It's looking good for Tribe Gaming, now counting up to 10 in just a moment, but we have to see the teleport through. Here it comes. MMA is going to make the move, and blocked by the Gale NATO. Tyrant picks up the kill, and Tribe Gaming run it back.
Nothing like a good twister here. A teleport through as well. Tyrant low HP. 10 seconds to go, and Angel Boy needs to close this out. Zulon not connecting the super. Teleport now available for Angel Boy as Tyrant looks to play defense. As Livy with the pushback as well, moving in now, immediately taken down, and Tribe Gaming return the favor. 1-1 in set 2.
Every time Navi they try to push into this Gale super, it's a little difficult to watch because they're just not going to be making any progress. Even when they're using their team coordination, they just form a complete wall to soak up that damage and then end up charging the Gale super. It's a bit disastrous, but still, it's an opportunity for Navi to go back to the lab and figure out what went wrong. They still got another opportunity to take this set.
Here we go, 3 on the right-hand side, Walking Cane, and once again, Navi strike first. Zulon, Tyrant, going to be forced to play it by themselves here, and already a super for Angel Boy. Establishing that early could be huge as MMA looks to be a pest here. Tyrant looking to deal with the enemy side. Cube establishing himself in the left-hand end, and Angel Boy for now is going to collect the gems in the mid.
This is a good position for that teleport, but with Rosa lurking near the exit, it's going to be quite difficult. MMA, he's also deeply entrenched in enemy territory. Good kill for Tyrant on the enemy side. And a few more. MMA and Zulon locked in this death match. MMA will merge relatively battered, still gets taken down. Tyrant completely in these bushes. He's so difficult to remove as a Rosa. Teleport back from Angel Boy, but it's just a trade. Here comes MMA. The response of the hypercharge plus the super, and Tyrant manages to escape alive. Tribe Gaming boasting only a 3-gem lead now.
All 3 brawlers from Navi weren't enough to take down the hypercharge. Insane stuff. Rosa gonna hold on to 2 gems there. That's gonna be huge for them as Livy looking to flank left hand in. Angel Boy, MMA all in the mid. The Walking Cane to disrupt things a little bit too. Not gonna be a huge factor. Still 8-3, large lead for Tribe.
Angel Boy's got that teleport. It's looking scary because MMA has the super and the hypercharge combo ready to move at any second. Now as we go to 9, the big pull, MMA closes in. Tyrant's still alive. Another use of the super, and finally they take him down, but as Livy's out for blood, gets the kill on MMA, and Zulon and his Livy have to retreat back to the bushes once more with only an equal gem count.
Angel Boy gonna collect a 7th here, and Bruce the Bear was doing a great job of tanking, and now he's stunning as well as Livy. Low HP, forced back. Tyrant trying to make a move now, but he's got 4 brawlers now incoming along with the Circus Bear. Cube, left hand in. Zulon with a nice takedown as well as Livy with a pushback. A fight at the top as well. It's going down across the map right now. 9-8, back and forth in set number 2.
Just a 1 gem differential. Angel Boy could be the one to teleport in. Cube can't get too aggro because he's holding one of those crucial gems. Angel Boy needs it. Here comes the big push in from a Rosa on full health with a hypercharge, but MMA completely counters it. Tyrant's got to run away. He's just a walking super battery. Angel Boy has that teleport if he needs it. Everyone's so lit up on the side of Tribe Gaming. There's 1 kill, but it could be another. Navi, they're playing their cards carefully. 11 gems in hand and another one to match it. Tribe Gaming, if they stood right on top of that gem mine, they could chance it, but it's just 2 RNG. They don't want to risk it. Here comes the push in. MMA taken down. They just need to pick up this 1 gem and they can make it happen. Cube has to be eliminated. The teleport forward, it's disastrous. Angel Boy makes it away with all of the gems, and Tribe Gaming are woefully out of reach.
Nowhere close right now. Angel Boy sitting in the back spawn. MMA with a nice pull. Not enough gems in the mid. Navi tie things up 1-1 overall.
What a close match it's been. It looked so hopeful for Tribe Gaming following game number 1, but Navi, they went back to old reliable. Even though it didn't seem that consistent or reliable come game number 1, they had that complete death ball strategy. You know what? Let's all run it down the right lane and try and get a free kill off of that, and it just worked in the next game.
That's got to be a huge confidence boost for Navi. They steal a game in there as well. Definitely weren't looking like they were going to come away with one, but big pop-off plays are what this team is known for, and that's exactly what they got, especially in a mode like Gym Grab. A couple plays can make a huge difference. A big kill at the end of that 3rd game really set Navi up here, and now being down instead 2-0, it's now going to be 1-1. A huge difference for the mental, and you even saw it there in the replay. Angel Boy cracking a smile even. Sometimes you got to let loose, have a little fun, and now they're finally getting comfortable.
I mean, that momentum, it's such a large factor in Brawl Stars that people don't really talk about, how once you get in that mindset, once you start flowing, you can really sit there. It all comes down to a momentum break more than anything to get you out of that zone. And Navi have found themselves here, but it wasn't without any failures. They still did get a single loss to Tribe Gaming interspersed in there, and that was some pretty tough opposition as well. Tyrant was going to town on the Rosa with the hypercharge and the super combo, but he can't be a 1-man army. We saw Navi reliably getting in to Tribe's bushes and starting up all kinds of trouble. The Gale teleport, or rather the Gray teleport more than anything, I think was the most value for them.
Oh, I love the energy and the emotion. It's what makes the in-person events so special. Just seeing Angel Boy get super hype here. But Tyrant, 14. That's a heck of a performance, but it might even be more heartbreaking. They lost the set.
This is true. I mean, this is the kind of scoreline that you see at like the end of a Power League game where someone says, I had no help. I mean, these randoms, I can't believe them. But Tyrant was putting in a lot of the work. It goes to show that there were elements of this that really were succeeding, not just in concept. It was the rest of it where the pressure was directly applied. We saw Tyrant consistently in those bushes. He was getting kills, but the objective was not played there.
Gym Grab is always an interesting one for sure, but as we move forward, it's now going to be 1-1. We're heading over to the desert. It's Kaboom Canyon here for a little heist action. And to be honest with you, Reddy, the meta on this map, and especially this mode, has certainly changed since the hypercharges get in the mix. It's been a very tanky meta all year long. Hard to know 100% what to expect the whole way through, but I think there's going to be a train conductor that might interest some teams.
Oh yeah, this is true. I mean, he's going to be making a final stop at the enemy safe, unless, of course, there's a base race, in which case that starts to become a little bit less viable, a lot less viable, by the way. So with that in mind, do we see this from either of these teams? By this point, it's got to be banned out. It's one of those that's up there with Colette, like that's an insta-ban on this map, but there's always a chance that it makes it through.
Yeah, Colette, another great shot by you as well. I mean, Colette already great for this game mode, right? The amount of damage that her super can do is unbelievable in a meta that's run by tanks right now, and now she has a hypercharge too. It makes a big difference. The selection pool for the hypercharges isn't a ton right now, so adding a little extra value to some of these brawlers that may have already been done and good. I'm curious to see what these guys are cooking. We know Navi love to play the aggressive stuff, but we know this meta is a very interesting one too, so certainly a lot of deliberation, I'm sure, here.
There are a lot of options. I mean, we saw the control game game attempted, and it did succeed in some departments, but in the end, it was the aggression that prevailed. So Tribe Gaming absolutely have to be keeping this in the back of their heads as well. I mentioned Crow earlier, actually, when it came to the Kaboom Canyon, and this is going to be great for getting control inside the bushes. It used to be like an insta-ban or an insta-pick. Yeah, we do see the choo-choo train conductor on the right side banned out. Navi have that first selection. Bonnie. This is, yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Bonnie.
Yeah, I mean, Bonnie's a fine brawler. It's just, it's been away from the meta, I would say, to a degree a little bit here. And especially as a first pick, it wasn't something I was expecting. I don't know if Tribe were necessarily looking to play this brawler. Maybe there's something in practices that we just haven't seen. I mean, Bonnie's fine, right? Got the long range, very versatile. You got the Sugar Rush, could give you a little extra speed, the dive in for damage, the Leon-esque shots. But at the same time, it hasn't felt like at least the strongest brawler in the meta as of late.
Well, if anything, it is certainly on brand for Navi because they can get aggressive and go in on that safe, get some instant damage. The problem is that it ends up falling to things that outrange it and also ends up feeding supers a lot of the way. And I think this is where we start to see the trouble start to stir up from what Tribe Gaming is selecting here. There's a Gale. We saw the value of the jump pad when it came to those Group A matches, and I think we'll start to see it once again. Navi, I hope they have a counter plan for this, a way to get that early mid control. Maybe a jump in could be something like an Eve, since that is open. 8-bit is going to make them even more solidified at mid, though.
8-bit and the fact that Colette's out of the mix here, I think, increases 8-bit's odds a little bit. Bell might be on the mind of Navi as well. It's interesting to see this combination of Gale plus the 8-bit because likely going to be going to Spring Ejector. I mean, that's what we've seen from Gale. And it's also funny, too, that Navi were the ones that kind of created this idea a long time ago. And talking Corey in 2022, he got the idea from watching them do it. So kind of returning a little bit of their own medicine here. But 1 year later, a lot of tough decisions here for Navi. And it's going to be the Lou. When in doubt, go with the guy with a nasty hypercharge.
This is true. I mean, he gets the purple, he gets a lot of damage, he gets that mad control. You can insta-win some interactions, too, by getting the immediate freeze. The only issue is, do we line up those shots? Well, he does outrange Gale. It's going to be more difficult into 8-bit because while he does have a lot of health that can end up feeding that super, he has long range. That's going to be the primary struggle for Angel Boy. Jesse is actually going to be a phenomenal way of dealing with the 8-bit as long as he's staying close to that turret. If it's on the opposite side of a wall, then it's a much different story.
Yeah, and Jesse, one of the brawlers with a hyper charge as well. The bounce shot, of course, like you mentioned, going to do well into the 8-bit turret. I see the vision for sure. I think Navi just kind of taking a solid matchup, but also Jesse is a good brawler for this mode. They take Lou, who, in personal opinion, and from seeing practices and talking with pro players, I mean, Lou is very valued. We're seeing him show up on maps that he never showed up in before. Now Brock as the final selection here. Ton of DPS, some extra range, and both sides going to be equipped to tear up that safe.
The one thing that concerns me here for Brock is, I mean, you got to be going rocket fuel here, but if Bonnie jumps on you, then it's an immediate death. I don't see a whole lot of response to the Bonnie here, because if you have that jump pad, you're not able to throw down the twister and get her off your tail, and also the 8-bit is just going to be cannon fodder. Haha, pun there for you. But at the same time, Navi, I'm expecting to see some of these shots line up from the Lou. That's really the big win condition for them.
Big stage, big puns ready. We wouldn't expect you to change here on the big day. Intense stuff as we hop into set number 3, 1-1 overall, and it kicks off with a nice Gale launch pad.
Immediate movement here for Zulon, who's most lacking in movement speed and movement abilities in general than anyone else on the squad, as Livy's feeling a lot of the suppression, and MMA and Angel Boy force him out. Tyrant's the one solo on the right side. He's a very talented lane player, and he should be able to hold his own. He tried to penetrate those bushes at mid, but he's soon replaced by his Livy, jumping in Tyrant with a super to break open some of those bushes and also eliminate some damage off of that save. Already marks it with 13% from Tribe Gaming.
Currently, there's no wall break option for them either, so 8-bit can just kind of run rampant if they want, but Cube immediately addressing this. It's probably going to cost him his life, but Zulon also receiving some heavy heat as well, so he's going to back off for now. Cube also charged a super throughout those interactions as well, and that's going to make a huge difference, whether that's gaining control, playing defense, or just dealing out some serious damage onto the high safe.
Well, as Livy also has this super, so if anyone dares encroach too much on their territory, then he can push them away. Here it comes. He's going to use it more aggressively, try and push things back so that Tyrant can move forward for some pot shots into the save. Not going to happen, though. Cube is armed with a super and a slow if he so decides to use it, but I think he could be running recoil spring here to get some nasty shots in there if he gets the hypercharged turret on the enemy safe. The big struggle there is you have to make it forward there to begin with, and we haven't seen anything from Navi in terms of mid-control.
Good thing for Tribe Gaming is MMA has a super, but no hypercharge at the moment. We know how serious that stun can be. Now a turret going down the left-hand side. They take it down immediately as Livy avoiding the ice rink as well. Zulon and his Livy are still going to be able to hold control here as Tyrant regains while his teammates put in work. Tribe Gaming relentless right now, not letting go of their positioning at all.
Oh, Cube's really feeling it. Even the spray and the pin up in the air because he is not let out of this corner from Zealand. He's trapped, imprisoned even on the left side. And another super in from Tyrant as Livy with the super for the kill confirm. And Angel Boy is armed with this super. Here it comes. He's going to try and position himself on the back right side and some good dodges, but still no Seagar. Tribe Gaming shut down that offense attempt. And with 30 seconds left, it's looking grim for Navi.
Navi are going to have to pop off here with 25 to go. It is not looking great like you mentioned as Livy still holding strong. Has a pushback as well. Tyrant with the kill, and they're going to throw him straight back to their spawn with a huge lead. And 15 seconds to go, it's looking grim despite this hypercharge going in now. If Cube, left-hand side, has a super available. Angel Boy keeping his distance as well. Tyrant letting the rocket rain here, and simply nothing they can do. Not enough time on the clock. It's going to be Tribe Gaming taking game number 1.
Navi, they worked that entire game to get their hypercharges, but they still weren't able to make use of them when it was their time to shine, and they didn't manage to really land any significant damage on top of Tribe Gaming's safe. It's looking scary for Navi. They have to find a way to get that early take of mid. If not, then we're going to see a very similar outcome to what happened in game number 1, because Tribe Gaming, once they have that mid, they are not letting go. They're playing immensely controlling brawlers.
Yeah, and as Livy went down very early there too, and nonetheless, it was still a great performance for them. They got back up, their teammates took care of things, and it's going to be the same story here as well. MMA on the back heels. However, Cube, Angel Boy, of course, Angel Boy going to be playing that more aggressive brawler, the long range as well. They're going to try and step forward here as Livy's just looking to generate some offense, gets a follow-through shot there, a kill. Angel Boy with a dive in as well, and he does end up getting that takedown, so early advantage here for Navi. Just going to get a few chip shots and use the jump pad against Tribe Gaming. A lot of fun right there.
Certainly so. MMA, I don't think he's having a fun time. He does get a trade at least as Zealand gets to advance forward in his place. Angel Boy is also looking for a safe time to pop down his super and return to cannon form. Here it comes as Livy pushes him out of the way. Still an opportunity to move into that cannon, pop the gadget immediately. Free damage onto Zealand for another jump in, and he gets it immediately. MMA's also hanging high and dry inside those bushes, armed with the super. This is a control that we needed to see from Navi. This is when, as Livy's jump pad starts to lose a lot of its value, instant freeze on Zealand is just free hypercharge, but still no attention dealt to Zealand. It's all about getting it in on that safe takedown into his Livy, and Tribe Gaming safe is taking a beating.
This is a massacre right now. Angel Boy still lurking on this bottom right-hand side, and they're going to trust this Livy to play defense here as we get a split view of what's going down up top. Tyrant Zulon in the mid as Livy gets the takedown and now can springboard over into the mid. It might be an opportunity for a Tribe offensive as Tyrant lets it rain.
Cube's got that super though. Minute left on the clock. There's an opportunity for Navi to move back, especially with the bushes broken open. They have visuals on their enemies as Livy needs to be contacted by some of these shots from MMA, though he's dodging them also effectively. Angel Boy moves in for a kill. It's a double kill even, and Zulon is left without a super. Has to pop it down. Could be immediate destruction for MMA, but Zulon's also a pretty optimal target for these shots from Lou. A freeze onto Zulon as Livy stirring up trouble at mid 2, just barely alive with a shred of health left, but Tribe Gaming safe continues to take damage. 30 seconds left on the clock. Navi have to suffer some damage.
There is an opportunity, but they got to play this pretty perfectly. They're going to need some takedowns and a lot of damage. No super available for any of the 3 gents on the blue roster side. A few rockets going down, some kills being traded, and Q pops a hypercharge. Rocket Rain inbound as well. They're climbing now as Livy looks to get aggressive. Tyrant firing from the back line. Zulon with low HP does manage to survive. He needs to move forward and quickly here, though. Pouring in damage to the safe. Tyrant the only one remaining, and it's close. 20, but ends up being some damage coming in the last moments from Navi. 1-1, 1-1 here.
Serious nail biter there is Navi. Starting to feel a lot of heat on their safe in the final few seconds. Had there not been anyone positioned on Tribe Gaming safe, then it could have been a much different story in terms of safe percentage. A little bit too close for comfort there, but we have seen the series change hands in terms of momentum now. It's like you said, 1-1, 1-1. Incredibly close here. And Navi, once more, have to get that early take of mid. It's practically free for Tribe, but we see Tyrant actually take a vastly different approach. Not popping down that jump pad, instead breaking open the wall immediately. But the mid control goes to Navi for now. It's going to be tougher for them to hold on to it, though, since Tyrant has broken open that wall.
That's a really interesting decision there, because it's definitely going to play differently than we've seen the last couple of games. A spring ejector with the wall versus this, going to be completely different interactions now. 98, 100%. MMA just kind of dropping a defensive super there. Doesn't want anybody approaching his side, allowing time for Cube to recover. Angel Boy going to need some time as well, but Zulon gets a nice kill here. Super's available for Cube and Bonnie, but unfortunately not going to be able to do anything. It's a team wipe for Tribe, and now they're in prime position for damage. It's pouring in. Rocket Rain from the sky as Angel Boy tries to play defense as Livy with a pushback, and Tribe still in mid control.
They knew exactly when to back up. Na'Vi, they have some abilities that could permit them easier passage into mid. MMA has a super, but Zulon staying just out of range. Inside of the damage booster, too, to react even more aptly to MMA's aggression. Cube has that super too as Livy's getting pinched pretty hard. Angel Boy falls in a disaster. Now it's Tyrant's turn to move in, get some shots on that safe. We see Cube thinking about using that turret so desperately, even though he knows it's going to immediately die. A takedown onto Cube, another one onto MMA. Angel Boy's pushed out of the way, and it's Zulon's turn to use those extra credits and get even more damage on the safe.
Turret established as well, so more damage for the entire side of Tribe Gaming here. MMA forced to drop another defensive super here. They just need some control. Right now, there's really no hope if they don't start piling up some kills, move across the map, and a couple kills are going to add up here for Tribe Gaming, and it's right back to defense for Cube. Nothing he can do about this.
Zulon, so much damage on that safe with a boosted booster down, knows exactly when to retreat. He also knows he's going to get that super back too, so he doesn't really care about it falling in a more aggressive position. Great pinch there onto Cube. Angel Boy also looking for any sort of angle, but there's not a good target for him anywhere. Another great pinch on an MMA, and at this point, Na'Vi, they're actually just completely staggered. They're filtering in, and they've basically given up hope. They have to get some kind of push, but it's looking more and more unlikely by the second.
And it's looking grim here with 10 to go. It's an outrage of damage here. And to take the momentum advantage, Tribe Gaming are going to lead our first game of Group B 2-1.
Wow, I mean, we've seen Tribe take two completely different approaches in this set. First of all, we saw the constant aggression there of as Livy jumping in with a Gale jump pad, and then come game number 3, we saw them ditch that jump pad idea entirely, instead break open the wall, filter into mid the good old-fashioned way, and when we see Na'Vi try to take that approach, we go one by one. It just doesn't work. It's just a divide and conquer. We'll focus on one enemy at a time and completely burst them down.
I'm impressed with Tribe Gaming in a sense that they played it in two different ways as well. They kind of held their cards close, right? I think they were kind of feeling out through those first couple games if they wanted to break the wall. I didn't even think with Brock that they had that opportunity to just destroy that opening wall, and obviously they're going to want to keep the top one up for the 8-bit turret, but they kind of held that one close until game number 3 just using the spring ejector, so they had multiple options for opportunity to win, and that's just impressive stuff that veterans like these teams are going to showcase at the big stage.
Pretty much, and here we see Na'Vi, they're trying to go for that last push, but Tribe Gaming, they had their number every step of the way. We did see some serious waves from Na'Vi come game number 2, where they got one really solid push in, and it got a little shaky there towards the end as Tribe began to push back, and this was really the big investment of Na'Vi. They knew if they could get one big push in and stay on aggression the whole time, then it was okay if one of them died and got taken down. They could play that 2v3 and filter in one by one. When you're playing on defense, though, that just doesn't work. Tribe Gaming, they held the control like they always do.
Incredible stuff from Tribe. This is a big moment as well. We've talked about momentum a lot in this, and I talk about it a lot, especially for set number 3. Going to set number 4 with a little relief, with a little less pressure on your shoulders, is a bigger deal than a lot of people may think. Mental is a big deal. You can hear it from Zulon hyping his teammates up. Angel Boy, even winning that second game, was thrilled. Every single game counts. And of course, Angel Boy thrilled, I'm sure, also with that scoreline as well. 11 kills. Way to pile it on.
Even though it's not necessarily his responsibility to be getting those kills either, because he would rather be on top of that safe. He would love to get in the back right corner and exist there, even though eventually he will get pinched. Keeps the attention focused on himself. Pulling up a nice scoreline, putting some numbers on the board, even in a losing match. You can really tell that both of these teams, despite an uneven scoreline, they've gotten their wins there, they've gotten their punches, and now they're both in good momentum position for Dueling Beetles.
Dueling Beetles going to be map number 4 here. Tribe with an opportunity to close out this rivalry once again and repeat their accomplishment in 2022 against these fellas in round number 1. But Na'Vi are looking for revenge. They're a fierce team. They've shown up to LCQ. They've worked hard all year long. Angel Boy's big goal, World Finals. Now we're going to have to see if he's cut out for the big leagues here as he has to overcome a 2-1 hurdle against Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, they're coming up on really the wire, as just one loss will send them to a match point and the possibility of losing this match. It all comes down to the draft, though, here as we're getting into Dueling Beetles for our very 4th set. There's a lot of opportunities, a lot of different options that you can go for on this map. We've seen the Poco, we've seen the B as well. Those two go kind of hand in hand. Of course, the usual suspects as well. Gotta see that hypercharged Lu band. Gotta see something like B be a big consideration. But also Charlie, she's gonna find her way into that draft from Tribe Gaming.
Cordelius, the first overall selection. All right, so Mushroom Man stepping up. It's a very interesting interaction he has on this map as well, especially in the mode of Hot Zone. If you send an enemy brawler to the Shadow Realm, they are not allowed to get Hot Zone percentages, so you can really choose your battles, get some isolation going, and of course he's going to be naturally pretty good into tanks for that reason, but a lot of the bans likely candidates. We see Lou, Colette, even Shelly, who's still so darn good at this game, along with, of course, Charlie, who I'm expecting to see banned possibly every single set today ready.
So now we got to wonder, like, what angle does Tribe Gaming take from this point on? Because something they're fairly prone to is going for something very tanky when it comes to their selections on Hot Zone, control modes in general. Stu is a very aggressive pick from them that I think as Livy can do a great job on. Tyrant also can flex on this brawler from time to time. Really, any of these players can pick up the Stu, so there's no major indication on what they're going for just yet.
We've seen several options here today. We saw B Poco come out here. You mentioned it in the pre-draft as well. Be somebody with long range, but Pam's somebody for me that just makes sense, right? It's a close to mid-range kind of map. A lot of health points, which is a very big deal in the current meta for Brawl Stars. The healing station available, the scrap sucker to remove shots from the enemy side. I think Pam's a lot better of a brawler than we at home may suspect.
I think so too, and in the hands of Tribe Gaming, it's going to be a fantastic option. They love this brawler. Every single one of these players can play it. It can change hands depending on who's feeling it today. But Na'Vi, now they can source a lot of their damage and some of their supercharge from it. And this is the main hazard. Here's the Rosa as well. Now this is a bit inventive, okay? You can lurk in the bushes, you can get inside the enemy bushes, and since we're not seeing too much wall break from Tribe Gaming, it can succeed. Stu really is the one that I look to switch gadgets. You usually see Speed Zone as the option that's run here on Dueling Beetles, so once the walls are broken open, could find some more value for playing into that Rosa, though I suspect we might even be seeing planting the bushes at mid as the major option for Na'Vi.
I think planting the bushes is exactly what they're going for. They're going to look to extend this map, get sneaky, and even bring in Maisie. Tribe Gaming are going to have a tough time here. That's a lot of health points to try and counter, and I'm curious if we see somebody like Gale come out here to maybe address this. It's going to be really hard to pick one brawler that can deal with all of the action on the other side of Na'Vi. It's very easy to get overwhelmed, especially when Rosa and Angel Boy, assuming he plays this brawler, walk up to the enemy wall side and can just kind of hunker down around the corners and just throw some boxing gloves out there, some shots from Maisie, and of course Cordelius there to remove whatever brawlers they want. And there is that Gale. It's going to be an intense one. It's always a chess match with these drafts, and so we're going to see Na'Vi take a very different approach than Tribe Gaming here in set 4.
Much different, and for Tribe Gaming, much of the same, because they really do seem to love this Gale, and we saw his Livy play it fairly well, but it's going to have to be yet another invention, a much different play style. We have to stay at mid and push Na'Vi off. For Na'Vi, they're looking to filter in as quickly as they can. The main issue is going to be getting in as quickly as they can, and there's a whole lot of applause as we're getting into this next set, which could be Na'Vi being sent with a loss or Tribe Gaming getting their very first victory. Just a couple of games is all that separates Tribe Gaming from victory.
It's a rock and roll composition for Na'Vi. They're going to be looking to drum up right to your face as Tribe Gaming going to play it a little more positionally, more like some smooth jazz right now as they're going to stay together, position themselves accordingly, and move on in here. Tyrant positioning himself perfectly here as they've taken and established complete control of this map. Na'Vi, all they have to show for it right now is 3%.
Well, Angel Boy has something to say about it. He's going to eliminate his Livy from the equation. MMA really gets to move in now. A little scrap sucker action down. MMA's completely disarmed. Tyrant looks to encircle behind Cube as Livy pinching from the bottom. Tyrant picks up that kill as well. And Tribe Gaming are leading with a massive, almost insurmountable lead so far.
MMA weak and gonna have to recover here as well. Cube holding on to his super. Same for MMA as Angel Boy now drags Whelm into the Shadow Realm, and it's going to be a healing station going down immediately. Now they're going to make their move. MMA popping the shield, forcing the enemies back, dropping whatever bushes he can as Na'Vi finally crack into double digits, but they're going to lose another brawler along the way.
Angel Boy completely pushed back. No chance for Na'Vi to come back in a complete shutout from Tribe Gaming to move themselves on to match point.
One more to go for Tribe Gaming, and they will be going into their second match 1-0 for this group stage. That is a major advantage, especially since Tribe Gaming are playing 2 in a row. They can know their outcome immediately. They're either going to have to hold their breath if they lose the next one, assuming they get there with a win, or a 2-0, of course, would be huge. As we kick this off here, the beginning going to be very crucial. If the tanky brawlers can establish control, it could be a complete reversal of what we saw earlier. So Angel Boy getting this takedown is going to make a big difference, as this time it's going to be more neck and neck and a much bigger contention for this mid.
He's going to try and do it, be the one-man army. Here comes Tyrant, though, breaking open some of the walls. Angel Boy struggling to close in range versus as Livy. Tyrant, he's avoiding all of the obstacles, just dashing back and forward and letting Angel Boy keep the tire marks as a souvenir as he sent back to the respawn.
This is going to be tough. Na'Vi have to play together. They can't get isolated like this. That's the issue with their composition. Sure, they have a lot of health points, but they have to do it as a unit. And now they're all separated out. They're going to have to waste time getting MMA back in the action. And as a result, Tribe Gaming are going to hold on to a 30% lead.
Well, now with Tyrant out of the equation, there's an opportunity to push in. Angel Boy's going to try and close in, maybe get on top of his Livy. That jump pad can't save you in close range. The use of the super to push back MMA and Cube. And despite falling, Zulon and Tyrant still prevail, with Tribe Gaming moving on past 80%.
The fans are heating up here. It's 20% to go for Tribe Gaming as Na'Vi look to try and make a move here. Hypercharge inbound. Zulon firing shots from the distance. A healing station going down for protection as Livy looking for the flank. And Tribe Gaming hold on to the hot zone, release the pins, and will kick off Group B 1-0.
What a match for Tribe and Na'Vi, and what a way to kick off Group B. Both teams getting in their shots on one another, but an obvious victor. Tribe Gaming headed on with their very first win, and Na'Vi headed down into the pits of uncertainty. Everything to be determined by their matchup versus Reply Totem.
Even though they're only waiting for a game to finish, it's going to be a long wait for them. This team has worked so hard this year. They've had their ups and downs, and I know how badly they wanted to beat Tribe after last year. These teams have history, IRL, on Twitter, across the board. That's what makes Group B so special. But at the end of the day, it was the North American Kings that got the job done.
What a match. What a match for Tribe Gaming, and what interesting draft from both of these sides too. We saw both teams try some new things. I think I want to particularly call attention to Tribe Gaming, where they decided on two different strategies. First a jump pad, and then breaking open the wall as well. I think was very inventive and a good way to adapt to the ongoing set.
I just feel like having a coach there present has made a huge difference for them. Having call-outs mid-set, having somebody in their ear the whole time. I mean, it's great to have that, especially when you have such a powerful coach like Corey, who's had experience with these guys. They played together for so long, and it's a big deal for them as well. So I think that is going to be a huge confidence booster going into this next match.
Absolutely. I mean, once more, they have this momentum. I've talked about this a lot, but it's a very real thing. Coming off the back of a win, they're going to be looking monstrous versus Reply Totem, who've also been relatively uncertain lately.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting group, right? At halfway point in the year, we had these teams that were so competitive. We had number 1 and number 2 from ESL Mobile Masters in this group, and of course Na'Vi, a good rival to both these teams, being very familiar with them. But you can just see the stats here already. Just couldn't get it done on Hot Zone. The composition, a very boom or bust type play, and sometimes that's just what Na'Vi brings to the table, right? They trust their gut, they go with their strategy, they hold on to it, but only 2 kills. Even in a mode where kills aren't everything, they just couldn't get the job done there.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, Angel Boy's still awake here, and there's still hope alive for the team of Na'Vi. Hopefully a game break here will be an opportunity for them to go back to the drawing board, sort of recollect themselves, and steel themselves for that very last match. But for Tribe Gaming, they're exactly where they want to be positioned versus a Totem who hasn't even warmed up on the big stage yet.
And we talked about Na'Vi wanting an opportunity for revenge against Tribe. Tribe Gaming this year alone have lost to Totem twice. I know they've been waiting a long time for this match. It was very close in the grand finals at the halfway point in the year at ESL Mobile Masters, 3-2. It went the whole way. But with Totem playing the way they've been playing recently, Season 4 of ESL not necessarily going their way, I'm curious to see what ends up happening here.
I mean, Totem is my dark horse to make it in this World Finals, and I think not a whole lot of people believe in Totem after their latest performance, but the deal is they always pop off at LAN. That is the #1 story going into this.
And I'm curious to see what the people at home thought of our previous match in terms of MVP. I think there's a lot of good candidates here. I can see an argument for all 3, but they're going to go with the hype man. It's going to be a Zulon, and I think very understandably so.
I mean, Zulon's really the powerhouse of this team when it comes to the energy, creating that up on stage, and really symbolizing how the team are feeling after each win and even after a loss.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big difference, right? The presence that you have in person, being able to give fist bumps, being able to hype up your teammates, it's something that a lot of these teams are going to bring to the table here. There's something about the LAN environment that just gives these guys a boost and makes them special.
I mean, you want to talk land environment, though, and their next opponents are going to be looking really, really terrifying. Both of these teams feed off a lot of that crowd energy, and I think you can observe that as well. Once Joker, if Totem are having a tough time, he starts getting the crowd all rowdy. Zulon, you see him getting excited too. It's really going to be a battle of the stage presence, I think, coming up next.
I mean, I have no complaints about that, of course. It's going to be an awesome match. It's already been a great start to Group B. Even Na'Vi still not ruled out by any means yet. I mean, depending on how things go here in the next match, I know who they're going to be cheering for on the sidelines, though, in hopes that they can get on to the next day.
I mean, the tiebreaker can get very, very close. You need to get those set victories and game victories in to make it matter the most. So, I mean, honestly, this is sort of the storyline for Na'Vi this year. They got some wins early on, and it all came down to the other matches playing out. So some things carry out in the most cruel way.
Other teams had to do, and that's nerve-wracking and a huge confidence boost, especially somebody like Tribe Gaming. If they do end up getting that big victory here on this next one, now they know they're capable of taking on just about anybody in the world, because this is a very powerful group.
Well, they're coming off the back of a win, so it's looking quite hopeful there for Tribe Gaming. They got some good drafts in there. They used some inventive things. Hopefully they didn't reveal their whole hand for Reply Totem. It's going to be different maps, of course, so not everything is out there just yet. But Reply Totem, certainly with Coach Roll at the helm, have been labbing something.
I think both of these teams are going to be cooking something special. I mean, we even saw it in match number 1, right? There were some strategies that may have been of old. Maybe they brought in something new that I wasn't used to seeing. I mean, Hypercharge in the mix as well. It's really tough to be a Brawl Stars coach in this day and age. There's so many moving parts, new brawlers, new meta. It's just ever changing. Even the scrims have evolved. Everybody's seeing what the other region's doing, and then they pick it up, and then they find a way to counter it. It's amazing. It's why I love Brawl Stars so much.
Yeah, and with Tribe Gaming being one of the 2 focal points of the upcoming match, this is one thing that I really love to talk about, how they've had to evolve their strategy, always profiting off of, and something I've said repeatedly is the control. They've played the control game for so long, and that used to work really well. But now, after over a year of being entrenched in this sort of, let's run it down, all the way down with Hypercharge even compounding that further, they've managed to adapt, and they've managed to play it really well, and they've even managed to enforce a sort of draft where their usual comfort zone starts to prevail.
Yeah, I think the way that we've evolved in Brawl Stars has been really interesting. It's not just the brawlers you select, it's also the strategy behind it too. Health points, more important now than ever. It's been an awesome thing to watch. And now we're going to get to see Tribe Gaming repeat here, as Livia, Zulon, and Tyrant will be taking on Reply Totem, and what will definitely be a grudge match here. And we'll have Frankie introduce the Titans.
Thank you very much. You heard the men. This is a grudge match. So I want to see who is going to come out on top. So please, welcome back to the stage, Tribe Gaming! They're 1 up in Group B, and if they win this, they cement their place in the playoffs. However, they had to settle for 2nd place back in Japan in May at the Snapdragon Mobile Masters. And do you know why they had to settle for 2nd place? Because they were beaten by our next team from Europe. It's Reply Totem! Joker, Maru, and Mori have had some ups and downs this year, but on LAN, they know how to perform, they know how to get the victory. And both of these teams have got so many passionate fans on their side today. We can see the Italian flags in the audience. We've got Tribe Gaming's North American fans in the front row. But so before we go into the game, let's hear it for Reply Totem. Let's hear it for Tribe Gaming. All right, sounds like it's going to be a battle of the fans on the floor as well as a battle in game for these 2 teams. So let's head back over to our casters.
Thank you, Frankie. The stage is now set. Of course, I'm Kenny Barlow. Joined with me now, my good friend Ark. It's going to be an incredible match here, and this is one I've been looking forward to since seeing the group stage. These teams have already played twice this year. The first one did not necessarily go towards Tribe's way, but the second one, for all the money for ESL Mobile Masters, Totem ended up barely squeezing by with a 3-2.
It was a phenomenal matchup, and I cannot wait to see how this grudge match will fare in that regard, because that was, for me, Reply Totem's peak this year. The question I have coming in is, have they peaked too soon? Because it hasn't been the best of seasons in SPS for Reply Totem recently. Dropped off a little bit, but they have got that ability to really switch it on when it comes to LAN, and clearly on the event side as well, 63% favoring Reply Totem over Tribe Gaming's 37%.
Wow, I'm a little surprised with the people at home, if I'm being honest with you. I get it, right? I mean, Totem have won this matchup twice already, and the people at home, I think, are going to respect that. But obviously, Totem have not looked as strong in the second half. But I will say, first half of the year, 0 monthly finals, 1 leading into Mobile Masters. They show up, they get whatever LAN buff happens with them, and they make magic happen. They've beaten some powerhouses this year, and I know Tribe Gaming have been prepping really well too, but it's been up and down for them throughout the year as well. 2 monthly finals attained, but a big confidence boost, I'm sure, here at the big stage as they get a win over Navi.
First match will be field goal, and we know how instrumental Brawl can be. Gaining that early momentum, gaining that early lead can be the very thing that can make teams continue that forwards into victory. I think as well for Tribe Gaming, they're in a fantastic spot. I think that last matchup's going to give them that massive boost. Of course, having the crowd be on their side. There's a lot of Tribe fans in the arena today. You've probably already heard them for that reason. But when Joker gets the crowd going for himself, that's when I feel we're going to get this kind of explosivity going between like Zulan's energy meets Joker's energy, if you know what I mean.
They definitely both have that dynamic player, right? And I love that. That's what makes the in-person events so special, right? You get to see each other. You get to be next to each other. And the crowd, of course, you hear the energy behind you. There's just something a little bit different from LAN, and whatever that is, it seems to bring out the best in both these teams.
It takes teams into a different place. You're able to dial in and step up that gear, and that's what we tend to see. When Tribe really are under the thick of it, when they're put under the pressure, sometimes there's a little bit of that can be the difference maker. But certainly, on paper for me, Tribe are that team that just got a little bit of an edge this year coming in as that #1 seed from North America Eastern. 2 grand final wins, 5 grand final appearances to the 1 grand final win of Reply Totem in the 3 grand finals appearances. Of course, many say that the EMEA region has that kind of difficulty to make it through to the later stages of the bracket, but nonetheless, I've got to say their win percentage on the side of Tribe Gaming, it's tasty. It's very tasty at 81%.
Tribe Gaming, of course, getting that first win, a major part for them. But Reply Totem, this is a huge tone setter for them as well. Tribe Gaming, pressure's not off per se, obviously it's World Finals week, but the fact that they're 1-0, at least they have a little room for error. Reply Totem, though, could really use a win, and if they beat Tribe Gaming, they will still, at every international event, be defeating an A. That's a fun fact too. I mean, we haven't seen an NA team get the best of these guys yet, despite the rocky year, despite all that. Years past, it's been the same story too, and they show up to Worlds and they play phenomenally.
Hey, Kenny, we all know, when it comes down to it, Reply Totem always sweep NA. It's a well-known fact in the community. The fans are in on the sides of Tribe. An early draft there of Stu, that aggressive that you need to have to dodge the shots. The Barley, the Willow, the Dynamite band on the Tribe side. For Reply Totem, Charlie, no surprises there. I mean, you've got to really B and the Rosa. They're taking no chance of those tankier options coming in. And the first draft about to show its face. The lure is open, and I'm just saying, that brawler, it's just such a dominating one. Will they go for it? And certainly when it comes to tank counters as well, Lou can just shut those ideas down super, super quick. But nonetheless, Lola for the mid, I really quite like that on field goal as well. Needs to be their first choice coming in, as we know how effective that can be. Bruce obviously being able to direct traffic. Crow as well. It's a bit of a head scratcher, that one for me. I don't mind it, don't get me wrong, but it's going to have the slow, which is very, very important. But it's lacking some DPS.
Yeah, this is a really interesting turn, I would say, for Joker and Maru selecting these brawlers. I mean, Nita can do fine in those tankier brawlers. Zulon, of course, on the stew. Gonna be a little dicey here. I mean, this isn't normal for what I would say a drafts look like in this day and age. Spike is more along the lines of what I was kind of expecting here, and I also really like Spike's matchup into Crow specifically. The curveball, if they elect to go for it, and of course, Maru, if he ends up playing this brawler, is gonna be throwing 3 daggers, widespread, not a ton of DPS from afar. If they keep the distance, I mean, this is a clear advantage for Spike.
I think it's perfect for Tribe. I mean, ultimately, if Reply Totem picked up that spike, it's a really great matchup into that stew and just keeping it suppressed. And ultimately, when that life plant eventually goes down, that's the kind of more preferred gadget in the scene. It's just delaying some time, keeping you healthy along the way as well. Third and final pick here for Tribe Buster. I love that for them. I really, really do. It's that tankier brawler, whilst at the same time, the ability to deflect a lot of what's coming your way certainly can have the advance and lead to some very healthy goals.
The montage can really help out, like you mentioned, too, but I think this is just a really well-rounded composition. I think Lou might be a good time for him into the Buster, but Buster I don't necessarily expect to be playing that mid, so I'm not really sure how to feel on that front. I think they clearly had an idea of what they wanted, though. They banned 3 throwers, and now we have Big Bad El Primo. Welcome to World Finals, brother. I'm excited. This is going to be a great matchup for El Primo.
I was waiting for a pick like that, I'll be honest. Now it's come to full front. I think that Reply Totem have got a well-rounded comp. I mean, certainly, in my opinion, they know how to play that brawler best as well. They can have some great moments when it comes down to it. This ability to recycle, the aggression with Primo speaks for itself. The wall break potential as well, I think, cannot be understated. I think a really nice, healthy way to make the draft more complete on the side of Reply Totem.
El Primo just brings that it factor. He can go for some crazy goals, make some crazy defensive plays. And to kick things off here, it's Tyrant the ball, a dish out to his Livy as Maru is falling weak. Joker on the back lines as well, and Tyrant looking to get aggressive here. A couple shots fired down. Joker looking to play defense as Mari takes care of business. And Tribe all of a sudden going to be put to a halt as Bruce the Bear touches down on the map.
Yeah, great spot here, isn't it? For Reply Totem keeping Tribe on the back lines. And there's the jump in from Maru. Oh, but no, a bit of a fumble. Can they recover from this and get the ball forwards? Maru's low and Tyrant with the taps, but Maori coming off the back of things will score.
Little scary there, maybe a little bit of jitters to kick off the World Finals for Reply Totem, but they get the job done nonetheless. An insane defensive effort there to turn things around, and a little counter push for him. Another super for Nita here as well. Joker, Primo holding on to theirs as well as they dish the ball to the Tyrant on this top right-hand side, but he's going to have to get through 2 brawlers at least if he wants to make a big play.
I like that from Miss Livy, just trying to use that live plant to keep himself alive and just body block the shots. Mario, in the meanwhile, on the right-hand side will clear up time, but it's the pass through to Zulan. And what can Romari really do? Gadget pop, great pass to the wall, but he goes down just in the nick of time. What a defense!
The timing was so close there. I mean, maybe another half second of that invincibility wearing off from the respawn, and they could have had something. Tyrant has just been skating all along the map as a hypercharge gets popped now. Super going down into Maru. Maru dives in, though. Left-hand side, a battle going down as well as Mari dribbling the ball, assisted by Bruce the Bear now. Tyrant moving forward, the pull coming in from Zulon. They get the clutch kill, and it's just a lone Maru now.
Great bear with me value there on the star power just to keep things alive for Reply Totem, but they've still got the lead, and I love that they are still continuing this form of aggression with that in mind. Ball pushed forwards as Maru is going to burn down. Can Tribe push this through? They got 40 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time to do it. They're going to work their way forwards, keep themselves alive, and start to whittle away at Reply Totem's defense.
Oh, and the slowdown going to be very important as Maru dives in as well. The double jump in now. They're looking for defense, and the worst thing that can happen right now for Reply Totem, or excuse me, for Tribe, is if they pocket this ball, and now Mari has possession, a kick over to Crow. Tyrant low HP, no super, not going to be able to press forward here. This is looking bleak for Tribe now.
It is a bit. One last glimmer of hope. Zulan's going to be going in, but there's 2 bodies still in the goal mouth. Can they force this through? Maru is low. He's jumping in. Will he go down? He's still standing. Finally, there it is. Can Tyrant seal it? Can Maru get the ball in time? I think it's in the hands. Tyrant gets it. Oh my word! In the final second, the final hour, Tribe equalize.
And this is just game number 1. Welcome to overtime, folks. Walls come down, and El Primo trying to make some magic happen as the 4th brawler hits the field. Joker with the dribble, Tyrant with the interception, looking to play defense here as the burn slowly trickles their HP. Maru gonna have to be careful here about how he uses this super. It's a very boomer bust kind of play, and he has to be up in your face.
I mean, Maru's just looking up every single shot, but there's the super pass through, and can Tyrant be the one to seal it? He finds the corner, perfect placement as Tribe turn it around and come out on top.
Talk about a steal here for game number 1. Smiles all around and some good stuff coming in from Tribe. This is feeling a lot like the grand finals we saw them play in a while ago. The back and forth, everybody doing their part, and it's these small interactions that are going to make a big difference. I'm out of breath, and that was only game number 1.
We're just getting started. I love it. Yeah, you got to remind ourselves of that scoreline back in SPS Masters. It was a 3-2 win for Reply Totem, but nonetheless, Tribe gave them a fantastic run for their money. They're starting off strong here so far. Oh, Joker almost found the ball going forwards. Is Livy, though, going to probably burn down to quite low, but it's actually going to survive on. Can the defense stand? I think it's going to be quite tough for his Livy to force this one through. He's going to have to wait his timer down for his teammates to come back in and try to advance further on.
Did a great job at buying time for that respawn as well, so now Zulon and Tyrant can hit midfield. At least they have a little bit more control, and Joker, I think, just going to admit defeat for now. Focus on playing defense as Primo goes down. It's going to be a 3v1 situation. Joker clinging to that ball, throwing it straight towards the net. Doesn't have a chance at it as Livy, a wide open net, dumps it in the back of the net, and Tribe Gaming take an early 1-0 lead.
That is going to be a big comfort for Tribe. Getting that kind of early goal can just give themselves such an aggressive stance in the mid to hold. But Joker now has super, as Maru does as well. Maru is going to go down the left-hand side, and this could be a chance for Tribe here as Livy popping the hypercharge. Maru instantly eradicates his one final ditched attempt from Joker, and it's not going to be enough. Tribe forces through.
2 totally different games right there. Game 1 took everything Tribe Gaming had. In game 2, they made it look so easy. We're starting to see the ceiling from these guys. They're cracking smiles. They're getting hyped. The attitude that they're bringing, they're having fun. At a pro level, it's hard to have fun out here when the other team's just so darn good at the game, but they're making it look easy there in game number 2. So taking a 1-0 lead, especially off the backing of a victory against Navi before, Tribe Gaming are looking dangerous.
But I think it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense for that very reason, but also, you got to look back at the history of Tribe Gaming as well. New Zealand, 4 World Finals appearances, as has Tyrant, and they've got a wealth of experience on that LAN setting and that stage, and when it comes down to it, when things are going your way, you know, that's when everything is going to be at that peak, that peak level. It's just if Reply Totem can start to bring back a few sets here and there, where Tribe can sometimes crumble. You know, when it's going good, it's going great, but when it's going badly, that's when things can unravel fast.
If you're Totem, you can't drop this next one. It's as simple as that. You really don't want to let this get away from you if it comes down to it. Tribe Gaming already hot off the heels of a nice victory there. You're starting to hear the comms here as well. They're getting hyped. Handshakes all around. And look at the stats here. 10 and 10 for his Livy and Tyrant. The duo. And Tyrant, 450 DPS arc. I don't know if I've ever seen that high.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I saw it into the low 500s towards the end of the season, but that on the world stage is thoroughly commendable. And it just goes to show as well, having that support, having that early start is something that Tribe, time and time again, have proved to be able to continue forwards in these sets. Now, I've got to say, for me, the draft on the side of Reply Totem was a little bit on the weaker side. That final pick, I really like the idea of, but it was the kind of Crow Nita that's a little bit lacking in DPS. I want to see something next that's going to be able to shift my opinion a bit more and give Tribe more of a run for their money.
Yeah, I think that 2-3 turn got him in a little bit of trouble there, right? I think the Crow versus the Spike, not the easiest matchup in the world. And I just feel like in general for the meta right now, especially with hypercharges in consideration too, there might just be some better options, right? I think it wasn't poor by any means. I mean, both of those brawlers were good, but we just didn't see the pop-off necessary, the aggression necessary, and especially drafting Nita earlier, kind of locking your enemy out of picking those tankier brawlers. They still kind of found a way to make it work, though.
I was kind of thinking that maybe a Max could have come through for Reply Totem. Joker's so good on that particular brawler. It was a Crow pick, just didn't kind of feel it for me. Split, though, up next for Hot Zone, and this is a very tough map to retake. You know, if Reply Totem can get that control and just have a comp that's worthy of things to cycle in, and the Grey especially is a very good pick for them. I want to see a ban realistically for Tribe on that front, because it's definitely a Reply Totem special.
This is a really difficult map to play as a professional player. It's very unique in the sense that we get multiple hot zones that are a factor here. Charlie, of course, I'm just assuming is going to be ruled out. But otherwise, we saw Gale get double banned here earlier. We had Grey get eliminated. People clearly prioritize transportation into those zones because it's so crucial, right? You want to be getting back to that point as quickly as possible. And once again, no Charlie, no Grey. We have Willow as a thrower out, which means I am going to keep my eye out for Barley.
It's definitely a thrower-friendly map, no doubt about it. There it is, straight away off the bat. We're here for a reason, Kenny. You love to see it. How will Reply Totem respond? That's the question. Probably saving the tanky options for later. Lou, for me, would be a bad shout here. I think that, considering the Hypercharge is in such a great spot, but Colette is certainly as well up there for Reply Totem. A bit of an early insurance policy to kind of have to handle some heavy hitters, but certainly the control is where it's all about. Certainly to get that objective going, you've got to have some good Hypercharge products for me at the moment are the kind of way to go. Ruff's going to come in. It's got the wall break potential. I'm not sure whether that really warrants it being that kind of early first pick brawler for me, but let's see. It's certainly got that kind of ability to bounce off the shots off the wall like a Rico would as well, so I don't mind it. But I think trying to access the Barley is kind of where their heads are at with this. Second pick going to be coming in now.
Yeah, I think they're going to want to take down some walls on this map to make sure that they're good. And there's our train conductor. Look, he can be a chaotic agent in these types of modes. The more he can establish himself and his supers, he can just zoom around the map and just stay in a hot zone, keep people out of it. I mean, he can literally drop a little circle of his own around any hot zone and just play defense.
It's a great pick, and I'm sure some at home scratching their heads a little bit because Chuck primarily used in Heist, but I think for me the team that have really established how well Chuck can play into Split was Foot Esports in the SPS Season 4. I mean, they just went to town on this map, and it wasn't even a question, but Lou now coming into the mix, I mean, that is a great time for it as well, just being able to shut down Chuck pretty quick, and they're going to have an answer certainly for that particular brawler because Chuck could just keep cycling in the aggression, so I quite like it for that reason. That instant stun with the Hypercharge, it speaks for itself.
Another interaction that you notice too is you see Cordelius in this band stage, and of course Cordelius a great answer into Chuck who can immediately remove him from moving along the map. So I'm curious to see if that was on their mind from the get-go here after they having the picks 2 and 3. I'd be a little surprised if Chuck was the 101 overall, so I think they had that maybe in the back of their heads. Jesse, the final selection here for Tribe Gaming, a couple Hypercharges in the mix. I think Lou is just a fantastic brawler though, and in this game mode as well, his super covers an entire zone, so I think that's very powerful. We're going to see Sprout come in here at the end as well, and especially after seeing Barley go first, Reply Totem don't have to rush picking this Sprout. They can wait, feel out their options, because the other team's already picked a thrower. Very unlikely that they would ever go 2.
Love that. For Reply Totem, a great time in the draft to do so. But like you say, that Barley is going to be the best counter for it. They've got to be able to eradicate that, and then you can place that perfect tile. Get that wall in so that you're not really going to be touched by any other brawler except that Barley, and just get the all-important objective at hand. This is a very crucial set that Reply Totem have got to seize, or I really do fear that Tribe might be running away with it. Let's see how things will start early on.
Momentum riding with Tribe, a unique start here as a double thrower going to go right, and Totem just going to bail on this. They're going to try and take on home court first. It's one of the unique things about this map. Tribe Gaming, right-hand side, Totem's left-hand side are the easier ones to attain. It's all about how quickly can you get to that left-hand or right-hand side, controversially, and get to that away court and dip your toes in.
A lot of early utility here, but now Maori makes the play on the right-hand side. Stunned down now for now, but able to get out, maybe unscathed, as they can't quite find the angle. And there's that Sprawl that we were thoroughly expecting from Joker, placed to perfection.
2 still remaining on the left-hand side for Tribe Gaming. Joker forced to play defense. Zulon getting some heals from the Herbal Tonic, as well as Mari flashes the super. He's waiting for an opportunity to use it, as Zulon's going to be looking for a Hypercharge freeze, and Chuck stopped in his tracks. Gets another one down as well. Joker unable to move. The follow-through shots and the pop-off from Zulon.
Zulon has no chill, or quite a lot of it would seem, as the case may be, but that is exactly the answer that we were waiting for. And Maori again stunned down, trying his best to get away, but meanwhile the objective thoroughly going the way of Tribe Gaming, 82% now, and climbing. Just need to capture now that left-hand side zone. The last call was on point from his Livy, but that wall going to slow the advance.
Zulon, the pop-off also going to allow for him to get more supers as well. A brain freeze going down, and Chuck unable to get any type of momentum going, as now Zulon pops another one as well. Hypercharge inbound as Joker goes down. He's got a second follow-through as well as Maru gets frozen. They haven't been able to get in, but they've certainly kept Totem out.
Oh my word, Zulon is just playing an amazing game, and now Tribe thoroughly on the zone. 10% is all that remains. If Tyrant can just stay here, they've been separated, but if he goes on the aggressive, then this one could be well over here. I think it is going to be done here. Tribe will take the zone, they'll take the game, and itching more towards another set.
Strategy played to perfection right there. Coach strapped him up a Lou, and he was ice cold in the veins. Zulon making money moves right there. Chuck had no answer for that. easy lineup shots, and especially when the direction is predictable as well. You can see where all those posts are. Zulan waited patiently, stayed in the hot zone, gained some percentages, lobbed up some ice balls, and there was nothing Chuck could do.
But I agree. I think that Cordelia span, really nice for that very reason. But the Lu, it's just shutting down Maori's strategy. And I think that is the key really here. Tribe have got to be feeling good about this draft now as well. The right-hand side, a bit of a dance-off between Maru and Eslivy. Eslivy coming out on top. And again, these early herbal tonics, really quite important to exacerbate them early on. He should win that right-hand side, and he does. So a really great start, realistically there. But Joker's able to actually get the kill, get on the zone, and heal. That's a good wall as well. So this is quite evenly placed, but 62%. Tribe have been playing better in terms of the objective.
Tribe Gaming dominating right now. Totem nowhere to be seen in the moment. They still have two strong on this left-hand side. Herbal Tonic for Eslivy as well, and they're going to be able to hold the line for now.
This is the moment that really we need to see more from Reply Totem. Tribe have just done so much time on the zones, and it's really all about that right-hand side now. Mari is there, but they've got a world of things to have to do to be able to turn this one in their favor, and Timus is not on their side. An important pick up to the left now. Tribe have got to hunker down here and get this one done, or Reply Totem might start to get some momentum. 2% is all they need, and it is over. Tribe now with 2 sets up. Reply Totem have got to answer, or it's going to be over so quickly.
Domination for Tribe Gaming. Totem was nowhere to be found in that second game. And it's unusual too, and you know it was going well for Tribe when they took the away court before they got their own side. All they had to do was walk back to the other end, get the last few remaining. I mean, they had 3 brawlers standing firmly on Totem ground. This is going to be an all-time high for Tribe Gaming. You got to think, right? 2-0 against the team that had your number at the halfway point in the year, against a team that many regard as land demons. And right now, Tribe Gaming are the ones ahead, 2-0 here. This is not the start I imagined. I thought it was going to be much closer.
I agree. I thoroughly agree. You know, like you say, back in SPS Masters, $100,000 is what Reply Totem won as first place winners there. I mean, they just pushed Tribe down to second, and they just clearly took it personal. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And I mean, today they've just looked so confident on the world stage, and haven't been able to say the same so far for Reply Totem. We've got to see now them shift up that gear, get back into the zone, and it's unusual. But there, Maru, a tough game for him. Joker coming out on top, as Zulan did also, but you know, it's just got to translate to the objective. That's where games are won and lost.
We haven't really seen this side of Reply Totem in a LAN setting this year. I mean, they have never been in a spot where they have just been a major underdog like this. In set number 1, they were competitive the whole way through, but this Lu pick, the hypercharge, insta-freeze, Zulan was rotating supers in and out, has to have so many kills throughout that set in order for them to get this, and he did everything he needed to do. I mean, game number 1, they were complete control the whole way through. Game number 2, all they have to do is establish a little control at the end tier, and they creep up to 100% to about 36. That is a huge difference, and again, you can hear it in their comms, you can feel it in their energy. They are here to play.
Here to win, absolutely. I mean, no doubt in my mind. But, you know, again, going back to the draft, this is where Reply Totem, they're not really thinking things through. I mean, I said it earlier, I'll say it again. When Lu is in the mix currently, if it's not banned in Hot Zone, it's gonna get snapped up very, very quickly. And they had the opportunity to do just that, and they didn't do it. I think regardless of the map, if the mode is Hot Zone, you ban Lu. Hard Rock Mine for Gem Grab up next. And again, those Hypercharge Brawlers certainly have got to be high up there on the bands. I want to see Charlie banned, I want to see Rosa banned as well, and maybe even like an 8-bit ban that we were discussing backstage. I think that's one that always seems to escape through the net, and it would be a worthy ban for me here.
It's hard to cover every single brawler that can be really dominant on this map, but Charlie, of course, can be one of them. But even for me, Lu is somebody that has to be considered here. We banned him earlier on in the day, and it's just, if the hypercharge in a professional player's hands, if they get a freeze down and they're unable to move, those boys are hitting shots. These are world finalist players. Nobody is going to miss a beat on that front as well. Rosa, of course, a long-time historical player on this map with a hypercharge in the mix too. I don't want any part of her.
And there you see as well, Tribe have got the Tribe buff, you know, and this is the thing. Reply Totem are that team that really thrive on the energy, but at the moment, when it's energy that's not going directly towards them, they're starting to crumble. They've got to create that for themselves now. They've got to bring themselves together and really nail this draft. This is their most important one, yet they don't want to be going into their next match defeated. You know, Navi have had time to kind of reflect, time to recollect their thoughts and their minds, and backstage surely having that discussion. Well, the same can't be said for Reply Totem. Totem. They're going to be going into that matchup straight away as the draft comes in. Tribe rounding out the Rosa, the Rico, and the Sandy. For Reply Totem, the Charlie, the Rosa, and the Ruffs. I think for me, pretty decent bands for the most part, but that 8-bit, as we were mentioning, it's wide open.
And we know North America loves this brawler too. They talk very highly of it at LCQ, and it's just a great brawler in general, but instead, we're going to see another early Stu pick for Tribe Gaming. You know, we don't have to worry about ping at home or internet or any of that jazz. We're all right here in person, same setting, and Stu is somebody that certainly benefits from that.
I've got to say as well, Chance Corey last night in the hotel, he was saying as well how much the ability to communicate with the team in real time is. I love that change for the BSC. I think that's really fantastic. Macy going to come in again. I'm really coming around to Macy now. I know, right? I can see your face. I know. I've been kind of like a bit on the fence, but now after today, I think for me it was Luminosity Gaming that really made me convinced by it. I want to see now Reply Totem do that same thing, and the 8-bit really like that starting hand for them. I really do.
Yeah, and of course, at the time, too, we had some educated discussions as we nerd out on Brawl Stars, but, when you add a hypercharge to a brawler, it might sway your opinion just a little bit, too, but there is that 8-bit we were talking about, and on the other end, the Ice Cream Man is here. It's a Lou. The Brain Freeze does such a good job in Gym Grab, too. I mean, we say it all the time. It's good everywhere. Lou's just a great brawler right now, and the ability with his hypercharge, so fierce, but especially in a mode where one player can sometimes be the focus, where one player carries all the gyms. All you need is one takedown every occasion. So if you can save that hypercharge for a big moment, you can come away with a highway robbery and just take the gyms home.
And this is my concern, because I'm loving the draft for Reply Totem, but they didn't ban the Lu. And that was the brawler which really was the thorn in their side in the previous game. Zulan is absolutely popping up with it. Spike going to come through for Tribe. A really great thing to have, because ultimately, again, pairing the Stu with the Spike, they don't want that on the other side of the field. So I understand it, but does this cup have the most synergy? Piper coming in for Reply Totem is a bold statement, to say the least.
Well, Tribe Gaming are quite literally going to take a thorn in their side. They're going to add Spike to the mix, and on the other end, Piper and 8-bit. This is going to be a really interesting layout. You don't typically see both of them play on the same team, as usually one of them's the mid, and then you move on to pick your lane brawlers. Maisie, 8-bit, and Piper all have some good range to them. Spike's going to have that life plant, though, so the fact they picked it into that, maybe they're prioritizing wall break. I'm not sure what the feeling is here for Reply Totem. These are kind of brawlers that we see a good bit on this map, just not usually together.
For me as well, the life plant from the Spike, really going to be tough for Piper to play into. The Stu, really going to be tough to play into. If Tribe can use that aggression that is in their veins to push forwards and cause a problem, then Joker might not get as much value. A nice tap there from him to start things off with that homemade recipe connection. But again, as time trickles down, I do worry a bit for Reply Totem. In fact, already, Joker's forced away because, again, Tyrant is that player that can just be so aggressive.
Good news is for Totem is they haven't fed Tyrant too much. He finally gets a super here. He's going to keep creeping up the map, and that speed zone going to make a difference as well for dodging, for dancing around these shots. Finally, it's going to be taken down. Great shot here from Joker as things are essentially a stalemate here. 3-3 overall as Reply Totem looks to creep up this left-hand side.
Yeah, nice taps, and actually Mario forces out a gadget there to escape it. And Reply to Small looking better so far. 5 gems in the pocket, but that's the time there for Tyrant to come in. There is jump away for Joker. He will do just that, and the shots from Mario there just to ensure his escape. But I mean, in the meanwhile, he's able to actually obtain that right-hand side takedown, and now much better positioning here for Tribe, as they might have the gem lead on the side of Reply Totem, but it's actually going to be quite close once those gems land into the pocket of Tribe.
They need to be careful about this Livy versus Mari matchup as well. They don't want to feed Spike a big hypercharge off the bulky Mari, but for now it's going to work out. Tyrant, left-hand side as Maru looks to take him out in their own spawn side. Joker still holding on to a dominant number of gems as they narrowly lead, as Tyrant is now going to go down and drop off a gem for the enemy side.
Yeah, there's 1 gem in the back lines there as well for Reply to, if they can just get these couple from the mid here as well, and they do. That's going to be countdown for them. Maori goes in, lovely hypercharge there. Will fight Tyrant as Maori on the right-hand side does so with Zulan. There's no bodies there to be able to create a countdown reset realistically, as Livy's actually on the wrong side as well. He's going to try to get a connection. It's not going to be enough time for me, and that is what we needed to see from Reply Totem. They get a game.
Reply Totem showing a little life here. And if there's one team that I don't want to see get hot, it's these guys. Once the momentum starts to build up, once they get in their zone, we've seen what they can do this year. They're already an international champion, and their track record against North America is very good. So Tribe Gaming need to tread lightly. I'm sure they want to bury them right here, right now in this set.
Absolutely. You know, for me, Reply Totem were that team that many had down as the team to potentially go all the way in this World Finals. And it's been a bit of a slow start for them, but I need to see this turn into a set to be convinced. Let's see, though, how Tribe will respond, because ultimately for them, a bit of a loss there to concede. Oh, Zulan finding Joker. Can Joker still survive this? Tyrant's closing in as well. And he will. The gem is dropped there. But this is what I mean. Tribe getting to this early spot is a good sign for me, for them to be able to gain back that early control.
This is looking poor for Totem in the sense, too, that they're a lot of long-range brawlers. What's Joker supposed to do here, especially with the ice in the middle of the map? He's supposed to play mid. He's got these walls blocking his path. It's very awkward for them. Mari, of course, has this long right-hand lane, but even then, Tyrant, a quick mover. The speed zone adding in some help as well. So as a result, it's going to be Tribe Gaming with complete control for the most part, and they're starting to lose it a little bit, but ahead on the gym count for sure.
Joker just trying to find a little bit of an opening there. He will find one onto the bush. A lovely position there, just in the nick of time to get away. But 6 gems into the pocket of Tribe Gaming. And I do worry as well, if Joker gets into a radius of that damage booster, those taps onto Zulan are fierce. There's a couple more homemade recipes still available to him from the gadget front. And if he can land some more of them, this could well be going in the way of Reply Totem. Another gem spawned. 7 to Tribe, 5 to Reply Totem.
Joker almost daring Zulan to do this. He's going to get tagged as a result as well. 1800 HP as Tyrant looks to play defense for his teammate. A forced teleport away, but a nice connection there from Joker. And just like that, Reply Totem once again claiming mid-control.
Coming to life, certainly so, but they've got to make sure that they hold onto these gems. Good find there on Joker to Tyrant, and Zulan has now that hypercharge. If he gets into a spot and Joker's not expecting it, then that could prove deadly. On the left-hand side, oh, a beautiful dance between Maru and it's Livy, and as Maru comes on top, the gem's dropped. Can they escape with them? There's going to be straight into the pocket of Joker, and I think this one should be safe. Tribe have got to go. They've got to go now. They've got some utility, but no time on their side. Shredding, it's Maori into Zulan, and the gem's safe and sound. Beautiful turnaround as Reply Totem get one on the board.
Reply Totem have arrived, folks. Finally on the board here for their first set victory. And don't let them get one. This is where things can start to get scary. It's been pretty smooth sailing today for Tribe Gaming. This is their second match. They're already 1-0 coming into this, and they started against a rival who they've lost to twice this year with a 2-0 lead. The worst thing that could happen for them is to lose that confidence, have this go a different way, because if Tribe Gaming don't come out of this 2-0, this last match is going to be even crazier.
That was what we needed to see from Reply Totem. Some resolve and the aggression to match that the Tribe have brought to the table. They looked much, much better, and that's not an easy thing to do when you're 2 sets down. Let me tell you, in one game, and then you're facing up against a match point, and it could all be over so quickly. But there's that. I was waiting for that from Joker. That is the key to the Reply Totem success. Once he starts doing that, there's no turning back.
And you can really see the difference that Kills made in that gym grab set. Obviously an objective centered around getting to the middle of that map, piling up the gyms and walking away with 10 to the other side. But when the enemy side has 6, 5, and 5, I mean, one individual player for any of the Totem guys had more kills or equal to than Tribe combined.
I'll be honest, I was worried going into that matchup, you know, that Lou especially, which, you know, again, it wasn't the best of rounds for Tribe, and that's an unusual thing to see today. Certainly they've been very much consistent, probably, in my opinion, the most consistent team so far. But is that starting to dwindle? Are Reply Totem starting to chip away as we go into knockout? Gold Arm Gulch will be the map, and this is where reserving your life is ever the important thing to do. The objective here really is to just time those runs correctly and just try to chip away, maybe early on, but the late game, really for me, is where things count. The draft has got to consider that somewhat.
There's some sneaky brawlers on this map, too, that a lot of casual players like myself, we don't normally run here. But somebody like Meg, for example, this is one of the maps where I think she gains a little value, right? She's going to have more health points towards the end of the game, too. Even if you take down the big robot, guess what? There's a little pea shooter on the other end. There's another life for Meg. It gets a little crazy here. Obviously, there's our same factors, right? We're going to have Charlie likely banned here. We might have the Tick go, as he's often shown here, and Chuck was one I was looking out for, too. Scouting report from some of these pros says towards the end game, Chuck can be lethal on this map.
Well, Piper works out in the last set for Reply Totem. Why not keep that idea running? But I do worry about these later picks. Darrells and such can be really quite crucial. And is that on the minds of Reply Totem? Is there a response and answer for it if it were to come their way as well? These are the times to consider that early insurance policy. RT, again, that brawler we've seen time and time again, is so versatile. We don't really tend to see much use of the legs until that later stage, but it is there, and that is certainly a concern. Fang as well, you know, it's a big deterrent of it, but nonetheless, I think Fang certainly has a place for me on Gold on Gulch.
I think so too. I mean, he has a dynamic super, the roundhouse kick, the extra health points. There's a lot that can go right for Fang here. I'm curious to see if Tribe would pick a brawler like that this early. They might hold on to the tank for a little later on since they've got a pick in their back pocket. RT, somebody I really enjoy. We saw him a little bit earlier today towards those in-games with the fog's closing in as well. He can drop his feet, go crazy. And speaking of going crazy, the queen of Brawl Stars, Shelly, has arrived.
Yeah, that's always a scary brawler, you know, but again, if Reply Totem can get those early taps before the gas starts to close in and really find and seek and destroy, then it's not there for the late game, and certainly the Piper can do just that, and the more that Shelly breaks along the way, then that's going to aid in more to that Piper pick, so I'm still liking the draft on the side of Reply Totem so far. But they've got to add more to the kettle and make this really, really count. This is a set they've got to win. There's no question. Lou, again, you know, it's viable everywhere. It really, really is, especially in the late game. Sprout for control. I don't necessarily mind it, but at this stage in the draft, it's leaving yourself open to some big counters. Fang's a heavy one of them. They're going to go for the Grom as well. Again, not a bad shout whatsoever. Who are you siding with on this draft?
This is a difficult one. I really like that Lou pick, and it's somebody we've harped on all day long, but it's necessary. Lou into Shelly towards that end game, getting a freeze, getting a hypercharge. Heck, if he's got that charged up, a freeze in the final moments where you only have 1 life per game is a huge difference maker. It's very punishing game mode, right? And Lou is somebody that can certainly do that. It's going to be intense. It's going to be tough. I think for both sides a little bit, I can see the pop-up potential towards the end game here for somebody like Tribe, but Lou might just be a good enough brawler to carry this.
Well, in we go. Right-hand side, the watchtower down. That is going to be able to open things up massively, and Tyrant finds Mario already. Look at this. Tribe exploding into this game and forcing Reply Totem back into a corner so quickly.
This is devastating for Totem 2. Again, this is a really early offense. This is oftentimes a passive mode. Everybody just trying to get some supers, and Lou forced to use one early here. Maru going to be low HP. They throw a Sprout Castle down just to keep them alive, but Piper's a long-range sharpshooter. Lou needs some space to work with. Joker can make it work, but Tyrant charging up a super here can just blast it down. Buck Blast makes the connection as Livy and Tyrant get the first kill here.
Joker's got jump, but this is not the place that Reply Totem wanted to be in whatsoever. He's going to use it there on the top side of the map and try to find something in a 3 versus 2. It's not going to be easy at all. Another gadget used to find then him in the bush, and yeah, it's just not going to be possible at all. Tribe should be able to seal this pretty comfortably, and not a good start whatsoever for Reply Totem.
And to make matters worse, all 3 brawlers from Tribe Gaming, they have a super at the ready. So they won round number 1, and now they come in with a huge advantage to the superless side of Reply Totem, who had to use them out of desperation there just to try and get back in round number 1. This time, though, a much more even start in footing. Tribe Gaming can kind of just save these to the end. They can use a Shelly super, a Grom Bomb to get some insane damage there and really just put Totem in a tough spot.
Yeah, Reply Totem now adapting their playstyle, which is absolutely the right thing to do. They can't go in as aggressive. They've got to play this in a more horizontal mode and just whittle things down along the way rather than just kind of give up their lives so quickly. It's one of those things where you want to try to break open the map as well to allow Maori to come into his own, and Tyrant making a play on the right-hand side, pops the clay pigeons as there on the gadget front, but that's going to force the hand. Grumble goes in, and Joker goes down. A 3 versus 2, and Tribe exploding yet again onto the scene.
Tribe with a huge advantage, and now a hypercharge in the mix as well. The easy follow-through shot, and Tribe Gaming are going to be in match point against their rival from halfway in the year.
As quickly as that, you know, it was very, very convincing. It didn't look like they were struggling in any sense. There was no back and forth. It was just all about Tribe, and that's my concern here. Reply Totem have got to put a stop to this and bring out something. Otherwise, this one is just going to be all over.
Reply Totem showed their best work in set number 3, where they got a win to keep themselves afloat for now. But this time, they're starting to regress back to what we saw in sets 1 and 2. They can't go out as early. They can't provide these supers. Shelly, Grom are going to be punishing towards those end games that they allow it.
Nice taps there from Zulan onto Maru and Maori. And again, that Hacks gadget, it really can just whistle down the damage and just secure the kills. Ultimately, that is what RT is so good at doing. Great value from Tyrant. Oh, the 4-tap there was wonderful. The clay pigeons coming in, but now a 2 versus 2. This is still achievable for Reply Totem.
And they have a loose super as well. Mari doesn't have one of his own, but not nearly as important towards these in-games here. Is Livy going to be able to hunker down and stay back? The connection from Mari, and now the sniper shots going down for Shelly as well. Back and forth right now as they're going to have to dance around each other's shots. The fog closing in as well. Mari flashing a super. Maru now releasing one as well, and it's going to be an opening of the map, which is make things tough for his Livy, but he dances around it, dodges as well. Tyrant approaching as well, and it's Tyrant who closes things out for Tribe. One more round to go.
What a round for Tribe. I've got to say that felt to me like it was a Reply Totem round to win, and they didn't, and that speaks volumes. Now, they're not done yet. Tyrant again with an early gadget on the right-hand side. That watchtower as well really places perfection just to allow what was a fantastic start in terms of positioning. But if Reply Totem can just work around the left-hand side, yeah, exactly, and then just keep themselves going, this one still has a fighting chance, but we need to see more still. They've got to start to land some shots, land some early kills, and get that early advantage.
You're going to see as Livy kind of migrate up to the top here, too. He's trying to take advantage of these walls as Mari goes down, the sharpshooter, and RT on the other end. They're going to be dancing between left and right-hand side, trying to figure this out. They're going to have to lob some shots up, try and make some connections, because towards those in-games, the super are going to be oh so valuable.
It's Livy with the Grom bomb, will he find nothing with it. Let's see now if Reply Totem can start to allow Mari to really come into his own here, as everyone is clustered. The wall will land, and that will force out Tyrant and separate him from the party. Mari on the bottom has got to land some shots. This one could be over so quickly. Tyrant with a smash. He's going to find Jogi. Finds 2. Oh no, it's gone from bad to worse. And Tribe will take it in convincing fashion. The pressure now in this next matchup for Reply to survive. It's going to mean so much if they can bring it forwards. But what a win for Tribe. Such a convincing one for them, and thoroughly deserved.
Revenge has never tasted sweeter. On the big stage, in the big moments, back-to-back victories for the #1 seed from North America East. Tribe Gaming will be moving forward to day number 3.
Tribe looked at home. They looked at home. They looked thoroughly prepared and meaning business. I mean, they really did shine for me. More than any other team so far today in the groups, I've got to say, they're looking the strongest to me, and that was such a display. That really was. I mean, they just laid down the gauntlet at the earliest possible moment, and I'm sure many of the teams watching backstage, they're quivering.
I'd be nervous too. Awesome performance here and a huge step up even from what we saw at Masters, right? They played Reply Totem, lost them twice. You know, they took down their Kryptonite on day #1 of the World Finals, and now they're guaranteed a spot in our single elimination bracket on day number 3. About as perfect as you can get. They didn't show a lot of cracks at all.
I mean, it was a real display. I mean, you can't argue that the drafts really were on point. The energy, of course, absolutely there. The Tribe buff from all the fans and the content creators here. I mean, they've just got so much going for them. I cannot wait to see how they continue forwards in the competition. But certainly now, a really decisive moment for Navi, for Reply Totem. You know, this is going to be where it all comes down to. Navi just coming short earlier, and Reply Totem just now. It's going to be very tough to call who's going to take this win.
It's going to be a difficult one. I mean, both of these teams have had some difficulties towards the end of the year here, but they've seen the highest of highs from Totem and some real lows from Navi throughout the year. The pressure is on for both of these teams. Only one can survive, and for now, Tribe are going to rest comfortably, having a day off here tomorrow as well, and just insane performances. We saw them, you know, a little flawed, obviously, in set number 3 where they lost, but in set 4, when push comes to shove, they were dominant. I mean, there was really no moment there where I felt like Totem were just overtaking them.
And I think as well, really utilizing the meta, you know, really taking Lu in time and time again. I think it worked out really, really well for them. Oh, the stats really were not. They were not there for Reply Totem. Just the 1 kill for Mario, and that was really all to write home about as Livy 7 takedowns in knockout. I mean, how commendable is that? 3 for Tyrant, 2 for Xenon, but nonetheless, the strategy was where it all came down to for me. They were just making loops of the map with Reply Totem and just walking their way around things. It just looked like a bit of a walk in the park.
I mean, when you have the context of those stats along with it, I think it really showcases just how good Tribe Gaming have been. And that's going to be tough to shake off for Reply Totem here. Going into this next one, it's do or die here. They have to beat Navi, who's somebody they are very familiar with in the EMEA region. And both of these teams have had moments this year where at LAN they have popped off. But for now, Tribe Gaming, the victors, get crowned an MVP as well. So I'm curious what the people at home ended up thinking for that. And their selection is going to be none other than, once again, the hype man, Zulon.
I mean, the way he was cycling with Lou in those early sets was just beautiful, wasn't it? Let's be honest. I think thoroughly deserved, and again, a very, very experienced player in the scene. 4 World Finals appearance. Well, this is his 4th World Finals appearance. I think he's done his home region really, really proud, and I cannot wait to see how Tribe continue. Thoughts who they're going to face, in fact, later on.
It was even only a 1% difference between Tyron and Zulon for this one. Everybody doing their part for Tribe Gaming. So much to the point that the people at home at event.brawlstars.com are having trouble deciding who the best player was for the team that's just been such a strong performer today. I'm impressed with Tribe Gaming, and it's something that I will definitely be keeping my eye on for day number 3.
In terms of our predictions, though, for this next matchup, we were very 50-50 on this one. I think whenever you went with Reply Totem,
I went with Totem.
How are you feeling about it, having just watched them?
It's hard, right? I think for Totem too, Na'Vi have had at least a brief moment to breathe, to recollect themselves. In Totem, we're going to have to see what they're made of here. Obviously, they won the halfway point in the year with our big international LAN, the big money prize over some tough teams that are at Worlds right here, right now. But they just came off a tough defeat. They had one really good set. Brawl Bowl, they were certainly competitive, but they didn't have some great moments there in sets 2 and 4. At least Na'Vi had a chance to breathe. I think it's going to be a toughie here. I really don't feel confident in either, if you want to know the truth, just because I think this is going to be a very intense match, and I respect both of these teams so much.
I think it's very honest, very fair. I mean, certainly for me, it was the toughest one when it came down to those predictions to really decide upon. And Reply System, again, they are a team that can bounce back. They got so much experience, and as a unit, they've been together as a roster for a very, very long time. And that, for me, is money. It really is. We've seen a lot of teams really adapting around the situation, just changing from player to player. But consistency is key. Having those battles together as a team, discussing things along the way, I think that does say a great deal about Reply System's strength, but this is where it comes down to, is that pressure going to get to them?
I think it's going to be a really interesting thing to find out. Our final match of Group B is going to come down to the wire. It's going to be Na'Vi versus Reply Totem, 0-1 apiece. Winner takes all, and day number 3 is what these guys are going to be aiming for.
So much pressure on this matchup. There really is. It was never going to be an easy group. But for Na'Vi, the Reply Totem, a whole year's worth of work. That's what it is for me. And I think, no one wants to leave at this stage in the competition. And when it comes down to it, on the stage, these next matches are going to be fire.
I think this is going to be awesome too. I'm going to hold the line with my my Totem prediction. Obviously, Tribe worked out very well. But Totem, I came in today believing them. They were the ESL Mobile Masters champions for a reason. So I'm going to hold the line there. They've had a little bit of higher highs, but Na'Vi certainly respectable as well. It's all going to come down to this for day number 1 here. Cube, Angel Boy, MMA, and the Na'Vi fellas are going to be competing against the number 1 team at our previous competition, Maru, Joker, and Mari. It's going to be an absolute insane match. It's going to come down to the wire, and we're going to have Frankie kick it off for us.
You know what they say, pressure makes gems, but which of these two teams is going to grab the opportunity to head into Sunday's playoffs? Let's meet your teams. First of all, from Europe, it's Na'Vi! This team knows what it takes to progress when everything is stacked against you. They might be seen as an underdog in this European derby, but they've proved they've got what it takes to succeed. And next up, fighting for their survival in this competition, it's Reply Totem! They may not have won the grudge match against Tribe Gaming, but this is a team that have known each other for so long. They have regrouped, they have come back, and they're going to give us a performance to remember. One more spot remains for Group B. Who's going to take it? Let's head over to the casters to wrap this one up.
Thank you very much, Frankie. We're back for the last match of the day. And we'll be saying goodbye to our second team of the day as well. This is going to be an amazing match. Both teams 0-1 at the moment.
Yeah, 0-1, but there's a lot of history this year between these very two, and coming from the EMEA region, you'd expect no less. Run-ins in February and also in June, and Reply Totem came out on top in every instance, and as the number 2 seed, versus then the number 5 seed, it's just looking like it should be Reply Totem on paper. But Navi looked to me the more convincing of the matchups. I've got to say, watching backstage, Navi have just got that presence with them today. Reply Totem are looking quite sheepish, and that's an unusual thing to see.
I mean, I have to say the same. I held out a lot of hope for Reply Totem going into this one, knowing their track record at LAN is pretty clear, right? It's almost spotless as well. Taking second at Masters going into this, we had high expectations for their performance versus Tribe Gaming, but in a similar fashion, they were able to shut down Navi. Now we head into that very last match. It all gets started on Safe Zone for a little bit of heist action.
60% on event.brawlstars.com are siding with Reply Totem to take this win. 40% with Navi, which is honestly very, very unusual. I mean, normally the Navi Nation on that site are just powering the numbers in their favor. That's not the case. That's a worrying sign for me already, but nonetheless, the play style of Navi early today didn't. So let's see in Safe Zone how it fares. I want to see an 8-bit ban. I want to see some awareness to Cordelius and how great he is to be able to counteract those big heavy hitters. Chuck as well, a big factor here. Daryl as well, in that sense. You've got to consider so much. There's a lot of brawlers which can really come into their own. Colette, that's an insta-ban thing for me. I've got to see that, otherwise I really am worried.
Yeah, there's certainly insta-bans at play here, especially with Hypercharge being such an amazing ability, and Colette already actually being a very viable ban on this map, a pretty go-to ban as well. And with 8-bit being in play, that enables the 8-bit a lot, having Colette out of the picture, one of the typical counters. Now getting into the draft, though, we'll get a taste of those bans, and who has that very first pick? Well, it's going to be Reply Totem, already picking up that bell, and that is the sort of preemptive 8-bit counter, I think.
Yeah, I quite like that from Reply Totem for sure. I think I still prefer the 8-bit though, regardless. I mean, if you can just kind of whittle Bell out the mix and make it a non-issue and just hold on to your super until the right time, there's extra credits on the safe, and that's where I want to see Navi really pick up that particular brawler next, regardless. I know what you're saying though, it is a good counter for it, so I like where Reply Totem's minds are at, and with the coin toss on their side, you have to pick that kind of safe pair of hands. Brock though as well on this map, a great thing to have to open things out. Eve going to be their first pick though, and this is a place where I think that Eve has a great deal of pushback potential.
No doubt. I mean, you can get on that lane, you are able to hover over the water, it's a lot easier for you to get control of that lane, and it's been a while since we've seen this, but the Indestructibles there are a huge obstacle. It seems like they're not also very interested in running that. Well, okay, I take it right back. They take the words right out of my mouth. 8-bit making an appearance here, which worries me because Brock is still completely open, and Brock can break open those walls that 8-bit needs to place his turret behind. Though if you keep that aggression going, then you can place that turret out in the open, even though this is Safe Zone.
I kind of wonder as well, though. I mean, you're going to hate me for saying it, but Cole is coming in a little bit in heist recently. Since the Hypercharge, I don't know if this is the best map for it. I think more Kaboom Canyon for me, but nonetheless, look out for it in future matches. It really is causing a big problem in the majority of heists. That's the Brock that I was waiting to see. That's going to make that damage booster from the 8-bits a lot more exposed, and Cordelius as well, just for that insurance policy. I really quite like that. The eventuality of those kind of brawlers that can really push in and have that tanky approach, taking them and forcing them into the realm to make it that 1 versus 1. Piper though for Navi, I mean, certainly the 8-bit and the Piper, I quite like that for them. But it's going to be tough on defense.
Same here, and I think also this solves a big issue that Cordelius would have caused. If he gets in that back left corner, okay, on offense, then he can be very difficult to get rid of. So Piper is the solution to the wall break. It's a solution to that long-range matchup. Cordelius is still going to be very troublesome. He has very fast speed. He's going to be able to dodge out the Piper shots quite effectively. So execution is still the name of the game here. I think it really comes down to playstyle here, though. I don't know if this draft is so chalked as it usually might be.
Well, we're about to go in, and for one of these two teams, they're about to go out. Sad to say, but that is the nature of the game. And for one, the chance to proceed forwards in the bracket stages. Let's see who it's going to be. A jump in from Joker, very aggressively so, and I quite like it for that reason. He is probably going to go down here, but survived a lot longer than I was going to give him credit. It's Maru who has the final say, and now both him and Maori getting some first signs of damage.
Ford has a lot of damage, but to chew through all 10,000 health of Cube, that's a really tall order. Might still be able to remove him from the equation. Here he comes, picks up a couple of the mushrooms, and Maru actually gets some nice taps as well to find a victory on mid. MMA also removed a little Gurki super there for Maru to get tons and tons of damage, and now we're already dipped below that 50% threshold on the save.
Well, this is a very good start for Reply Totem. I mean, considering the defeat that they've just had, I mean, this is how you start a game. Maori not going to find a connection there on the mark, however. But it really is Navi that have just been on defense the entire way through. I mean, look at the safe damage. There's only 30% remaining, and we've only just started.
My question is, when does Angel Boy decide to break open some walls? Because he's had the super available for a while. A little kill onto Maru, though, doesn't hurt. Maru also is still lurking on the right side, and Cube has a big issue to deal with in the form of Joker, already assaulting this safe with a little bit of health left. Cube has the turret at his disposal. Takes a 2v1 to finally eliminate Joker, who seems to still have some gadgets left, so he'll be able to jump over that Unbreakable on the left side. Take it back. No gadgets left for Joker. It's going to be a lot more difficult for him to move into mid now. And with 8-bit out of the picture as well, we'll see that turret become quite vulnerable. Maru's holding on to that super still. Angel Boy also finding that close range interaction. Elimination of the walls. Good taps for Maru and a response on a Maru. But Navi still retain control.
This defense is there for Navi. 18% left on their safe, but you know, with the comp that they are running, this can really turn around quickly, but they've got to hold this mid. If they lose it, this game is over. If Cube can find the damage booster as well, get those extra credits onto the safe and have Angel Boy come in with some big taps, there is time. 20 seconds remaining on the clock though, and they've got to go now.
Joker with a super onto Cube on the left side. He's removed from this match. Could see him reappear onto Angel Boy and MMA. It's almost all but over. Cube is going to have to make a big move in. That's a lot of damage to fire off. Joker's going to try and get some taps in on the save. It's all the way down to 5%. No response from Navi onto Reply Totems. And that's game number 1 already going the way of Reply Totem.
I love the timing on that Cordelius. Ultimately taking out a player in those vital moments towards the very end, which could then turn around against them. I think it was a really nice preservation of it. And that is bringing me a lot more faith now into how Reply Totem's mental is, because they've reset. Never an easy thing to do, but they have reset. They've come in, out the gates, swinging, and Navi just did not have a good start. But this time around, I think the way that Navi played towards the end of things looks more convincing. So let's see this time around whether they'll be able to preserve things just a little bit longer. And obviously, of course, you've got to evade the damage. The early damage is what can come back around to haunt you.
Going beyond just the gameplay, I mean, I think this comp, I was a little quick to judge. Reply Totem are really executing here, especially Maru. He's able to consistently shut down Cube on this lane. We'll see where he decides to place the next wall break. Angel Boy is already getting wall break on the right side, which eliminates a lot of the value from Maui. Good tap there from Angel Boy. MMA, he's tripped up, but he still manages to use a gadget to get away. That's 2-3 nest eggs. Already taken down Angel Boy with a parting shot too. And Navi have taken back control of mid. It could just be temporary though. Joker jumps in, but he's only met with a wave of bullets to the face. Still need to see that damage on the safe. It's Cube dealing a lot. Now down to 81%.
I'm always so worried for Angel Boy, but I don't know why I am, because he's so good at surviving on, isn't he? And just being able to get out of every sticky situation with those jumps away. But that is better. 40% of a lead now for Navi compared to the last game. That is money, and let's see as we approach 1 minute on the clock whether we'll see a bit of a comeback potential here for Tribe. Missed gadget there though from Angel Boy, and no more homemade recipes for him. So these shots now have got to land with pinpoint accuracy.
Well, number one, we've seen Cube do a way better job of reacting to Joker. Number two, Joker doesn't have any gadgets left. He's not able to push through this left lane very effectively. It diminishes a lot of that aggression that Reply Totem can go for. 1-2 kills, though, look fantastic. Angel Boy still trying to strafe out of the wake, but gets tapped up by Maori instead. Navi are in serious danger. No contact there with a super. Another kill as well. Navi try to move up. Joker's in the Shadow Realm, wants to spawn on top of someone. Maybe Cube would be the one to do that on top of. If he can get that super back, it would be fantastic. But still, 10,000 health is a lot of health to get through.
Angel Boy is still alive. I'm sorry, 88 HP and jumping away to survive on to fight another day. But now Reply Totem are coming in. There's 20 seconds left on the clock and plenty of time for the damage of which they need. The hatchlings coming in will deflate things slightly, but look at this, 48% and 10 seconds. The bottom left-hand side for me is a concern. Joker, though, not being able to go in. He's being oppressed quite considerably so. I don't think he's going to find the connection which they need. And Navi are fighting back in this set. It's one game apiece.
What a response here from Na'Vi. And maybe a misplay here from Reply Totem. They tried to keep that early aggression going, especially with Cordelius. And it's like we saw all of those gadgets being popped in such quick succession that they had no way to bring things back in the endgame.
You know, for me, I feel like Na'Vi have got the better draft here, if I'm honest, you know, but they just didn't play it better in that first outset. They gave so much away to Joker for free. They can't do that. That second game was much more, you know, composed in that sense and much more aware to it. So I think if they can do the same again, oh, what an opening from Angel Boy. Lovely homemade recipe. And that's what you got to do, playing that Piper pick. Just use those early gadgets, get everyone into position, and then later on, you're gold.
Brilliant. We didn't see a single shot make contact there from Joker. Cube, he waited in the bushes for Angel Boy to win the mid and then decided to move forward when it was a lot safer, but Joker's still going to pick up the control once he was down to 24 health. Now he gets to advance through those bushes on the left lane. Angel Boy also has to abandon post, still taking down some crucial walls for Reply Totem in his wake, and MMA gets contacted with the damage booster. Joker looking to get some damage here. Cube, he's struggling to contact Joker with these strafes. He can't be touched. Now looking to retreat, keeping Cube out of the equation. Maybe Maori can get that kill. Joker finishes him off. And MMA rotates over to the right lane.
Yeah, I think Cube should have done a little bit better there, in my opinion, to be able to secure Joker sooner, as it has given over a bit of damage. Maru as well in that bottom left. He is still in position, and there's no pinch available for Na'Vi. Maori on this right side now. Oh, Angel Boy 41 HP this time again. Jump straight up. He's, again, I just don't know how he's able to stay on his feet as much as he is, but 50% remain on the Na'Vi save. It's been a far, far better round for Reply Totem so far.
Still, gotta see a reaction here from Na'Vi. They certainly have the tools and toolkit to do it. It looks like Joker's taking a page out of Cube's book and simply waiting by the indestructible so that Cube pushes up first. But here's the early victory on the Maori. Absolute deletion there from Angel Boy.
He's still there. It's just the immovable object. I love it, but look at the positioning here. Huge taps from Cube on the left-hand side, and now the damage booster goes down. Joker's forced him into the realm, and that's a great thing for Reply Totem actually to deflate this. Cube goes down, and that is a great way to just completely turn things on their head. It's going to trickle down from the poison nonetheless, but Joker really took away the power that was with Na'Vi. 20 seconds on the clock, and only 6% in this game.
Oh, the 6% differential. I'm getting nervous. Maori tries to fire away with the rocket fuel. Maori falls. MMA's got to push in. Joker and Maori, the last bastions of defense to stop Na'Vi's push in. With 5 seconds left, it's just got to be something. Angel Boy could... There it is. Trying to thread the needle. It's down to 50%. No! Contact! And it's a draw!
No way! What did we just witness? 50% apiece! We're going to be doing it all over again! On the world stage, no less! Oh my word! I mean, the tension in the arena, you can cut it with a knife!
Talk about a 50-50 matchup, too. I mean, it really does come down to the wire there for a draw. And we get to see an extension of this set. Reply Totem now playing very defensively. Same goes for Na'Vi. Very silent on both sides. Angel Boy did get some early game taps. And Maru's not about to let that same thing happen, where Angel Boy has bested him numerous times in a row. Anytime Angel Boy gets the jump on Maru, everything collapses in from Na'Vi. Joker's taking a different approach, though. He's not one to wait for a big opportunity to move in. He's going to forge one for himself. Now jumping, and that's 2 gadgets expended, but it is a mid-victory, and control changes hands to Reply Totem.
Joker is so slimy. He just keeps getting away with it, but look at the damage from Maori. And Maru, the save is burned down to a crisp 73%. These are the defenses that are going to be really hard for Na'Vi to really just be able to take away the advance. A breakaway from Angel Boy is what they need really to open up that mid and give them a fighting chance, but certainly for Reply Totem, that was the way to start the game.
Joker's still lurking in this bush on the left side. Cube deletes him, though. And now he gets to move forward, but he's still not all done yet. Joker's going to be respawning in just a matter of moments, and Maru is still here to stuff Cube in that charge. Cube could seek solace in staying near that. What was that super from Joker? That had to be by mistake. That's going to cost them big time. Another gadget popped by Joker. He's only got 1 left, but he does have a super to send someone to the Shadow Realm. Just waiting for that most opportune moment. Cube is not super high priority right now. Angel Boy stays in the same position. MMA still tries to rotate over to the right side. Reply Totem, they're very insistent on maintaining the defense above all else.
despite that blunder, honestly, Joker's been winning that left-hand side lane more often than not, and I kind of want to see some of these shots from Cube land just a little bit better. At the moment, it's still the lead with Reply Totem, and that's where it really counts, and defense standing for the most part. Navi are struggling to make their way forwards here, and they do need to start to consider to make that kind of move, and really, if Angel Boy can open up some space, and it's doing just that. A great homemade recipe connection. Oh, with the tap from Maori in response. Cube on the safe damage booster down. 73% apiece. Are we going to have another draw?
Reply Totem, they try to respond. 20 seconds left on the clock. They only got one more push left, and Amaru is already sent packing. Joker tries to disrupt things. Angel Boy and MMA are not really alive and healthy. They'll see one fall. 10 seconds remain. Mary has to line these up. All the hatchlings going over to the other side. They've already won. Nothing for Navi over a Reply Totem safe, and it's a set going to Totem.
It couldn't be closer. We've got a match in our hands. This is going to be absolutely amazing. The Reply Totem finally get a set on the board and breathe a sigh of relief, bringing back some of that energy along the way. It took a draw, but they came out on top, smelling of roses.
Without a doubt, Reply Totem, I mean, what an effort from them too, but Navi, I think we have to give them some credit too. We saw an inventive draft, they played it really well, but Reply Totem, they had the better answer for it. And in the end, what Navi started to play, which was just this game of patience, began Reply Totem's strategy for victory in the end.
Yeah, I thoroughly agree. I think it was a fantastic game for Angel Boy. I loved his survivability, but for me, the star of the show was Joker on that left-hand side. You know, he was just able to get away with so much and able to just jump in, take Cube by surprise, and eradicate him from the mix. Ultimately, that is the biggest damage dealer on the side of Navi, and he didn't often get the opportunity to display it.
And I'll admit, like, I was a big critic of just what I saw as superfluous use of the gadgets. I mean, he has 4 of them, but still you have to make sure that you use those economically. And he uses 2 on a very aggressive push in, but it ends up paying off in the end. There was just nothing to be gained from consistently waiting for the 8-bit to make a move.
I love that. Love that for a Reply Totem. Great energy being displayed there. But, you know, for me, 12 kills for Joker on a brawler which, for all intents and purposes, was just, like, outraged by everyone. You know, he shouldn't be able to achieve that. But Angel Boy, 20 kills. Can we talk about that for a minute on the losing side?
I mean, Angel Boy's just putting up points on the score, but he's taking names here at the mid. And we saw so many times he was able to diff that Brock mid, but in the end, there is an objective here, and it's not kills, it's getting damage on the safe. And with Reply Totem able to run it down, able to get that momentum onto the safe, that's a win condition right here in Heist.
Whew. Things are getting spicy. They really are. And for Navi, I think I've got a lot of confidence in what I've seen so far. You know, they're far from out of this, and this is one that I expect to go all the way, I'll be honest. Knockout and Bell's Rock up next, certainly a map that caters a great deal towards aggressive brawlers like Fang, but also to those long-range brawlers like the Bell, rather. I think that's a good safe pick idea, but also the throwers. You know, you've got to prepare for those. Gray, I think, has to be banned here as well. And I mean, you know, Charlie. I mean, have we seen any of Charlie today? I haven't seen her.
I don't think so. I don't think we'll be seeing her for the rest of the tournament. I mean, no, anyone who is getting that last pick is going to be banning Charlie. She is just so strong. But with her out of the equation, that also does limit your abilities as the team with that last pick. It's very beneficial to have last pick, but now you have one less ban, so is it really a plus or a minus in the end? That said, though, there are some still worthy bans. You mentioned Gray. I like to see some throwers banned out here, too. I think they can bring a lot of trouble, especially, like, okay, I mean, to use Grom as an example, you look at the middle of the map, it's shaped like Grom's shot, but Piper making the entrance from Reply Totem, this is a pick that you're only going to find too much value with if you get those walls broken open. You can play the lane in the early game, but you're going to have a lot of trouble with throwers or brawlers that get in close range like Fang that you mentioned.
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised to not see that Grom ban, and I think that we'll absolutely see it later on down the lines, or maybe even in this next early stance here for Navi. But Piper first pick, I mean, it's very bold, but this is not the best map, in my opinion, to kind of have the ability to push forwards. Mr. P, I mean, if that comes out of the woodwork, it's going to be a tough thing to face into. Artie, I think, is that versatile thing to have in your back pocket for the legs, for the late game, and for the early game, the Hacks gadget. You know, sometimes, more often than not, it's just a simple case of press green.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, press that green button, press the gray button too. I mean, have fun with it. But the green button for gray, that is a lot of words. The green button for gray is very valuable in moving someone out of position without fully committing to something like Gene, for example. That would be fairly weak into that Mr. P, like you mentioned, which I wouldn't be shocked if it makes an entrance here. But now with the gray that we see on Na'Vi, and also knowing that they have last pick, hey, we've seen the combo with a very tanky brawler like Jackie or something like that. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see them make a move for that, unless Reply Totem come up with something that Jackie is completely not viable into.
Gene going to come in here for a Reply Totem to add that additional healing quality over time, and certainly, you know, for survivability's sake, not a bad thing to have. My only reservation is that in this particular map, you are kind of quite separated into your lane sides. You know, as a Gene, you kind of have to take that mid stance and just try to help both sides at the same time, and in that sense, you can get overwhelmed if things start to go your way. Eve, though, going to come in for Reply Totem. The hatchlings, of course, they prefer to have them on their side than go against them in the draft.
All right. Well, with the commitment here from Na'Vi, I mean, they have that gray. Now they have to go with something that's going to have value once a target is pulled in. And Mr. P is not that brawler, but it would still be quite valuable into Piper and Gene. It's widely known as a Gene hard counter and also a Piper hard counter. So I feel like the choice for them is obvious. And I think Reply Totem also know this very well, that 8-bit is the solution here. But Grom is the final reaction from Na'Vi. You're able to fire over all of those walls. The only downside is that you are quite vulnerable to Gene, who's able to pull you through walls, unless you have that watchtower ready.
Yeah, honestly, I was surprised to not see the Grom ban, you know, but I like the way that Reply Totem have drafted this. Actually, I think that Eve was not necessarily the best pick, but certainly to be able to secure it on their front and not have those hatchlings be an issue for the Piper. Grom is my favorite, probably, you know, on the side of Na'Vi, and his Grom bombs, as we know. They're so instrumental to those late game turnarounds, and I think it's been quite a close one. You know, it's not the best mode, in my opinion, for Reply Totem, so let's see whether this might be the chance for Na'Vi to tie things up.
All right, and we see Maori starting on that right lane as Gene, which is quite interesting, usually finding its form as a mid-brawler. Maori's going to be the one at mid, just trying to stay out of range of MMA. If he can, he would like to jump in towards MMA and enforce that close-range matchup. We see Cube's already gotten the super. Not that anyone had an idea of getting him in close range, but a pull from Maori would not be ideal for himself. Still, though, no major moves just yet. Everyone just playing footsies, trying to go for safe matchups, trying to get their supers for free. And Reply Totem gradually falling back to Angel Boy's influence.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go, though, because ultimately Joker in those overtime stages, what a watchtower gadget from MMA. The timing on that to deflate away the shot was absolutely timed to perfection. Love that for him.
We'll have to see some more as well.
Uh-oh.
If he uses those too quickly, he could be vulnerable to Gene. Big moves on the left side, with Maru being on desperately low health. Hatchlings coming in, though, could be clutch. Cube, he's already into that Jackie form. Maru, very vulnerable. Joker in close range, looks for the kill with the bombs, and he still gets it towards the end.
The gas played a vital role there, but it was close nonetheless. Reply Totem with a good start, and the magic hand available to Maori. If that connects, it could be a very early 3 versus 2, but will he land it? That's the question.
Well, he's got to make contact here. MMA's less than an ideal target. Some Vengeful Spirits coming in here just to warm up the targets. And Joker's looking for the angle. But MMA and Angel Boy, despite looking pinched, will not be surrendering any territory. Cube on the left side is also just keeping Eve at range. Still looking for that next super, which he should get for relatively free.
Oh, what a pull from downtown and an elimination for Maori.
That was what we were waiting for, the patience though for it. I love to see, because ultimately MMA can drop a gadget. There's a lot that Na'Vi can do to really counteract it. And it just took them by surprise. He just worked his way slowly over, and Angel Boy getting tapped up here. I think it's a matter of time. A great homemade recipe connection there from Joker. But can we see something from Na'Vi? We saw it at LCQ. They're able to take a 3 versus 2 and make it in their favor. But it is going to be an uphill battle. And Lights walking Kane on the right hand side. And Angel Boy finds it. He's able to stay alive as well. Oh, goes down there just. MMA though, yeah, going to bite the dust. And Reply Totem will take the game.
The 2-3, I mean, the 2v3 would have been unreal there, especially how lit up they were with how little health they had to work with. Would have been absolutely insane. But what an effort there towards the end. A really nice hook there with the walking cane, and then the teleport from Grom was pretty inventive, but I think that one was lost as soon as they were on low health and in that 2v3 situation with basically nowhere to go. No walls for Grom to hide behind. We got to see Na'Vi win this in the early game, because it seems that towards the late game, they lose a lot of their form.
Well, again, these early moments, so crucial to gain the first side of that early utility and not feed anything over to your opposition. And for the most part, I was impressed with Reply Totem in that last game. Certainly as well, coming off the back of what was a very convincing defeat. You know, Tribe Gaming really did wipe the floor clean with them, so to go back into this mode and looking refreshed and reformed. But MMA on the left-hand side, getting some good finds onto Mary. Going to go in super aggressive here, though. Mary's going to actually evade away. They've got to go. The walking cane miss. I mean, that was a takedown if you ever saw one. What amazing evasive technique.
Incredible there. I thought MMA was a dead man as soon as he got himself into that embankment on the left side, but he still manages to escape relatively unscathed. Cube's taking so much damage on the right side. Someone's looking right for a pull too. Angel Boy's got the teleport away. MMA's got that on cooldown. No pull for Maori. Angel Boy looks for the hook. It's a good kill, but Maori's so alive and healthy. Here comes a ground bomb. Evasive maneuvers from Joker and a takedown for Cube.
Much better from Navi. Those were the moments that they had to make sure they secured and not fumble. And they did a good job of that round. Let's see whether they can make it another. For Reply Totem, I like that breakage on that top right-hand side. It's going to allow a lot more options there with Joker on that Piper pick. But the problem is this indestructible wall on the bottom right. They can just hide behind that and wait their time. So we need to see a bit more aggression, a bit more pushback potential here from Reply Totem here.
I really think that Maori's going to try and farm up his super on the left side and then rotate over to the right to get a pull on MMA. That seems like an ideal outcome. The other struggle is going to be getting that watchtower out of MMA, trying to bait it out of him. No gadgets left for Maori, so he won't be able to get any kills with the Vengeful Spirits. And Cube on the right side maintains his position, but it's exactly what we were saying. Maori rotating over to the right side, looking for a pull onto MMA or Cube.
Maori missed the last one. Angel Boy finds it on the top left, though. He'll get those hatchlings taken care of. And now the trickle damage from MMA in the mid. This is certainly going to be a Navi game, unless something goes disastrously wrong. Joker is surely going to be going into the gas, and he will find his demise. Now, we've got ourselves a set.
We certainly do. Wow, what a response there from Navi. And it looked a little shaky there in the beginning of game one. Or less shaky, but more like, what are they doing? What is MMA thinking going so aggressive? But it ended up working in the end. And I gotta wonder if Reply Totem is starting to feel the pressure here, because it looked like a free kill onto MMA there. But perhaps this all just part of the illusion. Navi have leveraged this to bring themselves to a set point.
Well, some good finds from Cube into the mid. And Angel Boy on the left-hand side might go for the walking cane here. Might try to pull in Maru and get some value for it. In the mid as well. Cube's not going to find an angle until Maori starts to peek his way forwards just a little bit more. Angel Boy's low here, though. Very, very low. He's going to come back, and that's going to encourage the push.
Ooh. That was deadly for MMA. As soon as Angel Boy fell back, Maru sensed a sort of disturbance in the force and was able to move up on the left side uncontested. Angel Boy, at this point, is just looking for a super. Picks up a kill in the wake. Well, the 1v2 looks really unwinnable. He would be feeding a super to Maori and Joker, so he's got to play his cards carefully. Maybe rotating over to stay close to that poison, but just looking for some kills, ideally. In close range, it would be tough. He just doesn't have the damage output to make this happen.
Can you imagine, though, on the world stage, the 1 versus 3, if this happens, it could be one for the books. He's low HP, and I don't think he's really going to be able to contest this, but I love the attempt. I love the idea of trying for it. The Reply Totem made that look easy, and they're not going to make that kind of mistake, not when it matters most. They are 1 round away from being 2 sets ahead, and that might be too big a mountain to climb for Navi. They've got to start to iron out these mistakes.
They've only got 2 rounds to bring this to a reality. Otherwise, they could be on the cusp of defeat. Angel Boy is playing a lot more timidly, or maybe even just carefully on the left side. Maori's flashing that super. That's mental warfare right there. Maybe not even aiming it, just trying to put that idea in MMA's head that if he decides to advance forward, and he's in grave danger. Even though Maori was on really low health, it seemed like it could very much have been a kill for MMA. But here come the hatchlings down the left side. Angel Boy, he's already low on health. Now the hatchlings are coming out. It's going to be a lot of wasted ammo. 2 supers on the side of Reply Totem. Looks pretty gruesome. The pull available, and just more flashing of that super.
But Navi doing pretty well under the pressure. I mean, those hatchlings were a time for push potential on the side of Reply Totem, and stops the healing. Nice connection there from Joker. The homemade recipes are paying off. Angel Boy has got the TPs, thinking about it. Finds the hatchling along the way. Grumbomb goes in. Maori suffering for it. Joker goes down. Maori is low as well. This could be it for Navi. It's a 2 versus 1, and Maori falls. They're starting to fight, but this this round has got so much on the line.
Reply Totem, it seemed like they collapsed from within. Their defense completely imploded there at the end, and it all seemed to hinge off of a missed pull for Maori. Every single one of these is so crucial. You see the wall break on the right side to avail a little bit more room for Piper to dodge, sort of open up this lane, provide a lot less room for MMA. He'll still be able to line up some shots, but only so long as this Indestructible is not outside of that poison. Na'Vi still looking for some moves up the left side as well. Angel Boy, more than anything, is just trying to keep the Eve at bay.
They cannot feed Maori. He is honestly that brawler that can really turn the tables, but Angel goes in so aggressive. But in the meanwhile, they are able to find something on the other side. It's a 2 versus 2. It's still equal. The hatchling's going to be a bit of a problem here, but Navi now will clear them up. But will they survive? That's the question. Reply Totem are in a good spot, in my opinion, trying to utilize the TPs for all the heals along the way, but this one's far from over.
Looked like a potential overextension there from Maori. And now, Na'Vi have traded places. They have a super as well. If they can get these enemies concentrated, the ground bomb can deal colossal damage. Teleport from Cube right into the poison. That's bad positioning. MMA is going to have to jump in. The hatchling's taking a lot of the damage. MMA moves forward. It's a meat shield. There it is! What a clutch from MMA!
Oh my goodness me! What a way to keep things alive for Navi! I mean, it came down to the wire. A trickle of HP in the dream. But Navi come out squeaky clean.
Look at Angel Boy just releasing a sigh of relief. I mean, much of the same. That's got me winded, and that's only the second set.
Oh, my heart. I don't know how much more of this I can take. There's so little in it. These two teams really are neck and neck. And that, for me, was the time for Reply Totem to take it. You know, I already did feel it. But you've got to admire the perseverance of Navi. They did not take it lying down, and when it looked bleak, they came together as a squad. They are that squad. They're all about family, and it shows.
Wow, and some seriously unlikely plays too. We saw a lot of aggression sometimes, like Angel Boy going super, super aggressive on the Gray into a completely unwinnable scenario, but it created sort of a void of power on the right lane that enabled the remainder of the Navi roster to get a kill. What a finish this was too here from Navi. I mean, what a nail-biting moment. It surely looked like a victory for Maru from the side of Reply Totem, and MMA finish it off in the end.
The audio gain through the roof. Couldn't even hear a word. It's just peeking out. Oh, what a moment for them. Now you're going to be celebrating that one hard, as it would have been a terrible situation to stare down the barrel of had that not gone their way. And it was so little. Honestly, a tough round there for Maori. No takedowns, 97 DPS. You know, those are things that can come back around full circle if you just don't quite find yourself in the game. And sure, the magic pulls were there a lot of the time, but you know, those are the moments that really do count. We're neck and neck now, you know?
We saw some really redeeming moments there in the draft, I think. We saw Na'Vi do this very confidently. They drafted that Grom into the Gene, knowing how hard it was countered, and they still prevailed. So now, I'll actually put a lot more faith in the Na'Vi draft going forward.
Hot zone, Luban. That's all I'm saying. Ring of Fire coming into play. I mean, Colette can have her way on this map as well, so I kind of want to see a ban. Maybe for her, or at least highly considered Rosa. Got to be high there. Charlie, insta-ban. We've established that. We ain't seeing any of Charlie in the entire World Finals. Count that one out. But certainly the aggressors, you know, the Taras, the Stews coming in the side lanes, you've got to pay much attention to those brawlers as well, because if you get yourself locked in, I kind of feel like Tara, for that reason, is actually really highly considered, for me at least, in terms of those bans.
I really do like Tara on either lane. Doesn't matter which one you run it on. Once you're able to get inside of those bushes, then it's phenomenal value. And I can see maybe a reason why you'd run Psychic Enhancer here, but I think more than often you see support from Beyond. You see those shades being spawned to tank a lot of the damage and then move in from there. So if Tara is selected, then we'll have to see some kind of counter for that, obviously. In terms of tanks as well, I think that they can reap a lot of value once they get inside the enemy bushes. It's going to be a battle of preventing this sort of thing from happening. Bans now coming through, and Reply Totem banning, yeah, the usual stuff, the Charlie, the loot. It's what you begin to expect at this stage.
Yeah, it's what you do. It's just what you do. Squeak's a really nice first early draft here for Navi. Again, the sticky residue may receive that little nerve, but it is still equally as annoying to deal with, and it can just slow the advance time and time again. And on the objective as well, you know, you can force your opposition's hands. Really quite like that early pick there. But for me, Reply Totem in the mid, they've got to have a kind of longer ranged idea a little bit, but timing that and balancing that between the left and right hand side lanes where you have to have that kind of aggressive idea. The first brawler going to show its face now, and it's going to be Stu. I like that. They're kind of, again, starting to consider how those side lanes can affect the overall objective.
Yeah, I mean, and you have options here with Stu. You can run the speed zone. You can also break open some walls. So it also begins to be pretty versatile. I think another thing that Stu's fairly... I mean, well, he does a lot of things really well. I think even versus long-range brawlers, if you're able to just diff this matchup and, hey, we're at land, the zero ping Stu, and Joker's going to be at the helm, then, yes, you can do wonderful things and dodge out a lot of those shots, so it doesn't matter who you're facing. But it all comes down to the skill matchup there. Now, with Bell on the reply totem side, they've also enforced a sort of no tank rule, at least at mid. It's also just going to be a good all-around brawler for placing down some of those nest eggs. But what I really want to see from reply totem for their last pick is something to deal with the squeak. I see this as a incredibly counterable brawler, and I'm sort of raising an eyebrow at Navi for picking it first.
Pam coming in. I mean, the Bell is going to be good into the Pam. Let's not dispute that. And I think as well, Bell is going to be a fantastic preemptive idea here as well for Lola. I think Lola can have a great matchup into that mid. So a lot of insurance policy placed upon that on the side of reply totem. Third and final pick here for Navi. It's got to be something on the side lanes, I feel. I'm not sure whether at the moment, I mean, I love that. I really, really do. I feel that has maybe swayed me slightly. Pam, it's only going to have its fair share of troubles, but she's just in such a great spot in terms of the meta. I feel like this might be a Navi game, but maybe reply totem can sway me with this third and final pick.
Well, if it's something tanky, then they're going to have to play into Tara, so that can be a major if they went with, okay, here's the Amber, break open some of those bushes, disrupt the enemy backlines, yada, yada, yada. Big problem is that I think Navi, by and large, are going to be residing at mid and trying to stay within that sort of healing radius. Though what this does accomplish is breaking open all that territory that Angel Boy on the Tara would usually be occupying and creating a big disturbance in.
Well, in we go. One of these two teams will go one set ahead, but it has been neck and neck every step of the way. You know, I just feel like whoever loses this set is going to come back in the next, and we're going to go all the way to the fifth. I wouldn't want it any other way. But in terms of the draft, who are you kind of siding with in this respect?
I'm actually really feeling reply totem here. I feel like this squeak is very, very counterable, and I see Joker having a lot of potential. But actually, Maori's going to be the one piloting the Stu this time. We'll try to make it up that left side. Cube also getting denied really hard by the Bell. If he places that turret aggro and stands next to it, then he's actually just digging his own grave, because that's going to be reflecting back and forth. So far, reply totem, they've completely overwhelmed Navi at mid, even penetrating these bushes in their ramparts.
Yeah, very good early game, but Cube is winning the matchup in the mid, and that's going to force back then Joker a little bit to 100 or 1,000 HP. Support from beyond from Angel Boy, just trying to get into this top right-hand side pocket, and if you can do just that, then this game can turn very, very quickly. But in terms of objective, it is actually with Navi at the moment, despite that early start from reply totem.
And we also see this very defensively placed healing radius. Navi so far in charge when it comes to the capture percentage. Reply totem also losing that speed zone on their backlines. Angel Boy, he's trying to just create some pressure around the right side. He doesn't really need a pull here, just needs to be a nuisance and keep Maru occupied. Joker's still trying to line up some shots on MMA, or really anyone. Maori's also creating a huge disturbance as well right behind MMA. But so far, they've not played the objective. Navi are vastly in the lead, and MMA reaps the rewards with a kill at mid.
Two super important taps there from MMA and some great time spent on the zone. A nice splash connection there onto Joker, but no slow. Let's see now in the final moments whether we can see some pushback. Reply totem are behind here, and they've got to make up for lost time. Is Cube still on the zone? 77%. Navi still climbing more and itching towards this game win. It's not really been much to show, and Angel Boy on the left-hand side coming out strong. Finds Maru. I think this game is chalked.
Hope is lost. It's all but a victory for Navi at this point. Reply totem, they can try their best to push in. Joker still manages to get a kill, so it's not all done just yet. In fact, Maori picks up a kill on the left side too. We're at a 3% difference, and Cube has almost 10,000 health with a healing super as well. It's going to be tough to eliminate him. There's a nest egg procced. We see the super down. It's just unbeatable. Navi take the win.
Well, from what I was saying coming in about how close this is,
That wasn't a great showing from Reply Totem at all. That was all about Navi. And at the beginning of the match, I did feel like Reply Totem had a good start. I mean, they were in all the right positions, but it was just the objective that just kept going the way of Navi. And they kept cycling their way onto the mid. And sometimes it was MMA, sometimes then it was Cube. And one thing's for sure is that Angel Boy's going to stay on those side lanes and continuing that aggressive assault.
Not a doubt in my mind that that would be exactly what he wants to happen, but Reply Totem still have to find a way to enforce their own control. In the last game, they seemed to overwhelm Na'Vi, but they still had the issue of not playing that objective. They have to get zone time. MMA is having a really, really tough time versus Maru. There's the kill, and he's even going to get to burn up the bushes, get a little damage on the Cube, and even confirm the kill. And Angel Boy is quite lit up on the left side, still denying a lot of value to Maru there. Those shades are phenomenal for countering out the stew, but still, we got to see zone time. Reply Totem, they're only barely ahead of Na'Vi.
Oh, that was slimy from Angel Boy. That was a pixel-perfect position. And now continuing to go in. He's one away from super. He gets the super. He finds Maori as well, but will go down himself. And meanwhile, Cube is staying firmly on that mid. And that's, for me, where Reply Totem have failed to be time and time again. They've got to keep these marks continuing on to Cube and find those takedowns. Or this one is going to be going the way of Navi very, very quickly.
Cube, he's still alive. He's still getting free percentage on that zone. Maori's trying to burst him down, but he runs out of ammo. Still gets a kill confirmed there with the burn. And Maori from the left flank does make an introduction. Bit of a wasted super there. He should be able to get it back quite quickly. But still, with the Pam super down, it's a lot of value diminished here for Na'Vi. Cube has no problem getting it back, and it's back to the same old rhythm. Just put down that super and stand on the zone. Keep Reply Totem out of the equation.
I loved that scrapyard sucker from there, Cube, and just keeps Maru in a tough spot. Now, Cube really surviving on this healing station for all it's worth. But finally, the mid is won. Joker and Maru have got to now hold this and stay as firmly on it as they possibly can. These shots really going to ricochet and give a tough time onto the healing station, back onto Angel Boy from Joker. But look at the objective. It's an 80% now, and now they're running away with this.
Joker's hitting pretty much every single shot, but Cube remains alive. He's got so much health to work with, and Angel Boy's going to take quick care of Maori on the back left lane. Joker eliminated. Na'Vi counting up all the way to 100%, bringing it all home with set 3 for their own.
What a set for Na'Vi. I mean, they really played that to perfection. They got the draft they wanted, and you could see it, you could feel it. It was just there. And this makes me concerned, a little bit concerned, because time is tickling down. The sets are starting to go much more sided towards Na'Vi after the back of that knockout moment where things just went their way. I mean, that was just all about the gameplay. I mean, it really was. And like I said, I would like to have seen that Tara banned out, and it wasn't. And I think that Angel Boy played it really, really well. The Pam, you know, as we've said time and time again, how much of a good place that she's in. Just wasn't the draft for me on the side of Reply Totem, I've got to be honest.
Yeah, I think, you know, gameplay, huge emphasis here, but I looked at the draft a lot for the victory here, especially when it comes to that Bell and Pam matchup. Like, theoretically, it makes sense. In the past, it made a lot more sense, but in the modern day and age, Bell's just a lot weaker than she used to be, and Reply Totem can't keep drafting as if they're in the past. You gotta play to the present. You see Joker hitting all these shots, like he's got the raw mechanics to make this happen, but when Pam continues to heal and you have nothing to break open that wall, make the healing turret vulnerable, then you're out of luck.
I quite like the celebration there from Na'Vi. Just really calm, really composed. They know that they're getting closer towards being able to seal this. And for that very reason, no need to get too ahead of themselves. There's still some work to be done here, but what a convincing set it was. And look at the stats. I mean, 528 DPS for Joker. But this is what I'm talking about. You know, those stats say a huge amount in terms of what they're putting out, but in terms of the objective, that's all in the sets, that's all Na'Vi, and that's where it was won and lost on the side of Reply Totem, and they've got to turn that around in this next game and play that objective better, because that wasn't it.
That is really what it comes down to. I mean, they got a great draft in terms of the matchups, in terms of getting damage, but playing the objective is a complete different beast, and it's this level of complexity to the game that makes it so, so difficult. So as we're progressing into this next set, we'll move on to Pinhole Punt for a bit of Brawl Ball action, and now we really get to run it down. But is this more of a Na'Vi strength or a Totem strength? And I'm actually split on where this goes.
Well, certainly for me, I was expecting to see, you know, Joker kind of taking on the max in the previous matchup with Tribe, and they didn't do that on the side of Reply Totem, and that for me is where their strengths kind of lie a bit in those aggressive, big, heavy push ideas.
certainly the tankier options, the Primo, I love that for Reply. It didn't work out earlier. We've tried, but I'd love to see it come through again. You've got to ban Lou. You just have to. For me, at the moment in Brawl Ball, it just equates to a goal. Charlie going to be banned out for sure. Buster ban, I've got to see that as well for me. And it is there on the side of Reply Totem Charlie, but Lou is open. There will be bans. Spike there as well. Charlie and Stu banned out for Navi. But there's definitely some big brawlers that are not out of the mix here, and that's a concern. Shelly as well, I mean, like, we know what she can do.
Well, here's a Maisie first selection, so I wonder when Lou is going to start making some waves in this matchup. Really, the only thing that can deal with Lou is stuff that just doesn't give him his super, which is really, really tough to execute. So it's a completely skill-based matchup if that's what you decide to go with. So it's available to Navi, it's available to Reply Totem, and it wouldn't shock me if both teams have come up with ways to counter out that hypercharged Lou that they are now putting into play.
Well, some smiles on the side of Navi. This has got two brawlers to choose here. Sandy, the first one, I really quite like that. Sandy's in a very good spot, especially for Brawl Ball. For me, his best mode. The Sandstorms can just bring things back under control, but unpredictability as well can allow you to heal. And I think it's a really good starting hand to follow up. What will they choose? I love the Sweet Dream Stun as well, to be able to score and just certify those goals along the way. For me, it's got to be a Lou, isn't it?
I mean, I would expect so. Really, the struggle here is, there's the Lou, there's the Lou. Now it's up to Reply Totem to not play brawlers that Lou is really good into, which coincidentally happens to line up with all the brawlers that are good in Brawl Ball. Which makes this a very difficult draft phase for Reply Totem, but given the first pick, they didn't go with Lou, so this is their choice. Clearly, they have a plan going forward.
You know, I kind of question why it wasn't banned. You know, if Reply Totem weren't going to pick it, why didn't they ban it? They banned the Spike, which says to me they wanted Stu, but Stu was banned by Navi. And, you know, these are questionable things that could prove to be the reason why this could go the way of Navi. Squeak for Reply Totem, it's not a bad one at all, but I put a lot of weight on that Lou pick. I mean, it's quite obvious, right?
I'm a little worried here for Reply Totem because we see Navi, they've got great tank counters. Sandy is, you know, fairly good at countering tanks. Okay, we see Reply Totem pick up the Gale. So it is a full tank counter roster. If you still want to lump Squeak into that department, he's got really great DPS. He can get that slow. But Navi, I really think the world is their oyster here.
I'm not overly convinced on Gale at the minute. I know that Kenny is, and nothing will change in that regard. He will always be shouting for the old man, but, you know, I don't know. It's certainly got a lot of ability to stun out, and, you know, the Bloodstream Blow, as we know, and the Twisters, and all those kinds of mechanics can have some great defensive ability, but Crow for Navi, you know, I don't mind it. Again, I said earlier, it's not my favorite of picks, but the slow can have its place, and certainly the trickle down over time, but you've really got to time those runs perfectly. And is the DPS really on the side of Navi? It wasn't the brawler that I expected to finalize this comp, that's all I'll say.
I think maybe what they're concerned about here is whether Gale gets into mid and stays there, and Crow is really good. I mean, he's historically a first pick here, but that's like yesterday's meta. But he's great at getting vision at mid. You have that poison to visualize where enemies are, so we can expect to see that. I think it'll really help Lou line up those shots, so it'll be the accessory to Lou. We'll see MMA and Angel Boy actually double up on mid. No one hard taking that right lane. MMA now sort of getting control in this mid area. Twister already down. MMA just using it to avoid some shots. Joker is on very low health, and a lot of people were slowed down. Joker falls to the poison from MMA, and this left lane is completely wide open to Cube, but we still see Gale just out of reach. Gotta see a pass up the left side. No, it's a whiff. Would it have even gone in? Joker with the defense and a clutch super to stall this goal.
Ooh, getting out of harm's way just in the nick of time there for Reply Totem. A valuable moment. Angel Boy going to fall here. Maru going to make a run for this left-hand side. Pushes the ball to mid, and not too convinced on why this was really necessary there, but wants to obviously delay a little bit and allow his teammates to get into better positions. But now Joker has hypercharge, and with the gadget, that is a dangerous thing. Combining it in, here he goes. He finds, but he's actually going to be stunned out. It should be enough to be able to seal it. The speed is there, and the goal as well.
Wonderful goal there from Joker and company. The hypercharge really can be, I mean, once you put yourself in the right position, it's just your one-way ticket to victory. And Reply Totem have utilized it immensely. We'll see MMA using this invisibility to get close to Maori. That's really what we needed to see, something to get close in range versus that Squeak. And now we could see a victory coming in, at least a goal from Navi. Joker got a great defense there. with the use of Maisie's super. Angel Boy now popping the hypercharge. It's the double stun. Joker manages to escape, and we see Angel Boy fall in his wake. Cube also falls, and what a defense here from Totem.
Well, connections from MMA to be able to trickle things down, and then on to Maori, but honestly in this mid, it's this Mason pick that for me is where things are working out so well for Reply Totem. The hypercharge is there, but the super needs to follow for Joker. If that is the case, then I think this could be another goal, but 30 seconds on the clock. They haven't got to even make the play. Pushing the ball back into that corner and having Navi make the move is where they're thinking things through, and with 20 seconds on the clock, I like that for Reply Totem.
Well, here comes the freeze in from Angel Boy. That ball is all the way on the right side when it needs to be on the left for Cube to be able to score it. Maurer has the super. He's going to try and pocket it. Countdown is active. We need to see a chain of command passing this up the left side. Maurer, he's doing anything he can to force it in the back right corner. He could even go for a goal. Here it is with just a little bit of health left. It's a team wipe, and as the clock ticks down to 0, Reply Totem win the very first game of this set.
At the beginning of this matchup, can I just remind us all that I did say I was going to go to the 5th and final set. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. But a stark contrast in Brawl Ball for Reply Totem as opposed to the previous. That is a night and day difference. And this is the time to bring it. This is the time for Reply Totem to lay down the gauntlet, take it all the way, and have it be decided by one set. But for Navi, some mistakes to have learned from surely. And I want to see how they will fare. Can they get some goal-scoring opportunities this time round?
I think really the ticket to victory here for Navi is they got to get Angel Boy at mid somehow. No enemies want to get too close to Angel Boy's line of sight because they know it's just going to end up feeding him a super, but this could be really huge here. A pass over to Maori keeps it safe. MMA gets the kill, but he's still yet to fall to the attack from Squeak. Angel Boy has that super, though. He can get a freeze onto Joker, but he's not going to bite. It's just a bait. Joker's got to be close to his super, and he's not going to risk it. Just a little bit more time for MMA to move forward and then continue to create oppression. Great use of the super in front of the goal, but they don't have that ball in hand. They have to find a way to get over to the right side.
Well, there's a sandstorm, and that's going to be a great time for it. Cube going to be going in, finds some fantastic shots onto Maori. Maori will follow. It's just Joker for defense, but this gadget might be able to stun in just the right time. Can he find it a bit too early? A bit too premature? And Cube finds it!
Absolute mind-blowing offense there from Navi, and MMA is not taking any chances, though he is going to jump in and fall immediately. Reply Totem now already find themselves in the 3v2. Big damage on a Cube, who looks to be a dead man now at the hands of Mauru. Maori has a super in. Huge damage on the Angel Boy and MMA. They're all slowed up. It could be a kill. Angel Boy has yet to fall. A pass to the left side is enough to save it. And here comes a sandstorm down, affording a lot of position. Cube just sits back there. He's not going to risk taking any damage. He'll let Reply Totem waste their shots on trying to scout out the super, while the rest of MMA and company gather themselves.
No, won't actually get any value for it. The takedown was there before. And for Navi, they're just going to keep that ball in that backhand side corner, just try to delay down the clock. Maori can't really push into this there, and an immediate stun from Angel Boy, just buying his time, trickling his tasks from left to right. Joker's going to make a run for it, but he is slowed. He's going to pop the hypercharge. I don't know whether he'll find it. Oh, he does! He's got the slow. Cube will follow, but the trade is there! And the defense will stand. 20 seconds now. Can Reply Totem find what they need?
Massive damage in from Maori keeps Angel Boy in this back right corner. It's the least optimal place for him to be. Gotta see Totem score here. Otherwise, it's a Navi win. MMA safe and sound on the left side. Joker's their last hope, but Navi bring it back. And we're going on to a match point.
Ooh. This is now the crunch time. This is the crunch time, and Navi are inches away from sealing it and proceeding on to the quarterfinals. It's make or break for Reply Totem. A huge favorite in this competition, no doubt about it. They've got to make this game count, or it's all over.
They've got to be having second thoughts about leaving that Lou open, but I would almost say that Sandy is being a bigger issue for them than anything else. And that was the first selection from Navi. Already, though, Navi have pushed Reply Totem all the way up against this wall. They seem quite cozy, though. Angel Boy has had to retreat after taking lots and lots of damage. Cube also has that gadget at his disposal to stun someone, but we gotta see at least one team member fall first. He tried to pass it right between Joker's legs. Joker gets the offense, and he is gonna fall to that crow poison, but someone has to respawn to deal with Maori, who seem more dead set on keeping that mid control and letting Joker rotate up to mid than anything else.
Some great scrutiny there from Maori, and I really love that for the Squeak pick. showing all his worth, and nice connection as well with the sticky residue in just the right spot on that goal. Look at him following up as well. Oh my word, he's going to find Angel Boy. MMA is just there to seal it, but look at the aggression on the left. Joker and Maru, but they can't find the space. That could have easily equated to a goal in my opinion.
Well, Navi are going to try and convert this into a goal of their own still. Possession of mid doesn't belong to anyone. Angel Boy's going to try and get some frees. He did manage to do so, but only halfway versus Maori, and that was with the help of his gadget. Gotta line up these shots. Needs MMA to get some vision on people. Joker, despite being stunned, still gets the kill, and Maori will just barely survive. It looks like there's a takedown from Angel Boy to finish the job, and they have the defense ready to go. Angel Boy has that offense ready at the drop of a pin, but Navi still remain quiet, affording plenty of time for Maru to rotate once more to the front lines. A super in hand. Some sort of defense needs to arrive, but already one falls for Navi. The hypercharge in from Joker.
Oh, this is really, really tough of a defense here for Navi. The ball finds Maori's feet. The shot there, intercepted off the line. Maori, can he find it and get it through to Joker? They're going to be able to force it. That is exactly what Reply Totem needed. With 35 seconds on the clock, there is little time for a response.
We're at match point, and Reply Totem could still bring it on to set 5. The double super there from Maurer, contacting both Cube and MMA, but they'll still press on. We gotta see a kill onto Totem. MMA is gonna try and get that initial frag. Maori, he's low on health. Angel Boy looks for the pass to Cube. Joker is ready to intercept. He has the super. Purple popped by Angel Boy. Joker still not going to fall. He refuses to die, and Reply Totem with 10 seconds left on the clock just have to defend the back right corner.
Perfect defense for Reply Totem, but it's not over yet. But the twister will be enough to absolutely seal it. And they're bringing things back. They've evaded the match point. I said it from the beginning, and I'm so glad to see it. We're going all the way.
Just like you, I wouldn't have it any other way. What a year it has been for both of these teams, and now they get to prove themselves on the big stage, but it does all come down to just a single set. And one game from now, we'll be at match point for one of these teams. It is seriously getting down to the wire.
I mean, when it comes down to this draft, I mean, no pressure, guys. No pressure. I mean, this is where the preparation does really count. Every single moment matters now, and Reply Totem just dodged a huge bullet. I mean, that speaks volumes to me about their ability to handle pressure. And this is the thing, you know, both of these two teams have performed exceptionally well. But whoever loses this last set will go home at the first hurdle. And for Navi, when you look back to 2022, that's exactly what happened to them. And they were devastated by it. This is a much more convincing showing for them. But they don't want to have a repeat of that. They want to turn things back around. And for Reply Totem as well, if they were to leave at this stage of the competition, it would be their worst performance to date in a World Finals. There is so much on the line on this next game.
There have been bumps in the road for everyone here, but more so for Navi than anyone else, and they're closer to achieving victory than they have ever been before. Now is the time to rise to the challenge and grasp it for themselves. It all comes down to set number 5, and it all gets started with the draft. Now, in that last draft, we saw that Hypercharged Lu not make as many plays as expected, and I think this is sort of revealing of the suspicion that we initially had that Reply Totem, they did have a counter strat for that Lu, and it was just outranging it. Now, when it comes down to last stop, things are going to change up a little bit. I don't think this is usually like a Lu map, but we could still see it make waves just because of how powerful it is at the current moment.
Yeah, for me, this is like an 8-bit nanny mid affair. Sometimes Meg as well can make an appearance, but certainly those aggressors on those side lanes is where things matter. The Busters and Taras and, you know, that kind of thing. Maisie as well has a place, I feel, a little bit more than I would give her normally credit for. So let's see, but certainly in that mid, you know, I do love a solid 8-bit or a solid nanny. You know, Navi would be that team to maybe consider that nanny pick, but they're definitely worthy bands. Charlie, banned.
We've established that.
Just banned. But, I mean, there's just so much, for me at least, on this map that can make things work. It's a very diverse brawler pool in that respect.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay. If we talk like close-range brawlers, sort of the tanky types, we want to see them move up that left lane, right? Try and get to where the mid usually lurks. And we'll see some counters to that. Navi, they've gotten rid of that Lu, they've gotten rid of the Colette. And no Charlie either, but whoa, what an early tank pick.
very early. I mean, Shelly's still a pick that's very much likely to show its face now. I don't know how sold I am. I mean, Rosa, don't get me wrong, is very, very good at the moment, and the hypercharge just elevates her even more so. But I've got to feel like Reply Totem to be able to make that kind of decision. It's a bold move, and that speaks a little bit of a strategy in mind. But let's see the response from Navi here and what they want to do about that. But that is bold.
Well, no matter the response from Navi, Reply Totem are going to have to find some sort of accessory to this, okay? They're going to have to find some way to help Rosa close in range. Now, that could be a Max, that could be a Gray. I feel like more of Gray would be the solution here, but, I mean, do we usually see that on Last Stop? It's not banned out here, so it's certainly an option. And it's going to be lacking in DPS versus something so tanky like an 8-bit.
Your Reply Totem on the team really for me to have that Gray really work for them well. The 8-bit though that I was wanting to see is snapped up by Navi, and that brings me a lot of hope towards how this draft might fare. The side lanes now is where they're going to be focusing their time to finalize things, and certainly having, Macy again, like I said, coming into this one, I feel like Macy has a place here. I'm definitely warming to her more and more as the brawler that for me has the best cyclability. Is that a word? I'll take it. For Macy on the hypercharge side, you know, the gadget to be able to close the gap and just everything can really explode with that particular brawler. Those turnarounds can happen more or less with that alone. Sandy for Reply Totem, and I really quite like that.
I do. I think that Sandy can do a good job of, well, okay, here's our delivery mechanism.
This is the strat.
There's the strat. Wait, hold up. Okay, so we have the Max, we have the tank, and we have the Sandy. Now, I don't know if you remember Max and Sandy being such a strong combo in years past, but it's time for us to revive the past. I talked about Totem like picking something like Belle. Okay, that was good the day before yesterday. Now we revive the Sandy and Max, which I don't think Navi were really expecting. It's going to be tough, more importantly, for Maisie to hit those shots. It takes them a while for them to get up to full speed. She's going to find most of her value in countering things out if she gets that super, which she certainly will, but she has to be in the right place at the right time. Now the Gale, that's got to be a slow Gale. That's got to be a Gale slow star power.
I mean, for me as well, like, I'd normally be the first to scrutinize the Gale pick, but I think it's actually quite smart. It can deflate those big Max pushes with the speed coming into play. This is going to go one way or the other as far as I'm concerned. Reply Totem, as far as I can see, have what they wanted to land. I mean, that Rosa first pick, the follow-up was there. The strategy that they have in mind, I imagine, is tried and tested. But the question for me is, will Navi have seen through it? Have they got the response they need to be able to counteract it? Because 8-bit is very susceptible to a big, heavy push, and we know that the slow and sluggish pace really does open that brawler up to a lot of vulnerabilities. And the slow as well there from the unfriendly pushes gadget already explodes Reply Totem into mix.
Wow, Totem, they completely went down that right lane. They had both of their aggro brawlers try and make it happen. Here comes Mara on the right side, getting pushed back by MMA. He still remains just barely alive, getting pinched super, super hard. In the meantime, though, Mary has managed to get a super off of Angel Boy. It'll be ideal to pop that once Rosa starts to respawn. Here it comes, and they even get a little bit of chip damage off of the Rude Sands. Mary gets free reign, and here comes Maru in with the super. Cube, he's quite vulnerable here. It's a gadget already used. Joker now with 8 gems over his head. That's every single gem going to Totem so far.
For me there, Coop did well, but is struggling a bit into the mid. Nice twist there from MMA will keep him able to stay on task. But the gems, all with Reply Totem, they are one away now from Countdown, and Navi have just not been in this game.
It doesn't seem like they have any counterplay either. I mean, there's the hypercharge for Angel Boy. That's got to be what it is. Here comes the dash in. He's completely frozen. Maru now countering him out, and there's the area control from Reply Totem. With 15 seconds left, they have to fend off MMA on the right side. Cube also feeling so much pressure here from Maru, and Angel Boy continues trying to close in, but it's got to be done. And Dusted Reply Totem, they're so safe and sound in the back right corner. It's a win, and we go on to match point.
Joker's cheering the crowd to get behind him, and what a time for it. This is their moment, and I feel the draft was so calculated. The question now is, can Navi make good on the mistakes? They just were not present. They were not in that last game, and I love it. It's so smart from Reply Totem, it really is, because the 8-bit in that pocket where it's normally safe and sound, one gadget pop on the Rosa, the unfriendly Bush's stun is there, the slow is there, and as a gem carrier, you're just left so susceptible to being overthrown. The Max as well, everyone able to explode into action. It's going to be really tough. They've got to stay out of the bushes. They've got to stay in control. It's very, very tough, but that right-hand side now is cleared up, and that's a promising hope.
Look, sometimes and only sometimes a good bit of counterplay is to simply not play the game at all if it's a guaranteed loss, if it's an already solved game. And that's what we saw in game number 1, where Reply Totem, they refused to engage on the left side, but it looks like they did try to this time with Maru on the left side, ended up giving a super onto Angel Boy, and the rest is history with us observing what remains in the present. Na'Vi, already 4 gems strong, but the same goes for Reply Totem. Now, with the root sands down, it looks promising. Maru completely denied any value of his super, and Cube is just out of reach of Maru, using the utility of that plugged-in star power to stay just out of reach, and even grab a free gem for himself.
Na'Vi are playing this a lot better. They're playing it a lot more cautiously as well. MMA just was able to just evade the unfriendly bushes in the previous instance there. Angel Boy's susceptible, but it's not going to make much difference. They're fighting back really, really well. I love the pushback there from Angel Boy as well. The gadget, keeping Cube able to just contest this mid continuously. So, 7 gems to the 6. It's a much closer game, but as we've seen time and time before, it can all change in an instant. Hypercharge there for Angel Boy. Amazing value for him as well. And the right-hand side all cleared up, and all 3 members of Na'Vi stay standing.
It's gruesome to watch Reply Totem try in and push, but they just have so much CC on the side of Na'Vi. And the Angel Boy is still armed with his super. There it is. Maori taken down, but it's really just a trade. We see the countdown also for Na'Vi. 15 seconds counting down. Reply Totem have to get a kill onto Cube if they want this. Cube is safe and sound. Even has an even safer teleport now. Maori's going to give it his all. He has a hypercharge. No super to pair it with either. 4 seconds left and counting down. Maori's the last hope, but it's not even possible. A double match point.
1 game to decide it all. It's going to be either Na'Vi or Reply Totem. And this is where mistakes cannot be made. So much on the line. Thoroughly what we expected, what we wanted to see. But oh my word, I would not want to be on that stage right now. There is so much pressure. And I'm glad I'm on the casting desk.
Well, to counteract the pressure, there's plenty of support from the audience as well. You can hear them cheering for both Na'Vi and Totem, but it only goes so far. It still has to happen in the game. Maru's going for a touchdown all the way to the enemy's side. He's even gonna go all the way back, running from one side to the next. Little touchdown there at the end, too. They've gotten 4 gems so far. They need to keep this pressure on top of 8-Bit. A little bit of slow in there, too. We surely see a super go over the way of Angel Boy. Maru's still getting lots and lots of damage. Joker and Maru closing in from the left side. It's looking like a dominant matchup for Reply Totem.
We saw what can happen if control is lost, and if Na'Vi can start to recollect themselves and get into their spots, then they can turn around very, very quickly, especially with Amazy. These gems can drop. We cannot forget that. But so far, Reply Totem are all in control, but they've just lost it. If Angel Boy gets into that spot on that left-hand side, he's going to be cautious there of Maru, who's going now with the speed. Oh my word, he's unstoppable. No one wants to deal with him. He's being pushed from the right, forced back from the left, and he keeps on going.
Angel Boy's trying to make something happen. He knows that he has to stay on top of this point. Just 1 gem to the way of Reply Totem, and it's all over. 1 elimination after the next. MMA has got to be the lifeblood of this team, but a final gem for Reply Totem. They get to run it back. 9-1 apiece, and with only 12 seconds to go.
Na'Vi have got to get this reset or it is done. The gems are split between Joker and Maru. 5 seconds, they've got to find a takedown. Joker, I think there is weak face shift away. The stun is there, the reset is there! But they can't get the gems out. They're in the pocket of Maru. They've got to do it all again.
Maru's looking for a safe haven in a Rose's natural habitat on the back left in these bushes. Also lurking inside of the invisibility. Angel Boy's going to give it all he's got. And May still pushing forward. Maori looking for the prize on the left side. There's just not enough to get rid of Rosa on the back right side. And Reply Totem ascend in place of Na'Vi.
Oh my word. We said coming into it that it was going to be the toughest one to call in terms of the predictions, and both teams did not disappoint. My goodness me, what a battle, what a victory for Reply Totem. They dodged a huge bullet, and it's a huge commiserations for Na'Vi. That same fate they met in 2022, and it's the same story in 2023.
Is there such thing as a perfect match? It's certainly not a perfect ending here for Na'Vi. After so many trials and tribulations this year, to amount to a double match point loss at the World Finals. On the other hand, Reply Totem, they've earned their title back as one of the most dominant teams in the region, now representing the EMEA region on the international stage during Day 3.
I need a moment to just collect myself. What an entertaining matchup to end the day on. I mean, if this is anything to expect for what's to come, I cannot wait for day 2. I mean, that was some of the best Brawl I have ever seen. It just had me on my feet the entire way through. And that's not because there's no chairs on the casting desk. That's just because it was so darn good.
Yeah, we don't see any representation for getting chairs up on the caster desk, do we? A reply totem. I mean, what an absolute performance here. Navi coming back in game number 2. And so close there at the end to a complete theft. Had it just been a little bit different, we could have seen a theft of the gems, jump pad all the way home, and a much different story coming out of this.
I mean, that moment when Navi were able to get that reset, I had my heart in my mouth. If those gems were collected, a jump onto the spring trap back into the map, and it could have gone the other way. It could have been the ultimate still. There it is. That stun was there. I mean, honestly, Maru there, the MVP, man of the match for that boy, because that is what kept Reply Totem going.
Wow. Well, it's time for us to look at the stats, too. I mean, what a match this was for Navi. No matter which way you put it, we went all the way. Both of these teams being such excellent matches for each other. But it's a zero-sum game at the end of the day. Only one team can advance on day 3.
For me as well, Angel Boy just played out of his mind today. I really feel for that man. He's the gentlest giant in the whole of Brawl, and sadly going to be going home at that first hurdle, but he did have a phenomenal match time and time again. But again, as soon as we saw that Rosa pick, we called it. We said Reply Totem are bold in this, so therefore the follow-up is something which maybe Navi weren't expecting, and that Max, that combo with the Rosa, I mean, it was just beautiful to watch.
Over the course of this match, I learned to trust the Navi draft a lot as well. I mean, they're playing into these anti-tanks, but then they run the tanks to begin with as well. It's seriously inventive. It's very on brand for them. It's very brave of them to do as well, and a lot of confidence in themselves. But now we have to determine an MVP for this match. And of course, we've gathered the results from you guys at home, so we'll have to see what you guys have to say. I know who I'm thinking of in my mind. Joker, of course, the lifeblood of the Totem roster.
I thoroughly agree with it, no doubt about it, but again, Maru for me. Maru for me, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
In that last match, when it mattered in that final game, that was the player who was left standing. That's the reason why the gems stayed on their side. But hey, respect to event.brawlstars.com. You guys decide at the end of the day, and you have spoken.
Let the people speak, is what I say, and the people have spoken. Joker is your MVP for this match, and we've seen plenty of MVPs. I mean, even when we go over to the team that didn't make it on to day 3, Angel Boy, I mean, what an icon for his team. I can't wait to see what he's got going on in the next year, but for now, he's only going to get to watch the World Finals, as sad of a story as it is.
Yeah, it's always a tough day, honestly, and back at the hotel later as well, really hard to kind of have those conversations and just give the teams the praise which they are thoroughly deserving of. You know, BC Gaming for me today as well, a real highlight. I love the way that they just turned around everyone's expectations, and, you know, everyone is going to be a family unit tonight, no doubt about it. Those that have fallen are going to be picked up, and, you know, that is what we do in Brawl.
Well, in the place of those who have fallen, there are those who have advanced on to day 3, as we've concluded groups A and B for the day. So we'll have to check out who has advanced on to day 3, onto the quarterfinals, not in those group stages anymore, onto a single elimination bracket, 8 teams. And there they will face the members from the next 2 teams that we'll see advance on from tomorrow. So we'll get a visual on that, which those teams are that have advanced on to the next day in just a moment here. But for now, I think it's been really exciting. We've seen Luminosity advance on. We've also seen Revenant move on. And just as a summary of Group B as well, Navi unfortunately fall, but in their place, Tribe Gaming and Reply Totem get to go on.
And we've had no tiebreaker yet. You know, I think that's really important to mention, simply because, you know, I think this is the way it has to be decided, in my opinion. You know, just getting down to it and just having the games be just clear cut. I think that really just determined for me the teams that are deserving of going into this quarterfinal stages. But definitely a heartfelt moment for Navi, coming down to that singular game, the closest matchup of the day. And, you know, I really do feel for those guys, as I do BC Gaming as well. Both of those two really have thrived and displayed such promise and just blown us away here on the casting desk. thoroughly enjoyable games on all those fronts.
Wonderful stuff. We've just finished up Group B. Let's sort of turn back the clock to look at Group A as well, which happened in the first half of this day. We saw, of course, Luminosity Gaming go 2-0, Revenant Esports go 1-1 to defeat BC Gaming, send them packing, and Luminosity and Revenant, they head on to Day 3, where they're going to be facing members from both Group C and D in their quarterfinal matches.
We said coming in, this is going to be the closest World Finals we've ever had. And today proved that to be true. When you look at just how well the teams that are leaving the competition performed, what are those that are going to be proceeding onto the quarterfinals going to have to do to keep this up? I mean, I cannot wait for Day 2. And of course, Day 3 is where it's all going to come down to who is going to lift that gold.
Well, it's quite interesting as well because we see first seed face second seed in all of those quarterfinal matches. We mix up the different groups, but at this point, seeing how all the teams are performing, does it really even matter who's first and second seed? I see them as all very, very similar skill level at this point.
I couldn't agree more. That is so true. We said with the brackets how much, in terms of the groups we didn't want to be involved in that. All the groups look really quite scary, and it's proving to be true.
Well, for all of our victors for today, we have to go to tomorrow to find worthy opponents for them. So getting into Day 2, we'll watch Groups C and D be played. And we'll start off with Zeta Division versus STMN Esports. We'll see that group play Zeta versus Nouns Esports, followed by STMN versus Nouns. Then after that, Crazy Raccoon versus SK, and then Crazy Raccoon versus Foot Esports. And lastly, a match that I think we've all been looking forward to, SK Gaming versus Foot Esports.
I mean, that one is just going to be, for me, the spiciest one of the day. I mean, and leading up to that, I mean, that is so stacked. But the history of that match in particular, going back to that SPS Challenge Finals 3 of Season 3, Drage really laid down everything to SK. Can SK return the favor in kind?
I mean, I want to know whether he stands by what he says at that time, right? Back in the Snapdragon Challenge Finals, if he still stands by it, and whether he'll be able to walk the walk and not just talk the talk.
Exactly. But STMN as well, a team that for me just blew me away at LCQ. I've got them down for me to be one of the teams to be in this competition. Nouns as well, and Foot. Those are three that I've got down as making it pretty much all the way to the grand finals potentially.
I've got my predictions too, but you'll have to tune in tomorrow to get those. But before we close, as we wrap up Day number 1, any final words?
I mean, it's just been phenomenal. It really has been so enjoyable, and we're just getting started. This is the thing. What's to come is going to be even bigger, even better. I want a time machine. Take me already there, because I am for it.
Man, I mean, I personally, every single one of these matches exceeded my expectations. What a day to get started here at the Brawl Stars World Finals, but it's only 1/3 of the action, and it all culminates on Day number 3. But before we can get there, we got to find worthy opponents for our Day 1 victors on Day number 2. We'll catch you guys then. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for Day number 2.